What's good? I'm Skip.
And I'm DJ.
And this is the Cypher.
Hip hop, man. I said hip hop. That community is just crazy. That the things that we were able to see and experience because of this thing called rap and hip hop.
I mean, you take those lyrics and you pull them away from the music and you put them up on the wall, so someone had to look at them. They would say, "This is genius."
Yo, what's good, everybody? Mic check. I had to make it back. I had to make it back. I had to make it back. I'm winded and shit.
My boy hit the blast on the stilts, boy.
Real quick. What's good, y'all? And I'm Skip.
And I'm DJ.
Welcome to the Cypher, episode 4. First things first. Look at this 3. My bad. I'm thinking about some whole other shit. The Cypher episode 3. First things first. Look at this motherfucking cast, man. And I'm gonna go off my right, which is probably y'all left, and work my way around. Alabama native, our good Birmingham brother. Shout out to Starsky. I can't do the claps because I don't know how the soundboard gonna work. I ain't got the shit working how it's supposed to. But shout out to Starsky. How you doing, my brother?
I'm good. Yeah, I figured you were doing something.
I tried. It went sounding good, so we're gonna leave it there.
Hey, I appreciate it anyway. Give myself a clap.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Shout out 205. Shout out Magic City, man.
For sure.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to my good brother, co-host. Let me see, a good sidekick. My Shaq. I say that. The Shaq to my Kobe, my good brother, the Southern legend. DJ, what's good?
You know what I'm saying? You know what it is, man. You can save me for last, bro. It's all good. I'm here.
Okay, well, let's do the ladies then, and then we'll come.
Yeah.
And then we'll work our way back. Hey, man, shout out to our good friend, good cousin. We glad she's back. We've been trying to get this since episode 1. Shout out to Moni. Shout out to Moni.
Only skipping DJ could get me to actually come outside. I don't even be outside on my own channel.
I have been trying.
Yeah, I forgot you were supposed to be on episode 1. You're right. So I'm
Shit,
definitely glad you
all of
Yeah, shit be happening.
Shout out to the growing phenom. Shout out to BK, y'all. Shout out to BK. Look at the material. Shout out to BK.
Hey, what's up, y'all? I'm happy to be back. I'm excited to chat.
Completing our Alabama alliance. Grammy nominated artist, Chica, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi guys, I'm so happy to come on here and cut up today. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah,
and that is her excited. That is her excited face. last but not least, Mr. Himself. Jalopy Bungus, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the cast. And I want to formally welcome you all to the Cypher. And for the people who missed us last week, sorry we couldn't get in with y'all. My sister's birthday, so shout out to my sister, and then Easter, so I didn't want to, try to jump on. But that got us here. That gave me extra time to make sure send out multiple DMs, multiple requests. Because I wanted this one to be special. Episode 1, we had the full cast outside of Moni due to some, circumstances that she's discussed. And y'all showed some support, and we are forever appreciative of that. And we're happy to have Moni here with us, So episode 2, a couple of people weren't available. So I wanted episode 3 to be special. So instead of the normal 6, we fucking got 7. And we have a loaded docket for y'all. We probably won't discuss everything because niggas tend to yap, which is cool. So I hope that y'all understand how we get down. But I'm trying to see. Let's get the foolishness out the way. Yeah, Gucci got robbed by Shiesty. And Gucci Man dropped the record. And Gucci Man dropped the record. For the people who've heard the record, I will ask y'all how y'all feel about it. I myself have not yet. I talked to my brother yesterday. He's a huge Gucci fan. He was very disappointed from whatever Gucci said on the record. So how do we feel about Pooh Shiesty deciding to basically attempt to spend the rest of his life in jail over a contractual mishap? I'm going to start first with Chica because she's closer to the industry than most. So we're gonna start with you, and then we'll work our way around the table. So how you feeling about this foolishness?
I have conflicting feelings because yes, this was very stupid, but also I kind of alluded to this, like, you know, backstage. I get it. Like, points were made, unfortunately, because we're not slaves anymore. And so I like, despite me being close to the industry, like that really has nothing to do with it. If you just think about people and like how people should work type shit, that's just like the industry in general, record labels, they're very predatory. And so when you're holding that over somebody's head, like there's gonna be a revolt at some point. Unless that person chooses to like just be okay with what's happening. I'm not saying he did it the right way or like the smartest way because you got caught, but also like in those situations when critical thinking is just out of the room, I don't think he felt like he had a choice. So like it's a whole bunch of shit to look at and like laugh at, but also it's kind of like sad and it was inevitable. That's my take.
There we go.
Let me ask you something, Chica, real quick. If you know, do you know what type of obligations, if any, in terms of what he owed the label?
I did not go over any of the actual details. I just saw the story and was like, now what's going on?
Because did he ever drop an album before he got locked up?
I don't think so. Did he?
I don't know.
I'm unaware too. I don't keep up with this weekend.
I think he's dropped something, but I don't know if it was like an official album.
I think Shiesty Season came out in 2020.
I'm not sure.
But I don't think it's an album or a tape or a EP. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the ins and outs of all that, but all I'm saying is contractually with anything, like it could be a contract over painting a wall. Like any contract, anytime you bring a contract into something, like there's gonna be, unless it's clearly read, which we see that he did not read, unless it's actually handled correctly by an attorney, there's going to be someone with the power dynamic. And depending on how grimy that person is or is willing to be for the sake of business, you are at their whims. And so it's kind of like, it sucks, but it's also like, dude, it's a contract. Nigga, read. Like, I don't know.
What about you, BK? How you feel about it?
It's sad. It's sad on both sides because, you know, it feels like when you like there is this inherent exploitation within the industry and involved with whoever is the contract holder. We also know that like 1017 has had some issues just with like artists dying and like all types of weird shit going on with that. So I can see how, you know, for like a street nigga like Shiesty, whose mom and daddy is like, no, go get them niggas, like how he would get to that point, right? Especially somebody essentially extorting you. But it's so sad because it's just like you see the recidivism aspect of incarceration like on full display. I mean, this thing, I mean, you're lying to your PO, you got the house arrest thing on, it's on just all types of doing what you feel like you have to do to get yours instead of maybe taking the money that maybe some people gifted you out of jail to like hire a lawyer to like whatever. I don't know. It just kind of goes to show like those same old patterns. It doesn't matter where you're, whether you're inside, whether you're outside, whether you're in your situation, where you're from or out, that same mentality seems to stick. And I just hate that it got to this point because I really didn't think he was going to get out. Like I thought that like the chance of him getting out was very slim. So for this to happen like a month after, there was some change after, it's just sad all around. And I didn't hear Gucci's diss track. I heard maybe a couple of seconds of it, and I thought it was like a troll, like an AI Gucci thing. So I didn't know it was an actual track. that he dropped. So I don't know. I don't know if I have like a take per se. It's just fucking sad. It's sad that you have to get extorted seemingly to like enter in a contract in the industry, and it's sad that he just seems to just throw his life away. You know?
What you think, Monty?
I agree with Chica and BK. Like the whole situation is really unfortunate. And it's just messy as a whole with the 1017 label, because it's more tragedy than any positive coming out of that label with the people. I think his name's Big Scar, him passing away, Enchanting passing away. I think Asian Doll, she was a part of the label. I think she was like the first female signed to the label. She ended up having a fight to get out of the label. It's like Gucci, what are you actually over there doing for these people? Because there's nothing good that's come out of that label. And for Shiesty to do, I think what he did, like 5 years to come home and then go right back to jail because he's trying to get out of a situation by any means necessary, instead of taking the lawyer and trying to fight Gucci for what it is that he wants, is kind of crazy. But then it's when you come from that lifestyle and that's all you know, and then you have parents that come from that lifestyle and that's all they know, and they're going with you on a drill to get out of a situation. It's so crazy. And then you have Gucci in the song. I actually did listen to the song. I listened to the song and it's terrible. It's terrible. It's so bad. And when I heard it, I was just thinking, like, was he medicated when he made this song? Because I remember his wife on the Breakfast Club, she was saying how she has to give him medicine, and it's almost like she controls him. And some days she has to tell him, stop, you're being a bad boy, like he's a fucking dog. I didn't get that. But it felt like medicated troll raps. Like, you're literally breaking down incident minute to minute of what happened. And it's like, is this Gucci? Is this the nigga that made Lemonade? It can't be Gucci with the ice cream cone on his face. It can't be that Gucci. And it's just bad. It's just bad.
So it's bad in terms of,
what is his point?
It's bad in terms of what he was actually saying on there. Because I heard like it was bad in terms of what he was actually saying. Because I heard like
he's literally breaking down step by step what happened. Like, I pulled up to the meeting, it was an ambush. I thought it was a business meeting. Oh, you robbed me, but you still stuck in the contract. Like, very predatory talking points that he's giving to Pooh Shiesty. Like, yeah, you robbed me, you made me sign this under duress, but nigga, I still get what I get from you. And it's just sad. It's sad. It's sad.
You know, he said something about death row, didn't it? Like, this ain't death row. Like,
yeah. He said that. He was like, this ain't Suge or Eazy-E and Dr. Dre, some shit. Terrible raps.
What about you, Jalopy?
Yeah, I feel similar too. I feel like, you know, because it's crazy, because where I be going to get my hair cut, they've been talking about this for like 2 months. So apparently this happened a minute ago. So they be talking about this like every time I go up there. So yeah, and they were saying
January, I think.
Yeah, so they were saying that there was like some stories coming out, and it was supposed to be brought out to the public, but I guess Pooh Shiesty was winging on them keeping it in the streets.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why he did that. And in my mind, I'm like y'all said, I get it, right? Because it's like, yeah, you don't want to be in that situation and you don't want to be trapped in that situation. But I feel like it's just, there's no way that's, you know, you don't got a plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D. Like, nobody going over that if you're going to do that, that's got to be the ultimate, like, last resort. You feel what I'm saying? And at least go through the process of what that would look like if you're going to do it anyway, you know? But I think ultimately what they was banking on was that Gucci was going to be the Gucci that said, you know what I'm saying, I'm never going to do this, I'm never going to do that. And it was never going to leak out there. right? And I think they was holding the footage over his head. Like if you say anything, the footage getting out there. Niggas don't care though. So yeah, it's unfortunate. I feel like, especially when you come out and you have a big song and it's going crazy in this climate, it's not a lot of artists whose singles are doing that at this time. So he was in a rare guard right there. So I don't know, man. It's just messed up overall. And then especially if you came up like that, it's like, what else do you know? It's not like niggas just start making a bunch of money and the reality is gone. Like what you can buy and what you driving in change, but you know, what you went through and your mentality, that's a whole different thing. Like success not gonna change that. So yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
We got
song was ass too.
By the way.
Can't leave without saying that.
Another thing that's funny about this is Gucci, when he came home, he had a first day out the feds. And in the song, he talks about how he needs to feed his wolves. And if he doesn't, they're going to get him, essentially. And the tongue is very powerful, Gucci. Mr. Pooh heard what you said. And Mr. Pooh, what is
What you got, DJ?
I ain't gonna hold you, bro. This is probably the dumbest shit I've ever heard in a long fucking time, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. Like, listen, I understand in terms of, you know what I'm saying, getting your money, getting out of these bad-ass contracts. I get that shit, bro. But has this nigga even been home, touched down long enough to even touch grass yet? Like nigga, like, what the fuck is going on? Like, do you know what real food tastes like now? Do you know what has changed between the time you've been in jail to now? Like, have you even seen this shit that's going on outside right now? Like, and you can't even put the street niggas of today to the street niggas of the past, because they record and document everything for social media. So you by far incriminate yourself even harder by recording yourself and the necklaces and the jewels, and like, why would you do that? Like, it don't matter if Gucci's gonna keep the street or not. Whoever got that footage could have leaked it at any time. So it's not like it just, none of that shit was smart to me, bro. Like, you robbing this nigga, recording it, you doing this, you doing that. All that shit is dumb as fuck. I don't have no sympathy for this nigga when you take those kind of steps when you doing your shit, bro. I'm sorry, I just don't. That shit is wild to me.
Not to mention the ankle monitor.
Yeah, the ankle, like, come on, bro.
That's insane.
Like, it just, I'm sorry, like, you must really love prison. That's my whole take. But this nigga love prison instead of being out. That's all I can think of. Because, I mean, I don't know, bro. I just don't know.
I just want to play like devil's advocate.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. What examples does he have? And like, you know what I'm saying? Like, when you're doing shit with your fam, like we've covered, what examples do you have to know differently? Who came before you that would show you the smart way to do this business? And then the person that you're signed to, that you're contractually linked to, is also moving untrustworthy. So like, it's his name is Pooh Shiesty, not Pooh Trustworthy. Like, we knew that he was like that. So why are we even confused at the? I feel like we almost editorialize and make into like mental cinema that this person that we're talking about would make any other decision than the one that he did make. It sucks. But however, put yourself, like, put yourself in that mindset. Hard. What else was he gonna do? But it's I think the larger conversation is, let's talk about how we should have OGs that look out for each other or look out for us. And instead of putting us in predatory situations where we're losing out, and like that mishandling of power on Gucci's end is insane. Like, we can look at the little young crash out and be like, damn, you must love prison, which is also objectively true. but when are we going to look at the old ass man over here who has built an empire off of like sucking the life out of all these young artists, quite literally, because some of them are dead. Like, that. Let's look at him. What are you doing that you would leave this situation to even get here? Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, if you was handling business the way you were supposed to, as far as like treating him the way you would think he would need to be treated. It would need to get to
open the
point.
door. You're supposed to be making pathways for the next generation, and here we are. You send it. He's going away for life. If like all of this is, which we see, but like that, you're willing to throw another young black man's life under the bus, even though he did that to himself. He's not blameless in this, but like, sir, you didn't have to move like that in the beginning. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
I think it's also just another example of certain artists. I feel they shouldn't be label heads. Like every artist don't need to have a label.
Yeah.
Every artist don't need to be signing other artists, managing other artists when you ain't really got your shit together, to be honest. Like
this is the only place I can kind of speak from a little bit of like inside. It's not really insider knowledge. It's like if you've looked and studied at music at all. Basically, a label is a plantation, and in that time, hip hop was the biggest commodity for the music industry, and so the only other way that we could benefit off of our own music was to do what we saw label heads do, which is why you have so many rappers becoming execs and then starting, you know what I'm saying? Like it just became that was the only way, because like that's why we have the Diddy's of the world. Like they began to commodify our own communities like that. So now it's very unnecessary, but in the same way that like they learn from the worst people, then they learn from the worst people. And then you get like a Gucci tier where like everyone who came before this was shitty. Everyone sucked. But like you in the year of our Lord 2026, you don't have to be shitty anymore.
Yeah. Especially when you've been the victim yourself. Because I think Gucci has said before how he was in terrible situations where his contracts weren't right. He was preyed on. So the fact that you know what that feels like, you would think, okay, if I'm going to take this up and I'm going to be a label head, this is not how I'm going to treat my artists. But instead, you go triple down and make it worse. Like I went through this, so you got to go through this. I think you're a worse person. You're worse than the people who do that. Because you actually know what that shit feels like.
I feel like too, there's a lesson in this that like, just because you are a part of the oppressed class or oppressed group doesn't mean you're learning the right lesson from that oppression. Like sometimes the lesson you learn from that is, oh, I need to hold the whip, you know, like, and that's very clearly the lesson that Gucci learned. But also, I think it's also a little pearl clutchy because of how poorly executed the crime was. Like, let's do it. Okay, so he does the crime. Like, let's move this. It was so. It was
so intelligent.
Like you're on stream, like, yeah, I'm at the house, like on the phone with your PO. Like I think that was the most shocking to me, was like, well, damn, did nobody like show you the ways of the gangster? I don't know, or like show you how to not document your damn self or rent the car or swipe with a public. You know what I mean? Like that was crazy.
Because I did
everything was tracked. Every moment was tracked.
Yeah, I saw the press release or the press conference rather, and where they were like just kind of going through everything. It was just like, bro, y'all made it so easy for them to catch you. Like the part that was tripping me out was they were saying, okay, we had all of these different divisions of the FBI cooperating on this. I could have solved this case with 3 hours of energy drink and Google. They made everything publicly available. Like BK was saying, it's just like, I understand like the artist plight. I was a few years, probably like 5 years ago, Jay Prince put out his book, and I listened to the audio version, and he was talking about in the book he did some gangster shit to like get from the clutches of a record label. Like that was kind of worse than this. Like sending the record exec, I think like a picture of his daughter or something at soccer practice, some crazy shit. So like I understand the lineage of this ruthless like recapturing of power through contracts with niggas connected to the street. So I understand it. But once I saw like how poorly this was done, the first thing I thought, I was like, damn, this is reminding me so much of the Lil Durk situation, where it's just like, it's so many pieces of just niggas being stupid over and over and over and over again. Like Gucci did not have to tell. Gucci just like whatever Gucci is going to do or has already done is just going to be like a nail in the coffin. But y'all presented all of the evidence. Like 2 hours after they left, they were already posting pictures and videos on social media of them in the stolen merchandise.
That's what I'm saying.
It's like, bro, like, how bad do y'all niggas want to go to jail? Like, I'm not tripping off y'all. Oh, I am, because I'm a civilian, but like tripping off y'all, like going to the street shit to get out of some street shit. Because basically that's what they was trying to do. But it's just like, y'all wanted to get caught. That's the only way I can put it without talking too much. Y'all wanted to get caught. And that's what it feels like.
Or they slow.
That too.
Yeah,
I don't think they're
I was
okay.
gonna say that. I was gonna say that.
We're glossing over a glaringly obvious fact.
Yeah.
Them babies is touched. All of them.
Yeah.
And
His
some of
daddy.
this is
I was gonna add to that because going back to Moni, which was talking about the Breakfast Club interview, that's when Gucci also said that he was also diagnosed with schizophrenia. So that's also another thing. And then this also reminds me of the Young Thug trial when they mentioned that less than 20% of the population was committing about 80% of the crimes. So that leads me to like going back to just being who Gucci is, being from where he's from, going back to Pooh Shiesty, how they grew up. Like, this is who they are. This is repetitive nature. This is literally who Gucci is. This is what he attracts. I love to talk about music being spiritual and just it being frequency and just talking about energy itself. And we could talk about who Gucci is. He has the power to choose who he wants. He has the money, and he still volunteers to attract what he is. So this goes back to decisions, choices.
I think that's a fantastic segue to talk about our next victim of dumbassness and consequences. In the over the course of the last week, the artist formerly known as Kanye West has been shown that that the people who have the power to really exact change, if you piss them off enough, they will allow you to feel just the taste of it, just so you can feel the pain of it slipping away from you again. So he was supposed to headline what was the name of that festival? Wire Festival.
I was gonna say Circuit City. Jesus.
They started pulling all of the sponsorships, and from what I heard, some of those sponsorships were attached to the SoFi show. So that also goes to show that it seems like it was an order that came from above them. It's like, hey, we finna clean all this shit up, so you probably want to get ahead of it and pull it before we start to bar him entry anyway. And y'all look like, whatever. And then they started doing that, and then he got denied entry into the UK in totality. And I think on top of me being happy that he's getting to see this, because we don't have the ability to kind of affect him the way that we want to, like we can stop engaging with his content, but we've seen over the last 3 to probably 5 years, probably really the last 10 to 12, his push has been to get more of the casual fan by way of the connection to like hype beast culture and anti-black sentiment, for lack of a better words. So now that he continued to push that to get to the point of the anti-Semitism quintupling down on the anti-blackness and everything else that he's done, the misogyny, the talking about Beyonce and Jay-Z kids, what he was basically being an apologist for Diddy, saying I hit my chick too, having his wife out naked, his allegiances, all of these things. I'm personally happy to see this because I feel like I would rather you get humbled on the biggest stage, or not humbled, but I would rather you get slapped in the face on the biggest stage, because at the lower levels, sometimes those aren't enough, because there will always be like a windfall of support to get you over some of those lower hurdles. So when anytime we did something, he just doubled down on the anti-black shit. Like we ain't feeling that, Kanye. He like, all right, cool. I'm gonna put on the all black KKK shit, you know, and that brings in more of the people who are not like us to support him because they believe some of the shit he's espousing and dog whistling. So I'm going to start, because Starsky didn't really get a lot of talk time last time. How do you feel about the beautiful transition of karma that has landed in the lap of Kanye West recently?
That's insane.
Hey, and this is coming from a Kanye fan. Like, dog, you have no idea. Kanye has low key, it's Michael Jackson for me and Kanye number 2. Like,
Michael?
Hey, this going back. I said number 1. Ye number 2.
We'll talk about that later. Keep going. Okay.
My favorite artist. My favorite artist of all time.
My
I'm
bad.
talking about. Yeah, so like, so when it comes to Ye, like, it is what it is. So going back to the bipolar conversation, he, especially recently, tends to lean on that a lot, and especially I started talking about this recently with the cycle that he continues to use with the shock factor, and then the deep platforming, and then he goes into the quiet era, then he starts the apology, then he comes back again with the monetization, try to make some money off of it, then he starts it back again, and we've seen this throughout his entire career, and now we're catching on to it, and now there's finally someone powerful enough to say, hey, we're not dealing with it anymore. And now he is finally catching up to him. We've caught on.
Go ahead, Jalop.
Well, number one, it's a few conversations, man. I think number one, Kanye, I think the consequences that Kanye is receiving got nothing to do with us, right? It has nothing to do with what he said or has done in terms of disrespecting or whatever to the Black community. So whatever he's experiencing right now has nothing to do with what he said. In that regard, it has everything to do with what he said as far as the anti-Semitism is concerned. So for me, it branches out multiple conversations. Number one, the fact that it don't matter what you do towards the Black community, there isn't going to be no greater consequence from the higher ups. And I actually did a video where I was talking about people comparing Kendrick and Kanye's shows and tours. And one of the things I was saying was like, Kanye West is at a level where in reality, we as a community do not have the power to silence people, right? So that's the difference when you start talking about this community versus this community. When you talk about certain communities, they have the power to silence you, right? So I guess when I look at what's happening to Kanye right now, it's like, yeah, you could call it karma, right? It could be karma, but it also expands a greater conversation as to, I mean, at the end of the day, who's it karma for? Like, is it karma for what he said to us, or is it karma for what he did to them? So that's my whole thing. That's one. And two, it's interesting with Kanye because you want to talk about the mental health aspect, right? You want to involve that. And I feel like you can't ignore that. I know it's some people that would say you can, there's too many excuses, boom. But in my perspective, you can't really ignore that part, especially when he gets into that erratic behavior. But I also wonder too, like, there's gotta be more to that because of the timing in which the erratic behavior spirals. It's like, why did you have probably the biggest crash out we ever seen from you during the Super Bowl time or during the Grammy era or during that whole time? And then when it was over, he disappears, comes back and apologizes. Next thing you know, he you know what I'm saying? He's shaking hands with the rabbi. You feel me? So in my mind, I'm just like, what is the deeper aspect of what's going on with the timing in which this stuff happens? You feel what I'm saying? So I don't know. Kanye's an interesting case, bro. Kanye's a super interesting case. I don't really know how I feel about the breakdown of everything surrounding Kanye right now. I feel like the more time goes on, we'll be able to really understand that. But it sparks so many conversations. And I think somebody that's that polarizing is supposed to do that in theory with whatever they do. Right? So that's my perspective.
What you got, BK? Oh, my bad, DJ.
No, go ahead, BK. I'll say it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with Jalopy. It's so many different conversations wrapped up into one, especially because Kanye is such a mainstay in the zeitgeist and has been for decades at this point. Like, we've gotten so many different eras. What also strikes me is that the anti-blackness didn't do like shit. Like, that did not draw any ire. I think he got off on the anti-blackness, and then the anti-blackness helped springboard this new audience that he has with the Ye era, because the anti-blackness laid the groundwork for the Klan robe. And then there was like a Confederate flag somewhere in between that. So, and slavery was a choice and all that. It goes to show that like anti-blackness is global and people don't give a fuck. Like, we are just the subjugated class, and like people just assume like that's the order, that's just how it's supposed to be, and like people don't really bat an eye to the anti-blackness, which always hurts my heart. It also sparked a lot of like anti-Semitic conspiracy theories that I don't subscribe to, but it does show that certain forms of bigotry is taken more seriously than others in this country. And I think we can say that without getting too far into the rabbit hole of you know, who controls what, et cetera, et cetera. I think, you know, the Western world is really sensitive right now because of the conflation of like Judaism and Israel. And so like everybody's just like really sensitive to like, if you say anything that's in the neighborhood of anti-Semitism, then it's just like, no, immediate block. I don't think that like we should be banning people from countries over speech. I think that's like a really bad precedent to set, and it typically only impacts like us. Like, I think like Kanye is an anomaly in this situation because he's like Black at the end of the day, but I'm not a fan of banning people over speech. Maybe paying a fine, like, because it's like hate speech or banned from certain venues, but maybe not. I don't know. That conversation gets a little murky for me. But I'm also just so like fatigued on Kanye. I've been so checked out for so long. Like, slavery was a choice was like when I was like done with him, and I haven't invested in a project or features or songs. I thought the Jesus King era was a fucking sham. I thought that was sacrilege as fuck. Like, I was like, okay, people are really buying that like he's, I guess, saved or whatever. Like, just the way that like people are able to triangulate Christianity to like sell some shit. It's just, I hate that shit. I'm just over Kanye, and it's like I think the only thing I can wish for him at this point is to like genuinely get like the help he needs. But I think that also like underneath the very real bipolar is a contrarian asshole, and like that's what we see coming through. Like, outside of him having like a mental health disorder, I think that like under that he likes to be a contrarian. He likes to stand where you're not supposed to stand. He likes to say shit you're not supposed to say. And I think that falls very flat when the shit you're saying is very similar to this like fascistic authoritarian oligarchy that we're under right now. Like, I can't even, it's like elected officials saying the same shit, Heil Hitler and shit. Like, it's like I can't like really, I don't have like the space or the bandwidth for Ye right now. But I don't know. I saw tons of people came out to the show. It was really kind of controversial, but I also think the celebrity class is always gonna ride with each other. So I don't know. None of this is shocking to me, but it's interesting to see. People were kind of like, hey, his mom died and he has bipolar disorder, so like you gotta perpetually give him a break. And it's just like I'm not fully with that, but I'm also just off him too. So that's my take, I guess.
Don't forget he made graduation. You can't forget that. You can't forget he made graduation. It doesn't matter what he does. He made graduation though.
Graduation, and he has BPD. Got it. A lot of shit. It's a lot of other shit in there, and we can't ignore
It's the hat trick. You feel me? So I agree. I will concede one of the earlier points I made, because Jalopy had a good point about how do we like attribute karma. And I was kind of looking at it. I saw somebody commented in the chat, was like, a win is a win. You know what I mean? Like you gotta think about, like, sometimes, like, you ever been like driving on the freeway and somebody cut you off and you like, damn, bro, like, if I could, thank you, baby. If I could, I would cut them off again, like, just to get them back. But it's like, nah, I don't want to put myself in danger. But then 2-3 miles down the road, you see they got pulled over by a state trooper. You didn't have the power to exact, that, what I'm saying? But like, the reason that they ultimately got pulled over was directly connected to the issue that you have with them. So I look at it from that perspective. It's like, okay, cool. You fucked with me in the class. Now you're in the principal's office. And once you got to the principal's office, you had done so much shit that, it may not be directly connected to us, the reason that they put you in timeout or alternative school, if we follow in the metaphor. But hey, you where you supposed to be. You know what I mean? By hook or by crook, you where you supposed to be. And BK was making a point earlier. And I saw a post yesterday, and it was like all of the rappers who are currently banned from the UK. It was like 5 niggas. I think it was Tyler, or who had been, or who are currently banned. It was Tyler, Snoop, Kanye, and a couple other
that's what I was about to say,
artists,
though,
yeah.
Is that to what that would be a metaphor, right? Like the car shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now imagine they get pulled over and that state trooper is like, okay, so well, let's rewind. Both of y'all got the same car, right? Same exact fucking car. You see where I'm going? You see where I'm going?
Yeah.
The state trooper pull him over. He's like, okay, cool. Now none of y'all cars can drive through here at all. And you're just like, okay. So I'm glad this motherfucker is getting like some comeuppance for driving like an asshole. But now it's this already the oppressive system from these oppressive people is now being weaponized and can be further weaponized against our community still. So like they had no issue with the anti-blackness and they didn't ban him, but anti-Semitism is where we draw the line. It's not that nobody's like upset, or excuse me, nobody's excited that he's finally getting some kind of revenge, but at the same time, it really just does drive home that they do not care about anti-blackness globally across the board. And so me seeing him get some kind of like repercussions for something that has, like Jalopy said, nothing to do with us. I mean, I don't know. It's like handing us a cookie after years of slavery. Like, what are we supposed to be doing with that? He's not even really losing anything. Like, if you really think about it, like we've discussed, he's used all of these different instances to springboard a new fan base. And so do you not think that from the UK being like, oh, he can't come here or whatever the fuck, you don't think that there's going to be a massive surge in like all of these rebel white boys who are like, yeah, you didn't say anything wrong. It all siphons money to the same place. So like, I'm glad that, something happened, but I don't think that it's really like BK said, it's like, it's not worth the conversation. Okay, cool. Kanye's Kanyeing again. The only way though I see that Kanye could come back from this, because I do have a theory here.
Oh shit.
He could.
Tinfoil
hats on. Okay, everybody.
Yeah.
Lock in. What if tomorrow we woke up to a typed out, or not even a typed out, a video of Kanye being like, it's been 17 years of performance art, and I just wanted to show y'all how the world doesn't care about anti-blackness by inching it up slower and slower. And then all of a sudden saying something anti-Semitic. You see how they responded? I was doing like the long con. You know what I'm saying? The only thing he would have to find an excuse for is like talking about people's kids, which, a wash for me, because you know how I get down. I'm kidding.
Shut that baby up.
Oh shit.
But like, yeah, he could just say this, all of this. I played you guys like that's the only way I could see him making some kind of, you know, something out of this. That would be fun, right?
With his fingers, with his hands like this. That'll get it done.
That'll get it done.
But real quick, and then I'm gonna pass it to Moni. I'm not gonna lie. We already are Black culture as it relates to the arts. We are already in this space where we feel like we're in between a rock and a hard place where we have to cherish the greats we have because they're not being celebrated as we feel they should from the outside forces. So even when something happens, it's like, okay, if we shoot down our, as they say, if we shoot down our gods, who do we have left to worship? You know what I mean? So I think if he was to do that and would come across on the camera clear-minded, and for the next year start to slowly reveal like images and videos, maybe a documentary of this, 93% of Black people are going back to him. Think about now how like people are still fighting for R. Kelly.
They fighting for
Still.
They're fighting for the fighters. You know what I'm saying? So like somebody who said words and put on clothes, he'll be back. He'll be on the Breakfast Club by Monday. Yeah. He'll be sitting down with Joe Budden on Wednesday. He'll be
president.
Yeah, him too. And then he'll end the run somehow talking to Sway. So I really think again, and then tell it. Answers. But I just wanted to show y'all that we didn't know that we needed to ask certain questions. So on my journey, I just decided to ask questions, and the response showed us that. And then if he connects it back to transatlantic slave trade and just how it's a microcosm for how all of the neighboring countries and major economies were like built in tandem through cooperation with the transatlantic slave trade, it's a wrap. Kanye's back. Kanye's back. The vinyl that I have in the crate, and he made graduation.
96%.
The 97.5.
Damn.
The vinyl that I have over here in the crate of Kanye, they just gonna start floating. Like command strips gonna pop back on them. They just gonna reattach themselves to the wall. So yeah, that's a good ass theory. Don't say it again because we understand how powerful our voices are in this internet space.
I'm on record saying it specifically so that if he does it, I can say I called it. I want to be able to be like, no, I knew this was coming. Because that's the next step. That's the only way out of this is to just really lean in or be like, ooh, gotcha.
Go ahead, Moni.
First of all, y'all are giving Kanye too much. Y'all are giving him too many ideas. And we've seen it where we've said things and niggas pop up doing it. So nobody clip that. Nobody clip that.
It's too late.
And I have no sympathy for Kanye. People are saying like, oh, he needs a second chance. Kanye is on his millionth chance. Okay. Kanye has said terrible things. First, it was towards the Black community. And like you guys said, no one gives a fuck that he said whatever it is that he said about the Black community. He's tripled down on the things that he said about the Black community. Even in his apologies, he gives us one sentence and gives everyone else 4 paragraphs. He's apologized at least, 5 times within this year alone to the other people. And low-key, I honestly also kind of blame us for that, because if we would have nipped this shit in the bud when he did that slavery is a choice shit, maybe we wouldn't get here. Because I understand the sentiments of us saying the other people don't care about the things that he said about Black people, but we also don't give a fuck about the things that he said about Black people. If we would have held him responsible at even a little bit, maybe he would have came to his fucking senses. The other day I saw a video of him on a radio station crying to this black lady about, I think it was after the slavery is a choice shit. He's on the radio station crying to this black lady. This was what, I don't even remember how long this was, but they stripped him from his money. He's lost his kids, quote unquote, his businesses. And people are like, is that not enough? No, it's not enough, because here we are still today. If that was enough, if you losing your billionaire status, your money, your businesses, you would think those things would be enough for him to get his shit right. But instead, no, he's now wearing he's talking about he loves Nazis. He's wearing iced out swastika chains, and he's harassing people in text messages, saying it's okay to beat women, saying Diddy needs to get out of jail. He's showing up to the courthouse supporting Diddy because he came up in the lawsuit because he was having freak offs and shit with Cassie and whoever else. Like, Kanye is who he is. We can't keep making excuses for him. That's who he is. And I don't care about the other communities holding him responsible when we don't even hold him responsible. Like, a lot of people are arguing that he should be able to say whatever the fuck he want to say, and then coming back and saying, well, y'all don't care about that. He said this about black people. Y'all don't give a fuck either that he said these things about black people. So if they see that we don't care and we're not going to hold him responsible, why should they give a fuck about how we feel? They only care about their community. And they show us that time and time again. You're not going to be able to say whatever the fuck you want about our community. Say whatever you want to say about them niggas, because y'all don't even care. But we're going to get you in line when it comes to us. And I wish we showed up like that. I wish we would have held Kanye West responsible for the nasty things that he said about us. Literally, I forgot he even said that George Floyd died because he had fentanyl in his system. No, the officer didn't kneel on his neck. I think he even had a settlement because of that. Like, those are the things that Kanye has been doing and getting away with. There's no reason why someone shows up to a meeting with you and you're showing them porn and asking them how big their boyfriend's dick is. Like, Kanye is out of his mind. And I just have no sympathy for Kanye West anymore. I don't care that they are slapping him around, making him kiss the ring and eat their ass. I don't care. You deserve it. You deserve anything that they're doing to you, because, again, a win is a win.
It's true, though, because socially, like, I remember being like, this is my red line. What the fuck are you talking about? Slavery is a choice. And my friends being like, oh my God, like, what are you talking about? Like, but he's a genius. Like, I remember literally like tweeting, texting till my thumbs were broke, being like, if this is not a line for us. But then also it's a lot of anti-blackness within our community. It's a lot of miseducation within our community. People being like, yeah, it is a choice. I mean, but think about it. I'm a free thinker. Like, that was this whole, it was like, I'm a free thinker, and like saying the most contrarian thing is somehow the smart thing. But it is true that, like, this was not always the response from our community. Like, because I definitely was on the side of like, okay, of like Van Jones being like, you can't get up here and say that shit, bro, and saying this unapologetic and putting a White Lives Matter shirt on. And then people were literally arguing me back then, being like, okay, but he's dropping that shit though. Like, the music was good enough for people to like ignore this shit.
It wasn't.
And stop blaming his mama every time he does something crazy. Stop blaming Donda, because even when she was alive, he was out here wilding. So stop blaming the fact that she passed away and that he has never been able to get over that. I understand. I know what it's like to lose your mama. I lost mine in 2019. It's a terrible feeling, but that don't mean I'm going out here and Moni is wearing swastika fucking chains. Moni is not out here harassing people sexually. Stop blaming Donda. That lady deserves better. That lady's legacy should not be her son is out here wilding because she died. I think that is so fucked up, because he was acting a fool when she was living. Like, a lot of people don't even know that Taylor Swift situation, that's not even the first time he's did that. He did that before at another award show with another group of people, where he bum rushed the stage and saying that he deserved something. His mom was alive then. This is just Kanye.
Real quick, can I add something? Then we're gonna pass it to DJ and Starsky.
Mm-hmm.
I even think the George Bush statement on the telethon was connected to that whole thing. Like it was just a way for him to zig when everybody's zagging. And I got some friends that I've, been around, especially like during college and like early 20s. That's how they make themselves comfortable, making everybody else uncomfortable. So that way they have power over the environment. So I think a part of him, and I think that's probably why he delivered it the way he delivered it, because something in him was compelling him to do it, even beyond what we would consider his better judgment. Like, okay, this may not be, but it's like, nah, you got to do it. You got to do it. You got to do it. And I think him doing that and seeing that he was able to be celebrated in that like method of like altered communication got him to the point where he felt like he could continue to do that over and over. So anytime he's in a situation where, okay, everybody's going upstream, I'm gonna go downstream. And the fact that it started to get the most traction during the anti-intellectualism movement, or its genesis at the early 2010s, which is, coinciding with the rise of social media, I think that validated him more because the gratification was more instantaneous. So he started to get high on the validation that he got from that. And then the people who, like BK was saying, it's like, oh, I'm smart because I disagree with common thought ass niggas. Like we look at them now, they have transformed into like incel, hyper red pill, hyper just far right ideology in what's the name of that show? Handmaid's Tale is my jam type dudes. You feel what I'm saying? Like they have compiled or just added on to all of those alternative thoughts and became a prototype for the worst individual. You know what I mean? So, and he's their avatar in real life because he represents a lot of things that they aspire to. He's successful, he's rich. However we look at it, he's talented. He's amassed all of these things with this ideology. So, like I was saying earlier, like we need people, or we feel like we need people to represent us on larger stages. And the more he's went down that road, he's attached himself to a lot of loser ass niggas who like feel seen, validated, and emboldened by the type of shit he's doing. So Starsky, I'm gonna go to you, then we're gonna close out with my good brother Southern Legend. But how do you feel about just people rallying, behind this continuum of decisions and statements that Kanye's made, over the last 15 years
now? We've seen similar to how Drake, his audience has shifted from how Kanye came up using us as his base, as his target demographic, and then he conveniently tossed us to the side for this specific new audience. And he loves to use his blackness when it's convenient. Yes. So it's hard to take it seriously when we talk about us as black people holding him, not having the infrastructure to hold him accountable, because going back to the earlier conversation about Gucci getting into a label situation, knowing what happened to him, Kanye also had his label situation where he did the exact same thing, where he had situations where he could have uplifted and put other people in positions of power, and he has himself destroyed these people from being in these positions. And then, like I said, once again, he goes back and forth and uses race when he feels like it's convenient. So, like, it's real. I haven't even listened to the new album, and I have no intention to listen to it. I know it's been getting a lot of streams. People have been going crazy. He's made what 33 million in the first 2 days, so he doesn't need me. But
go ahead, DJ. Round us off, and we're going to the next topic.
Yeah, 33 mil. That's shit.
Well, that's the stream count, because you're talking about the Spotify stream count, right?
I was looking. I thought it was the SoFi.
Oh, you talking about the gates from the okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
Shit. Well, either way, bro. Listen, I understand all the theories about Kanye, but I'm on the lines with Moni at this point. Like everything that Moni said, that's what I stand with. And actually, Skip, you brought up a point that I was gonna mention. So shout out to you. As far as being someone that's always like they have to be in a situation where they make other people uncomfortable to make themselves feel more in power or in control of a situation. I was gonna mention that. And I mean, I know his mom died. I know he has mental health issues and all that. I respect and understand that stuff when it's valid, when it's time to be acknowledged. But with Kanye, I think it's just simple. This nigga just like attention. His entire career is look at me, look at me, look at me. I want all eyes on me at all times. So I'm gonna do whatever I need to do to get all eyes on me. Saying random shit about Jay-Z. The whole Katrina, him saying, George Bush don't, like black people or whatever. Like at every moment in time where he's done these outlandish shit is just to have all the attention on him. And he just moved to the next thing that he feels as though it's gonna get him the biggest attention, the biggest draw. It doesn't matter what it is. If it's like goes against his morals, it doesn't fucking matter. Like he went from praising Jay-Z as a god, trying to expose this nigga to next. You're talking about his kids. You going the MAGA route, thinking the MAGA route was gonna get you what you needed. That shit didn't work. So you go to the God route, thinking that's gonna get you what you need to do. That shit didn't work. Now you going the whole bully route because you see the impact of what the beef had in 2024. Niggas rapping and saying each other's names on songs and shit. So every snippet that drops now is him saying shit about J. Cole or him saying something about Drake or just any random nigga. He basically doing the game type shit now. Well, he just be saying niggas' names and songs just to get attention, just to get traction. So he saw how that worked. Okay, cool. If I do that, I can have all the attention on me. Everybody can be talking about me, my songs, because I'm dissing J. Cole, even though he dissed the fuck out of me too. But it don't matter. Just look at me. Then now you in fucking this latter part of his rollout. Now you talking about some shit he never mentioned for his entire career. Oh, me and my cousins did shit when I was little. We did stuff together. And I'm like, bro, now you're just trying to pander to the LGBTQ community at this point because you think you'll get.
And that's a terrible way to pander because we don't know.
Hold on now.
That's a terrible way to pander.
Can't relate.
I know, but I'm just saying, I'm just saying in terms of like how
I think that was another shock value thing too.
Definitely. DJ right. Definitely shock value.
Like if anything is said along those lines, everybody it's gonna get attention, it's gonna get traction. People gonna talk about it from either side, whether you for it or against it. It's gonna be a talking point. It's basically what I'm trying to say. Like he's gonna do anything and say anything because when he said the show like that nigga lying. That shit did not happen. This nigga is bullshit, y'all. Like y'all really believe in this shit? Like I just
to be honest,
he's rage bait as a person.
Yes, rage bait
in human form.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm just like, bro, y'all believe everything this nigga say, bro. Like at this point, I have no sympathy for this nigga. Like, I don't care what he does, how he does, whether he get the right karma. I just don't give a fuck about this nigga, bro. I am over this nigga. It is a wrap. Like this nigga is done. He's shown me that he will do anything possible to get attention, fame, anything like that. And I don't fuck with people like that when you make it so overt. I know people who hide their attentions you don't know and all that shit and shit happens. It is what it is. But when you put it in my face, like, bro, like I see it. And I'm just up to a point to where when we done this channel and everything that I've been exposed to in terms of social media and the internet during this process, when you're presented with information and you acknowledge it, it's up to you to do what you need to do with that information. And he's given me more than enough information to make a proper judgment on his character and whether or not I want to choose to support this nigga. So I don't care if he has schizophrenia or he's bipolar. I don't care. And yes, you can say whatever you want. You should be able to say whatever the fuck you want, but it does not excuse you from the consequences of you saying the same shit that you're saying. So yeah, let him say whatever the hell he want to, but just know it's somebody out there that's gonna be offended by what the fuck you saying, and they could be right on your ass. So it's just like it is what it is, bro. So we gotta stop making excuses for this nigga. He's too far gone at this point. And personally, I think the person he is now, he's always been this person. Even like Mona said, even before his mom died, he's always been this person. There's no way around that. We just have to get out of the fact of, I know people, it's hard to separate the man from the music with a lot of cases, with a lot of people. But at this point, graduation ain't that damn good. Late registration ain't that damn good. 808s and heartbreaks is not that fucking good for me to be like, you know what? I got you, yeah. No, nigga, it's not. I'm sorry. Hang that shit the fuck up. Pack this nigga the fuck up. Get him out of here, bro. And they did it for me. I ain't got to do shit. They did it. So it is what it is, bro. So I don't got no sympathy for Gay, man. It is what it is for him, man. We can move on because low-key, he's starting to piss me off.
Before we move on, I want to make one last point about us not really having like the infrastructure or the power to shut people down as Black people. I think even though we don't have it on the scale that the other people may have, we do have something. And the something that we do have, I need to make the point that we only use it for women, Black women, because if we can shut down Chrisette Michelle and she can never have the career that she once had before, if we can shut down Nicki Minaj, rightfully so, because none of y'all gave a fuck she was married to a sex offender. But the moment she decided to suck Trump's dick, everybody is like, get her ass. Chili is literally being walked down on social media.
Walk them down.
Walk down on social media. So we have something, a little bit of something. Yeah. But we don't use that for men. We allow the men in our community, we allow the greats in our community to get away with terrible things, being terrible people. Even if it's against us, we still allow them to do it, but we don't hold when we shit on the women. So we can do something. And that something is only reserved for the women in our community. So I just wanted to make that point real quick.
I have to kind of unfortunately disagree because I think there's truth to what you're saying, but I think that it works in a different way than what we're looking at it, just as like marginalized people across the board. Because of patriarchy, women are going to get it worse. So I think that that's what's being reflected in the way that Black women who have been socially quote unquote canceled are handled versus Black men. I think that has more to do with patriarchy and misogyny than it does necessarily us as a community holding ourselves to different standards.
But that's the point that I'm making, especially because I can kind of use you as an example, Chica. We have seen people give you shit in comparison to other people.
And I didn't even do anything.
People shit on you.
Victimless crime.
You've made a mistake, and we've known you to got into an incident, and people have shitted on you, which you don't deserve, you know. So I can use,
which is why no, I agree in that way, and I want you to know viscerally that I understand that perspective because I've lived it. The one I'm more so focused on is that like Kanye has been getting his ass dragged since he said that shit. So like since the beginning of time, like it's taken more for us to see a loss on his end because of how much white capital he'd already acquired in his fan base. So like by the time the Black people were walking away, like it was 60-40, and the 60 is white, like that percentage is white people. And so he's only used that to further dig his heels in and go deeper and deeper into that weird ass mindset of like neo-Nazi shit. And that's why he's brought in more white people. So I think that the reason that we don't see major things happen like that or major repercussions within our community is because it's expected only to come from our community. And when we don't, going back to the entire conversation about whether or not we have the infrastructure to do certain things to certain people, that's what it really does come down to. Because if the white world can cancel somebody for being anti-Semitic, they can do it for anti-Blackness too. They just do not give a fuck.
Yeah, they don't.
And so I think it's a multiple tiered, like multiple armed, like dragon beast that we're trying to slay here. But at the end of the day, we should be able to rely on, well, we know we can't. So let me just get that out of the way. This is the idealistic version of me thinking. We should be able to rely on these systems that hold this power to dismantle what we got going on, even financially and career-wise. We should be able to look at them and be like, hey, so it's going to be like that for everybody, right? Like if you're anti-Semitic, if you're transphobic, if you're anti-Black, if all of these things, we should be able to, okay, cool. But that doesn't happen. And so like I don't really know what the solution would be, and I'm sure we could sit here and pontificate all day about it. But like we have to directly affect the system in order for the system to even begin to work for us. And it's not gonna be in a mass cancellation of us being like, oh fuck him, because he said some shit that offends us as a community. It's never gonna be that. It's never gonna be that.
I 100% agree with you in what you're saying. And this isn't to be like disrespectful or anything. So don't take it as that. I don't give a fuck about them people. I'm willing to take 40% versus their 60%. I'm sorry. I am, because if they want his ass, they can have him. If he wants to be in SoFi Stadium with a bunch of Nazis saluting him and rallying around him, by all means, rock out.
Yeah.
But my Black ass won't be there. I won't be there. I'll be here, right here, talking about that.
2 layers.
That's where I'm gonna be.
It's not like 2 layers though. There's like a cultural one and an institutional one, which I feel like today, that structural institutional one, like we can't take money out of that person's pocket. But then from Moni's perspective, like socially and culturally, we do not dish out the same level of pressure, and it's a gendered thing, except for Daniel Caesar, I think, is the only male that.
But he said he don't claim none of us, so it was like, yeah.
I mean, well,
speaking for LeBron and Savannah, and then nobody want to hear from you now at this point.
Well, look, they did pack on Trey Songz ass though. Ever since all them allegations really came out and hit him,
but what did he have going on?
He was man.
Hold on, real quick. We're having the conversation from 2 different points, and BK was saying this a second ago. And shout out to Starsky, he introduced it earlier. I think the whole conversation about the infrastructure part is, while we're able to move our weight around with these individuals, we should be correcting them on the way up. So before they hit that first zenith, we should already have a level of understanding with them, because once they get to a certain level of power, and we're gonna talk about Jack Harlow in a second. I feel like that's a beautiful segue.
Do we have to?
Just only from the aspect, because we can kind of talk about that very briefly and go right into something else, because I don't want to, wax poetic on Jack Harlow, but it serves the same purpose. It's, we have to start cutting niggas off at the knees before they understand that they can run without our direction. So we have to, like, and I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chica, I think what she was getting to is, we have to be more realistic about our expectations of the end goal, or the goal going further once we start to make these decisions with these individuals. So like, we can't look at Kanye and be like, we're failing because Kanye can sell out SoFi. We need to get to a point of understanding, like, okay, we are going to remove ourselves from the institution of Kanye. Whatever happens after that is a byproduct of the people who still support him. We know in this country that our population is like 5 times less than the majority population in the United States of America. And that extends itself much further the more countries and continents we add into it. So we have to look at it from that perspective. We can lame a nigga, but we can't stop a nigga from getting to the point of continued financial enrichment. Look at Drake, and we're not gonna talk about him, but like when Iceman drops, the collective cultural priming that we've done, from him will have some effect. But to think Drake gonna pop out and do 57,000 first week is unrealistic.
Yeah.
I think we just need to look at it from, okay, is this nigga still in, like, are we accepting him? And that will reflect in how they move forward, because what we have seen, and I think we should also look at that and give ourselves a little bit of grace and pats on the back, is how they respond to once we start to uncool these niggas. Look at
yeah.
So
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Look at once we started to uncool Kanye, how he's responded. Once we started to uncool Drake, look at how he's responded. More recently, once we uncooled J. Cole to a lesser degree, and that was strictly on from a cultural standpoint, just with hip hop. It went like the shit that we say when we get to be like, okay, J. Cole is blank, that's minutia. But when we really get to like, hey, bro, you really violated some rules in hip hop. Look at how he's like, oh, the culture doesn't exist.
Oh
you know what I mean? So that shows that we have the power to affect them culturally, and how they proceed after that shows that we have a level of power to dictate how they move. So we have to understand that power exists. And once we do that, I feel like that'll give us more confidence to understand that we can also affect them to whatever measure financially. So it's like, okay, we lamed them. Now, if we decide like, okay, this is beyond the pale of what we're willing to support, stop buying the nigga shit, stop streaming it, stop discussing him in ways that lend to positive PR, and just completely subtract ourselves from those institutions. Like, there's nothing that we could do at this very moment to eliminate white supremacy. The only thing that we can do, which hip hop is a microcosm of, or just the culture, or all of the shit that we're discussing, is subtract ourselves and start to build a system that we have more controls over. But other than that, we just gonna be like, damn, man, our 13%, we can't convince the whole 100. Woe is me. It's like, nah, nigga, that 13 really feel like 40 if we move in unison.
Yeah.
Like, we got J. Cole not wanting to drop an album no more.
This nigga playing for the Monkey Kings or the King Monkeys, whatever, in China. He just started a whole new profession.
If I wanted to make an issue with that, I could,
okay,
but I don't, so I won't.
I mean, this man put up 1 rebound and like 1 block
assist,
so 1 assist and 1. So, you know,
playing with the monkeys.
The monkey.
But we're gonna move along. I don't want to do it to him this evening.
You know they love a J. Cole crash out. You know,
but I'm not gonna do it because like we've kind of spent a month uncooling this nigga. So like let me practice what I preach and just eliminate him from what we're discussing this evening. So like we're gonna do this. I'll probably say to Jack Harlow what I'm gonna say, and y'all can agree, disagree, and then we'll move on because there's a lot more shit that I want to discuss that's actually important. But when we were talking about getting you to a certain place and then you giving us your ass to kiss, I feel like that is kind of what happened with the whole Jack Harlow thing, which is why he felt bold enough to say he got blacker, but also to tell a black artist in Jazzy, hey, like, give me your essence quietly and let me be the face for it. You know what I'm saying? That's all I wanted to say. Like, that's just a microcosm of how all of this shit leads into a person like Kanye doing what he did. Jack Harlow is a representation of the system. Kanye West is a result of the system. Anybody want to say anything before we go to the next topic?
I'll say just kind of combining what we was talking about before and now, right? It's like we having a conversation about social power versus systemic power. And I think that's where we lack as a culture, is the systemic aspect. So even with somebody like Jack Harlow saying what he's saying or whatever, right? It turned into some of the most promotion for an album we've seen all year because of the fact, you know, we making jokes about it. It turned into a trend. I'm talking about, bro, people who don't even listen. I know people who don't even listen to Jack Harlow who heard about this album through the trends on Twitter and TikTok, not because of what he said about being black, but because of the trends that came from it. So I think when we look at our inability to make a difference in how much money is somebody making in the overall aspect, it's because it was made that way that we don't have any systemic say, right? We have social power, right? But that also needs a level of consent from the Caucasian power, whatever you want to call it. That there's a level of consent that has to go there. Like, we don't think this is cool. So now it's like, do you also not believe that this is cool? So the position that we're in, no matter where we're pointing from, is coming from a place of being subservient, where even when we do try to cancel or whatever somebody, there has to be a green button that somebody has to press for it to really go through. So like you were saying, it's never going to be a point where we make a Drake, right, only sell 50,000 copies, especially because in our minds, we are a monolith. In reality, we're not. So we talk about each other as if all of us are on the same page, and we're not, right? And that's because we live in America, right? And that's because when you look at it from that perspective, when we talk about hip hop culture and what that looks like, that's not the 13% of us that live in America. That's an even smaller percent of us that live in America. And then when you talk about the percentage that's experienced it, that's an even smaller experience. So we're in a position where if we're ever going to have a say in any of this shit, the system itself has to be rearranged. That's the only way. The system itself, from the way we everything, it has to be adjusted before we have any say in how any of this shit goes down. But until then, the only thing we have is, yeah, that nigga J. Cole apologized. That's not cool according to the rules of the game, right? And then there's a domino effect in some sense, but the issues we have go way beyond hip hop and go way beyond the rules of the culture and go way beyond that. And we're not gonna have no real power within that until the system itself is rearranged. And that's how I feel. So even a nigga like Jack Harlow, it's like, yeah, that nigga said some crazy shit and niggas made fun of him. But I mean, what really happened? You feel what I'm saying?
I don't think he sold well.
He did not.
I don't think he was gonna sell well regardless. His last few singles wasn't going. Jack Harlow been fried since before.
I was about to say no. That's not what happened. That wasn't causation and correlation, two different things.
Yeah, Jack Harlow been. I believe that what they're doing now is recognizing black outrage is profitable. So if it's not working, okay, Young Thug, we not listening to Young Thug, right? So what does Young Thug do? His cover is him as a white man. Now we all covering it, right? Versus Jack Harlow. Nobody listened to Jack Harlow. And niggas forget when Jack Harlow was like, what was the freestyle? He said, I'm not looking for no hip hop validation.
Yeah.
Right? That's when niggas really was like, oh nah, fuck that. Yeah. So then I think it was in a freestyle.
That was after the Jackman album came out, and he was gonna start a rollout, I think, in 2024, and then the beef pause, like just it's crazy as fuck. But it just took over like all of the conversation in 2024. Like he dropped it.
He had the last #1 right before the beef, which I think it was that 11 on Me song was like #1 for like 6 weeks.
Oh, really?
And then and then he did the freestyle right after the battle, right? And it was in the space where now we was like, now we looking at shit, we paying attention. And he was like, I ain't looking for no hip hop validation, and niggas got on him. So I think the whole, not only with people listening different, right? And the collapse of the industry currently, I think the reason why Jack Harlow even did that in the first place was because if I don't have the audience and they're not going to listen to me voluntarily, all I have to do is outrage them through calling the album Monica and all this other shit. So it's like, I don't know. It's a super deep. Yeah, it's a super, I feel like it's such a wide range conversation as to what is to be done. And I think it goes beyond hip hop and the culture. And it's a lot to be done. You feel what I'm saying? But that's my perspective on that.
I want to ask a question. The stopgap that we're discussing, is the stopgap Jay-Z?
Huh?
The industry has to change. The industry has to change from the inside for us to start to see like substantive change, like beyond our control that we have within this even more reduced 13%. So I hear a lot. Spook that's at by the door. You gotta get in. Once I get in, I start da. It's Jay-Z. So the question I'm asking is, if we only can get in, or if we only can change it from the inside, did Jay-Z recognize that was a position that was available to be taken and possibly got that position? And once he got in, he saw that enriching self was easier to do than taking grand steps for the greater improvement of the culture.
I love Jay-Z so much, but he has been pissing me off. And it hurts me to say it. Because I was trying to give him, leeway with our pillars, this and that, and in battle rap, do we even need it anymore?
That's what I was finna
And
say.
I was trying to, try to give him an out because I love him so much. But when I see that he has invested $400 million or something into K-pop, and then you get an interview and you're saying, we're doing away with these pillars. Let's remove the last one that's out here standing. That rubs me the wrong way because Jay-Z, why aren't you investing in avenues where we can make sure these pillars are back at the forefront? Don't tell me how breakdancing is being taken over by white people and it's okay to just do away with it when you can do the right thing and make sure these things are at the forefront. Jay-Z, like we see what your wife is attempting to do with reclaiming a lot of our shit. Ever since Lemonade, she's just said, fuck R&B. I'm gonna put out music that reflects the Black community. I'm gonna put out music that brings us back to the forefront in genres that we created. And then here you come talking about let's invest in K-pop, but let's get rid of the pillars of hip hop. That shit really is rubbing me the wrong way. As much as I'm trying to look past it, maybe he didn't mean it. Maybe he'll come out and say what he actually means. But I gotta just say what it is. Sean Corey Carter, you're pissing me off. Like, what are we doing? How can we fix this? Kendrick Lamar is literally out here trying to bring hip hop back to where it needs to be. He's in interviews talking about how I love the grit, I love the bite, and I love the culture. I love every award show. He's talking about how he loves hip hop. He loves the culture. We're always going to be at the forefront. Hip hop is an actual art form. Then you have these other rappers, Trippie Redd, Big XL, whatever his fucking name is, talking about, don't call me a rapper. I'm just an artist. I'm gonna go to country music. You got Jack Harlow telling me something. I don't need rap. Tommy Richmond, don't call me a rapper, but I'm gonna submit for the urban categories at the Grammys, even though I don't want to be reflected as that. Like Jay-Z, you're supposed to be the voice. And I can't hide it anymore. I can't give you leeway anymore. I can't. It's frustrating me.
Yeah, because even though he's not even near the biggest fish, a lot of people to say he's not even the most powerful billionaire or the top billionaire, whatever. He just has that front facing,
face.
Right. And so that's easy to come for. But he could he still has a lot of sway and a lot of cultural sway. And like, I don't, like, to your point, I don't see him contributing to building that up or saying, hey, these are some new rules and regulations we could put in, or this is what I love. Even not talking about the positive aspects of the beef. I keep harping on this shit. Like, niggas that only bring up the negative parts of the beef, I'm looking at you so funny because of just the fruit that we got from that, even just on a creator level. Like, people going back, like high school teachers being like, I've never seen my kids this literate. Like, it brought so many great things. So like, when you just speak negatively on it, or you just triangulate all of the world's ills on the hip hop, that's some op shit. And I feel like there's a lot of investments he could have made monetarily, financially, but then just from a rhetorical standpoint, being like, 50 plus years later, what do we want the next 50 years of hip hop to look like? It seems like he's like, well, I'm just gonna put the final nail in the casket. And I got everything that I got out of it, and even called out his own hypocrisy and said, yeah, I know that sounds kind of hypocritical that I'm talking shit on beats, but like, I'm talking about condoms and baby seats and shit. I don't know. I don't like that shit. And it also goes to show that once you get to that point, you really start to see class solidarity among the billionaire class. And when you get up there, you're going to stick with your own. Not only is it more convenient for you to do that, I think it does something to you ideologically. Like, I don't even think he's even like vested in the community or the health of hip hop or whatever. Like, I think he sees himself as separate as that. So like, it should kind of be this, and even Kanye getting to the point of whatever, but I just mean like, getting to the point of making $1 billion+ and having a level of independence and having your own label and being able to do these things. And we still somehow find ourselves in the same place. You're not a visionary on this front. You're not trying to contribute to it. It's very oppish. And I feel like he benefits from the downfall to a certain extent.
Go ahead, Starsky.
Yeah, go ahead.
Pretty much just going back to his conversation talking about capitalism, just going back to who Jay-Z is. Well, we know the stories. We know he has his reputation of being selfish, being just for me. So, and I saw someone in the comments said it's a lot of things that Jay-Z has tried to cancel, try to make uncool, and it really hasn't worked. So we have what he tried to do with auto-tune, what he tried to do with just, and even then, like Jay-Z, of course, he's just the figurehead for what we're talking about. And I mentioned we were talking about just the politics of a lot of these rappers. They're acting a lot like politicians as opposed to acting like musicians or artists or acting like speakers for the community. They're speaking for the establishment as opposed to speaking for the people. And that's the complete opposite of what hip hop has always been. So it just goes back to the energy of what hip hop is. And this is art, this is music, this is soul. So what caliber of music are you making if these are your thoughts, these are your affirmations, this is how you're thinking behind the scenes? So you can only lie so much about spirit, about frequency. So that goes back into just everything. And Jay-Z, he understands this. He's a billionaire. He's completely aware. So there's only so much you can hide from, especially going back to the information age, us having the ability to even have these conversations, to have, going back to the beef, the positive things about the beef was this right here, our channels itself, the reason why we can even have this conversation. So this is just a much bigger topic. It's more than just music. It goes back to just what we talked about earlier, the infrastructure, talk about capitalism, talk about our president and politics and everything. But this is a much bigger conversation.
I'm not a businessman. I'm a business man.
Yeah.
Let me handle my business. Damn. Fucking crazy. But I used to have mixed feelings about Jay-Z, but now I'm just starting to really just accept for who he is as just a venture capitalist at this point. he don't really give a damn about the pillars and the cultures because he's elevated past that point now. He may not be fully behind the doors where the big wigs are, but he's gotten close enough to see that it's a different type of ball game to where you can gain a certain amount of status and wealth that's outside of the normal shit that you would do if you're just trying to truly stay authentic to the culture. And I think he sees that, he understands that, because how can you say that battle rap is destroying hip hop culture and you do more about collabing? Like, we'll be rather further collaborating with each other in our music, but you got Kendrick Lamar performing at the Super Bowl. That doesn't make any sense to me if that's your view on what happened with that situation. You see that as a moment too big to miss in the beef and Kendrick. Like, you cannot pass up an opportunity to make a big ass bag off this shit. You can't. It is what it is. Just say the shit, bro. Like, don't try to sit up here and be so elusive about the shit like you really saying this, but I see and hear what you're saying, dog. You just a venture capitalist at the end of the day. And if you just say that, I respect it a lot more than you coming out in this bullshit ass interview with this dude or whoever he interviewed with saying that battle rap is destroying the culture. That's absolutely insane. I don't agree with that. And it just goes to show you that someone who himself has participated in battle rap within himself, and you still throw shots because he was still rapping and dissing niggas after the whole Nas shit. It just didn't stop at Nas. Like, he was dissing niggas after that. So I don't want to hear none of that shit from Jay-Z, bro. Listen, I understand where you at. Just know that I'm not going to agree with none of that bullshit you saying. That's all. I'm just going to leave it at that. Unless somebody else got something.
Yeah, I'm finna say something real quick. Then I'm going to pass it to Chica and Jalopy. Then we're going to go to the next topic. I was listening to 444 the other day. Mm-hmm. He said a line that, like, would probably, like, enrage BK a little bit.
Oh shit.
I don't know the exact line. But it was like he referenced blood diamonds, and then he was like, I ain't really tripping off that shit. Like, you know, in life we got winners and losers. And I was just like, that's him in a nutshell. And I think the point that DJ was saying and that Starsky was saying, like, he's at another place. I think Jay-Z has walked into the room where things like emotion, value system, morality are on the table of commodities to position yourself to sell. So, like, if you're looking at something, it's like, okay, how can I sell this? How can I position this to the people? Oh, this is, I can market this through morality. I can market this through a direct emotional connection with the culture. And I think Jay-Z understands that, and the way that we can look at that and start to put those pieces in place is when we look at it through the guys that Jay-Z understands culture is an export. That is what he's selling to the people in the room that he's recently got into. They're like, okay, what do you have? I got the culture. And he
that's good impression.
Oh, I can't stand you.
I got the culture. And they're like, okay, what is that? What is that, Sean? What is that? And then he describes it, and they're like, okay, you take that brick that you just brought in here and you show us how you can sell it. We'll front it, and you show us how you can bring that back for more money. Because that's what Jay-Z is doing. He's just stamping these things. The things that he pushes back to us, he's not creating anything. He's just stamping the shit and pushing it back. And we've seen that with him leaning with the Cap relationship, and then that turning into him showing like, oh yeah, we're gonna boycott the NFL. That was him showing his cultural stamp. And then he got returns on that and was able to present it. It's like, hey, this is what the culture is. I can use my cachet to turn the switch relatively, and y'all will feel that. It's like, okay, cool, boom, boom, boom. Then he come back, I think we're past kneeling. And now we get these, these excellent cultural performances, at the Super Bowl, which is nothing more than an export on one of the biggest marketing stages in the world every year. And I'm still probably gonna watch some of them. I don't watch the NFL, but if it's a good person, I'm probably still gonna watch it. But the point I'm making is he's showcasing that culture is one of the biggest exports in the world. Because when we look at it from the perspective of people weren't watching the Super Bowl halftime show until, if I'm not mistaken, Living Color did something in opposition to it. And then we saw what happened after that. So now it's like, okay, Black culture or just non-white culture as it relates to music and the arts at this very moment is extremely valuable, because now, depending on how you want to look at it, it's counterculture. So for him to be able to present counterculture brings in the people who support that counterculture to be marketed to on this stage that we consider the NFL. So what do you think about this, Jalopy? Because I know this is kind of where you like, you know what I'm saying, where you get off at, and then we'll give it to Chica, then we'll go to the next topic.
Yeah, that's where he gets surgery right here. I got the scalpel, you feel me? Yeah.
Nah, when it comes to Jay-Z, I've always felt the way about Jay-Z. I think it just recently I've started to come around to be more open, like receptive to Jay-Z. As a matter of fact, I just listened to the Lifetime Volume 1, right? Because I've been going through his catalog, right, and giving it a fair shot. And I just listened to that album. And on the last song, he talking about how he sold his mom crack, and then he shot one of his homies in the shoulder over something like that. And then, you know, I think it was his girl that he sent out to put some weight for him. And in the song, he's like talking about how, like, damn, like all these things, like, I can't believe y'all still love me. And in my mind, I'm empathetic with what he's saying, right? Because I think for me, when I hear that type of shit, it's like I see family members, I see friends, so my perspective on this might be a little different. But I also see exactly what I see today, right? Like, it's like anybody that would sell crack to their own mom, if you think that they wouldn't take that same opportunity to capitalize on the thing that they built their brand on or built their music on, then I think you are sadly mistaken. This nigga sold crack to his fucking mom. What are we talking about?
Can I cut you off real quick? He didn't literally sell crack to his mother. He was using her as a reference to his community, not his actual.
Shit.
Wasn't actually a crackhead.
Oh, okay, cool. So he didn't sell crack to his mom. All right, my fault. My fault. He didn't sell crack to his mom. But okay, let me check. All right, say less. My fault. That's crazy.
Unless we're talking personas. Was that
right? So boom. So hold on. So check this. So okay, that's my fault. I appreciate that, because now I'm giving Jay. Okay, now I can ease up on him a little bit. But if you even to the community,
you didn't shoot the nigga,
right? Even to the community, though, right?
Yeah.
The conversation that we're having is no different, right? Matter of fact, the same album, he got a song called Rap Game, Crack Game, where he's paralleling the rap game to the crack game. So he's taking the exact same methods that he understood from selling crack to the Black community, right? And disenfranchising the Black community, destroying Black homes, destroying, businesses, destroying everything that happened when you sell crack to the community. And he's just flipping that into the industry. So for me, it's like, I also want to have the empathy of understanding the people that he sold crack to and the person that sold crack, in my perspective, are both victims. That's my reality. That's my perspective. I think they're both victims because the reality and the environment that they were placed in order for that to happen was created by something bigger than them. That's the point. But at the same time, it's like, even when Jay-Z tells you straight up, he has a very black and white perspective on our world. Like, he has a very black and white perspective on our reality. You lose, I win. And if I don't win, then I lose. So anything that he's gonna be doing on that level is going to be the benefit of Jay-Z, even if it means at the disadvantage of the community or the disadvantage or whatever. Now, do I look at Jay-Z and say, oh, you a shit person because of that? No, I just say maybe this is just somebody who was put in a position where this is all he knows. All he knows is I have to survive. I gotta win. So when I look at it from that perspective, I'm like, I'm not surprised by Jay-Z saying, let's eliminate the pillars, because I'm pretty sure eliminating the pillars will probably expand whatever business moves or whatever motherfuckers is trying to do for the future. So I think that's his
we call those people
idea.
Sociopath. That's a sociopath. That's not normal thinking. That's not like it's not a 1-to-1 like ratio. Like you, because for you to, it's one thing to pull the ladder up behind you, but then like to burn down the entire yard, like is actually insane. I feel like Jay-Z has always said who he is, like you're saying, essentially.
Yeah.
He's always told us who he is, and he's moving exactly how, again, logically. Let's do the knowledge. That's how he's told us he will move. So he's doing the thing that he told us about. And so there's nothing really, the only people who may be confused on whether or not he's like a product of this system and a victim of it as well, versus someone who actively knows what's going on, actively knows what he's doing and how it's harmful and doesn't give a fuck. At a certain point, we just have to, and sorry, I keep cussing. I'm so, oh God, I'm a heathen. But at some point, we just gotta call a spade a spade. Like we, and I personally have a level of detachment from Jay-Z as one of my goats that I can be so bold to say what I'm saying. Because I don't
Man, this is one of these so-called kings of this rap game.
Stop
trying to bring that nigga into the conversation, man. We cannot have J. Cole discourse today. We cannot do it. I see you trying, DJ. I see you trying. That's the second time in 10 minutes, nigga.
He's to blame for that. He really is to blame for Cole. He started all Cole's insecurities, bro. You called in Drake and told him that you need to write Cole a hit. Damn, Drake is a villain. He's a villain. He's a cartoon villain, and he's told us that. Through those luscious lips, he has told us since day one.
Hey, yo,
and he was gonna do this. Everybody's like, no, we gave him $1 billion. What's next? Hello. Like when you asked the question earlier, Skip, I said duh, because every single thing Jay-Z has done is what Jay-Z told us he would do, and has already historically done. So, like, I have a level of detachment from, or I guess a willingness to be open about how much I don't give a fuck about him, because I don't give a fuck about him. And I say that with all respect as someone who was once a brand ambassador for his weed company that is now defunct. But billionaires lose money too. But anyway, all I'm saying is he's told us everything that he was going to do. And so I don't think that we can really look at Jay-Z as anything other than exactly who he has purported himself to be this entire time. And it's unfortunate. It's just, it's the really last
thing I want to
let it keep happening. You're okay. We just can't let it keep happening. And earlier someone mentioned Beyonce. I just want to say, like, no shade to the Carters at all, but like she's also a part of that. And we can literally take a firm turn to the left and go somewhere else. But we can't be like, no, look how she's doing.
Please don't. I'm trying to sit through this.
No, we don't have to get there. We don't have to get there. I don't want to even take it there because I like my life. I like having legs that function. I'm okay. We don't have to go there. All I'm saying is birds of a feather, baby. So.
And
Jay,
I want to say one more thing too. I want to say one more thing. Last thing. I also, right, I like to imagine and that because of my lack of understanding, right, of the exact position that Jay-Z is in, I also like to leave a little room for, okay, there's a little bit of area that I won't be able to comprehend from the position that I'm in. So I also want to throw that out there with my criticism for Jay-Z, is to understand that I don't really know what it's like to make that much money and get put in these rooms And what's being said, what's being done, what's being offered, I don't know. But from the perspective of somebody that never been in that position, I do look at Jay-Z and say, somebody earlier said, if you are I can't remember who, it was Doomer. If we were to eat the rich, Jay-Z should be one of the last ones that people eat, right?
Yeah.
And in my mind, I'm like, I'm cool with that sentiment simply because I don't think it's everything that like Jay-Z is all bad, right? I don't think that Jay-Z, I think he's a capitalist and all of that. No, I get what you're about to say, but I'm saying like from the sentiment of what he's saying, I do look at Jay-Z as somebody who is a victim of the environment that was created for our people to either succumb to, right? To vanish in or become or take advantage of. You only got a couple areas.
You're not
you can
wrong
go.
there. You're not wrong there. My only caveat to that is that he's not in survival mode anymore.
Right.
Like we can almost excuse him selling crack to the Black community back then to literally survive more than we can excuse what's happening now. You're not in survival mode. And at a certain point, that's why I said earlier, like when I busted into the conversation like that, that's a sociopath, is when you have to like, when you feel like life is a game and that every decision you make is to either benefit you and hurt someone else, like that's not a normal, like the synapses are not firing off in the right way as a human being. If that's how you move throughout life, that's not a well-adjusted person. And so when you are no longer in survival mode and you still choose to create victims of the system that has also victimized you, what does that make you? We don't need to make any more excuses for billionaires who have every other resource, avenue, comfort, privacy. They have everything at their disposal to live a life where they don't have to create more harm, and they're actively fucking doing it. And we talked about him dumping money into K-pop earlier. Isn't that a genre that was created completely off the back of Black people? Stolen completely from our community.
That's why.
So like,
that's what
you're mining it from all of us and being like, oh, by the way, those systems that I use to get on, those are obsolete now. I have a problem with people who call themselves OGs, who I'm supposed to respect and give a fuck about what he did before 9/11. I don't look personally. I just do not care, and I think that when we create these avenues for them to get away with shit, because we're like, but still, he's. This 50-year-old man is still a victim of what? No, he's not. He's an active participant. He's an active participant. He's a consenting party to this game where there's always going to be a loser. And he doesn't have to do that. If you can rap about all of this generational wealth that you're creating, surely there's enough at the table where you don't have to fuck everyone else over.
So that's
real. That's
my
real.
problem. But it's
I
like,
hope your heart is hurting. But she's right.
Let's take a seat at the table real quick. Hold on.
That's real.
But he's completely distracting us from the game too. Like he's giving us the bread and circus, like with the halftime show and shit. Like he's like, actually, don't even look over to where oppressors are standing on your neck. Enjoy this fucking 5, 6, 7, 8 in this boom cat. And I think a lot of people think if
this boom cat's
we're a billionaire of our own, that shit's gonna trickle down. And I think he's a case study to show, like, no, they're just gonna hoard it. That's all they're gonna do.
Yeah.
Billionaires are not gonna liberate the community. They're just gonna hoard it, just like the rest of them.
Yeah.
What you got, Starsky, before we venture forth?
This just goes back to the 80-20 rule. That's what we were talking about earlier. I love talking about that, the Pareto principle. Like we talk about the 80-20 rule with less than 20% of the population commits 80% of those violent crimes. Goes back to the financial situation as well.
Right.
Okay. Hold on. Let me see where we going, because I think I want to stop talking about current events and talk about some shit that happened in the past. Because I was going to maybe 35 minutes ago talk about the hazards of the parasocial era. I think I'm gonna go ahead and just delete that from the list.
Why?
Why?
I mean, we low key already talked. We in the midst of really low key talking about it now in terms of how we talked about Kanye and how people support him. That's a part of the same aspect of it.
I want to be happy. I think that's why.
Yeah, 'cause it's gonna
You
that's
know.
either gonna make me mad or it's gonna make me sad. One of the two.
I love that
Depending on
topic.
how the conversation goes, we may circle back. But as far as our current course is going, I think I'm gonna slightly deviate, for what I had going. But because we all have an understanding, we've discussed it ad nauseum through probably post Super Bowl performance going forward. We kind of discussed it, so I think we should, and then because it is a good topic. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like. I'm selfishly, I just want to be happy. So I do have a question that I want to ask y'all real quick. It's a couple of these topics I'm gonna take off here. I don't know if we're gonna talk about Africa Bambaataa either. I think we're gonna, because really what I wanted to talk about with that is, but I think we just talked about it with the Jay-Z thing, is like, how do we reckon with a legacy that has. Good night, baby. You wanna say yo?
Yeah.
Say good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Okay. Good night. Now go lay down. You've had a day. Will you close the door, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
She makes me want to apologize to the child community.
I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, I can't with you.
She be putting on for y'all, man. She cut up on me today, but I'm not gonna tell y'all. Okay, because once again, I want to be happy. So, the point I was making is like, how do we like reckon with like botched legacies in a sense, like with all of the things that he's been attributed to in reference to like the construction of hip hop, but also having this massive like black eye on his legacy with the allegations that he had, So I think we've kind of discussed it like in brief, or like how we're gonna view like Jay-Z's legacy. I do think since it has like SA connected to it, it's a different it'll be a different vantage point because of the trigger point is so visceral. So if we get to it, we'll get to it. But on a happier note, I want to ask y'all a question. Was 2026 the last great year in hip hop? If so, why?
2016?
Yes. And if not, which year was?
I ain't gonna lie. If I would say something, I don't understand. I remember like how life-changing 2016 was for me, but a lot of it ain't had to do with music. Like it was like, I got to vote for the first time. You feel what I'm saying? The whole Bernie Sanders thing was like, you feel what I'm saying? It was this crazy. It felt like this huge shift was happening in the country. But I don't understand like the nostalgia of like 2016 and why people love the music from that time so much. Like what was really coming out in 2016? Like I feel like 2015 was way better. Like 2016, I just don't remember no great, like nothing super memorable music wise off the top of my head.
Rihanna? Hello? Hold on.
In hip hop at least. Like I just don't. I don't know.
I got the list if y'all want me to go down it.
Oh hell yeah,
go down the list.
What happened in 2016?
Go ahead.
Oh yes, please.
Unless you have it, Skip.
The only thing I have it was like a big year for like influential music. We got Coloring Book, we got Life of Pablo, we got the breakout for a lot of people in the streaming era like Uzi, 21 Savage and stuff like that. So yeah, I think because it was like a turn of the tide for what greatness could be projecting forward, and also just a cultural shift, because we were coming off of the hyper lyrical element of the blog era. So we were starting to get a shift like into the idiocy era or idiocracy era. where it's just like blah 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? So like,
hey yo,
so the blah 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 era was starting to make slaps, and Kanye West was like the forefather for a part of that shift. So with him making an album that people regard so heavily, while embracing those younger individuals with La Life of Pablo, also gave life to the individuals who were starting to be embraced via the SoundCloud era. So I think that's a big part of it. It was the embracing of the SoundCloud era. But what you got, Moni?
So the first thing on January 20th, Yasin B, Mos Def, was arrested in South Africa. I don't know, but he did a feature on a freestyle on for Good Fridays. That was a good thing. Future became the fastest artist to chart 3 #1 albums. What we have? Let me see. Beyonce released Lemonade. They have Lil Wayne suffered seizures. That's not a good thing. I don't know. I should have read that. Joe Budden is still releasing music. He released his diss records towards Drake. What else here? Rihanna Taylor Fade. That was 2016 from Life of Pablo. What else? The Game released his first of many diss records toward me. The Game is always defending Drake when it comes to beef. Okay, whatever. Solange, she released A Seat at the Table.
Oh yeah, this was a crazy. Okay, go ahead.
Kid Cudi announced he was checking into rehab. Kanye West was committed to UCLA Medical Center. I don't know. There was a lot of unnecessary shit going on, but the highlights that it's showing is Lemonade was released. Future had a successful year, and that's really it.
It's some albums.
This will be longer.
You left off anti. I keep saying anti, and nobody's.
Why? It's not here because it's not coming up from hip hop.
I love that shit.
But
Lemonade.
Lemonade is up here.
Hip hop.
Beyonce to me is everything.
It's hip hop.
No.
She raps. She does country. She does everything.
No.
And that was a diss album too, a little bit. Like, so I think that hip hop element. Yeah, and it like that crossover event. But let me go through some of the albums that came through in 2026.
But yeah, Rihanna did have a very big year that year. That was
that's the last album she put out. That's the last album she put out.
Yeah, last album she put out.
Okay, real quick. Here are some of the albums that came out of 2026 in the hip hop space. So we had Evil from Future, Views from Drake. Let's see. Let's keep going. Hold on.
Birds in the Trap.
That was 2016. Yeah, that was 2016. Hold on. The Tribe Called Quest album dropped. That was the long-awaited return. Let's see what else. Of course, anti. You know, because it did have a heavy. You know, because that's the one that Travis Scott was EPing for her, right?
Okay.
Hey, I'm looking at it. It says Starboy came out that year too.
Danny Brown, Atrocity Exhibition. That was like that part of that SoundCloud era. Evolution.
Mac Miller, The Divine Feminine. That came out.
So Blood came out that year too. Blood, Frank Ocean.
A Seat at the Table, like Moni said. Jeffrey. Life of Pablo. Frank Ocean, Blonde. I know that's not hip hop, but you know he made his way adjacent. The Coloring Book from Chance, and of course, Lemonade from Beyonce. So I think it was like the iconic drops. It was a lot of iconic artists or iconic bodies of work that dropped. When we like those, the name recognition from those albums is hitting different than.
I think that we're Fetty Wap's big year as well too.
You miss on Childish Gambino.
Not to just plug my cousin or anything, but Fetty Wap was really big that year. So Trap Queen had just took off.
I think we're being too literal with the question about whether or not it was the last good year for hip hop, because majority of those albums wouldn't count as hip hop, but they are Black music, period. And that's when we were seeing a dominance of hip hop culture simultaneously with Black music across the board. That was like our Renaissance era, before shit just started becoming very democratized in the way that you could just put out stuff yourself. And when you flood the market with all kinds of stuff, then of course we become, less discerning, but somehow more selective. And that trickles down into what we have today, where it's like anybody can get on and it doesn't really matter if it's like good or not. So we just had an influx of all of this like quality controlled music coming out that was really solid. And then afterwards, because it was so democratized, we still had great music coming out. We still do till this day, but we're grading on a curve almost because everybody's doing it. Your song don't even got to be mixed down properly for it to go number one. Like it's kind of a thing now where it's a blessing and a curse. Like I don't think it's fair to say it's the last good year for hip hop though, because
and I will say it was great. It was touted as the last great year, but I don't think so. And I'm gonna pass this off. I'm gonna let Starsky go, then we'll go DJ, Jalopy, Moni, and then we'll let BK close out. But in my opinion, of course not. I personally think 2024 was one of the better years, not just like beef withstanding. I think it was one of the better years in hip hop in the 2000s. Like, and the Road to 100 that me and DJ did, shameless plug, go check that out. Going through 100 albums in a year, like gives you an idea of like the quality, the consistent quality of music that's coming out in any given year. So like going through the year 2024 and all of those albums and just going through that top 25 and how tight that list was, like from like 15 all the way to 1, it's like from a critical rating standpoint, it's like decimal points between 7 albums at a time. So like the number 9 and the number 16 maybe 4 decimal points away from from being the spots being completely altered. And 2025 has mass wise, like I don't know if the top 10 is going to measure up to 2024, but like the amount of music and the collective quality of that batch that we went through was still extremely high. So I think they look at it purely off of like name recognition in 2020 and 2016 more so than just like the collective releases that took place that year. But go ahead, Starsky, what do you think?
For me personally, I would say last year was a great year, 2025, for lyricism. It's just hip hop in general. But when it comes to just culturally and nostalgia, I'll say 2018, because I'm looking at the list right now. It says I'm just looking at the songs. We got God's Plan, we got Sicko Mode, we got Lucid Dreams, we got I Like It, Cardi B, Nice for What, Mo Bamba, This Is America, Drip Too Hard. It's like, and I was in college at the time too. So I feel like we building on top of the 2016, this was kind of like just culturally going back, like I said, like This Is America, Mo Bamba, like a lot of these songs, I said with Cardi B, that's got just going, the Invasion of Privacy came out that year, and that was a
2017. 2017. No, it came 2018, didn't it? What year did Cardi do?
I think it was 18.
Yeah, 18. Yeah, because that's what it says. Scorpion came out the year. Astro World. Yeah. Invasion of Privacy. Yeah. That's when Daytona, Ye was doing his 7 album thing. So 2018, that was a big year in hip hop, just culturally, I feel.
Go ahead, DJ.
I think it's kind of skewed because how we look at, how we calculate, and how we view streaming has changed so much. Because when you go back to those years, you had way higher streaming numbers in terms of like first week sales, overall sales. Because I think Views did like 1 million first week, if I'm not mistaken, or like right at 900K or so. I think Views did a meal first week, if I'm not mistaken.
They considered it a meal. It was like $9.97 or some shit like that.
Okay, that's what I thought. But either way, like that's to my point. Like, you're not gonna get those type of numbers now unless you're like somebody like Taylor Swift, and that's in a whole nother type of genre than what we're talking about.
Can I hop in real quick too?
Yeah.
To piggyback off what you're saying? I was just doing some Googles over here in the corner, and Apple Music came out June 30th, 2015. And so when you really think about how the industry works, nobody's really dropping albums towards that second half of the year. So like you probably got like 3 more months before like it goes into the dark days for us where nobody's working and nobody releases past like September because of Grammy nominations and also just resetting to get to Q1 for the next year. So all of the hip hop albums that came after June 30th of 2015 would have been coming in 2015 in 2016. So those the eyes on those projects as they dropped was also due to new exclusive like access that we all were just getting at the same time. And so people probably even remember that year as bigger than it really was, because when you do look at 2018, that feels like a more impactful year musically for hip hop. But the eyes and the focus on streaming numbers specifically, now that there's a competitor to Spotify, and then we got Tidal very soon after, if I'm not mistaken, if not at the same time. I think that's what was also contributing to the way that we're looking at it. But
yeah, I mean, definitely the views and how it's calculated has changed gradually each year since then. And it's gotten more stricter, and numbers are going lower and lower and lower, so that now they try to encapsulate so many other avenues in terms of how you value or you put a quantitative number on music. You look at YouTube streams, you look at TikTok views, Instagram reel, like you go through all those other avenues to truly get a big perspective on an album or a song to see how many people are actually engaging with the content versus back then, like you were saying, it was such a newer thing back then. Like everybody went to those same avenues to get the music because the access was getting so close to us. Like, because at that point in time, CDs was still a thing before all that shit came out. So like people were still going and buying physical product, and when streaming came up, it completely changed the game. So I think that was one of the first years of that, and that's why I think it has like that gold star beside it, because that's when you've seen the genesis of what we're into now in terms of just exposure, what's liked, what's not liked, and things like that. And the numbers dictate how most people view the quality of a project. Some people think like, oh, because the album did 30,000 first week, that shit trash. When that's the total fucking opposite nowadays. Like, you can get an album that did 10,000 first week or 11,000 first week, Doechii. That's fucking amazing. Everybody loved Alligator Bites Never Heal when they actually went back and listened to it. And it did what it did, and now she's at what she's at. But her first week numbers was extremely low. So you would have think that would have been a flop. So that's why just kind of like that whole perspective on numbers, I think it's what makes 2016 such a coveted year. But personally, I don't feel that way. Like, I think 2018, 2019, 2024, like you were saying, Skip, 2025, in terms of the quality of music, it's only gotten better in terms of what I'm actually listening to. But it may not be celebrated or appreciated as much as those albums were back then.
Yeah, real quick before I pass it to Jalopy, I feel like this would be a good topic for him too, like within this topic. And I'll circle back if anybody wants to talk about this, but was streaming service kind of like the equivalent to the industry, like being IPO'd, and that's why we all kind of like look at it now under the guise, because we all kind of we're kind of being presented like quarterly reports and being treated like shareholders.
Oh yeah.
So now when we, are inundated with all of this information, it's like, oh shit, okay, we look at this product that we're trying to see whether or not we want to be invested in it. It's like, okay, that did 30,000. Is it worth my time? Should I invest what comes with my 10 monthly dollars? Like, is that a stock I should care about? Like when y'all are saying it like that, it's kind of put me in that perspective. It's like they have kind of trained us how to consume. And that's why the people who are pushing the numbers thing, excuse me, is purely on the perspective of controlling traffic and dictating what we are able to engage in, because it's all about finding a way to maximize stock profitability on a given product. But go ahead, Jalapa, what you got?
Well, yeah, 2016 to me musically was hella, honestly, it was irrelevant for me. I was listening to a lot of like, you know, underground. You feel I'm still on the SoundCloud era, hella heavy. That is when XXX really got his break, so that was dope too. Lil Uzi kind of got his break too around that time. But yeah, overall, I wasn't really. I don't even think 2016 was. I think 2015 was better. I think 2014 was better. 2013 was better. 2017 was better. 2018 was better. Yeah, it was a lot of years that's better than 2016 in my opinion. But it's funny that you say that though, because I remember 2016 as somebody who was like, I was on that like I don't really listen to a lot of mainstream releases that aren't a few people, right? Me and my homies was listening to still on that Piff, still on SoundCloud, trying to see who can find the coolest underrated gym shit. We was on that type of thing. So that really was the era when a lot of the homies started being like, yeah, we listening on Apple now. We listening on Spotify now. And niggas really not only stopped listening to SoundCloud, but stopped releasing on SoundCloud. Yes. So it's like the underground almost got like, because, you know, it's levels to the underground. It's almost like every level that wasn't mainstream or right under mainstream had got like wiped away in like a hurricane or something, like in a storm. It's like it all got washed away. So I think when you say that it almost felt like things got IPO'd, I feel like people did feel like more a part of the process as a community, right? Where a lot more people were like, yeah, I got it. It was like the new cool thing. It was like the new shiny toy to get on Apple, to listen to music on Apple Music and Spotify and all that. So I think there is some validity to what you're saying for sure, because I think the behavior of how at least the people around me was listening to music completely changed. And it was almost like, yeah, if it wasn't released on Apple or Spotify, it wasn't official.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's kind of how it was.
That's what happened with Coloring Book, because like all of Chance's releases at that point, there's songs that are still not on Apple Music that are only on SoundCloud. And Coloring Book was his first major release that came out on a streaming service that just happened to be Apple Music. And it was that's what got him his Grammy. Like the way that we consumed music directly affects the market and vice versa. It is a ping pong battle. And we really don't have much control over it once we sign away our rights to be like, okay, well, this is where I'm going to put my music for it to be exclusively streamed. But that's my 2 cents. Sorry.
Before Moni goes, I want to introduce one more point. What was the title press conference but us watching them participate in a business merger? Go ahead, Moni.
To be honest, I have nothing for 2016. 2016 was a very traumatic year for me. I was in college. I was working overnight. I was a hot mess in 2016. So I was not really listening to music. Like I said, I was working overnight. Imagine waking up 2 a.m. in the morning to go to work, and then I have to go to school and sit in lecture. I was struggling. Okay. There was some things that I did like about 2016. Like I said, Lemonade, I think came out, Seat at the Table. Somebody in the comments asked, how much did Salon sell first week? 72,000, Google says. But that again plays into the conversation about us listening to music with calculators to our ears. Like, why do we even care how much you sell first week? Like, is the damn album good or not? That's what I really care about. But yeah, 2016 was cool. I was tired of hearing work on the radio. Like that's all they fucking played, that Rihanna and Drake song over and over and over and over and over again. But yeah, 2016 was traumatic for me. So fuck the music, fuck everything. I'm glad I survived 2016.
Gotcha. Being that 2016 is not really a year that you can like quantify as far as your enjoyment, what year since then do you feel like is a year that you can hold up as a great year in hip hop, Moni?
2014 was 2024 was a good year in hip hop for me, especially because it helped me get back into this space. Like I've previously worked for other platforms in the hip hop and entertainment space, and then I got tired of it and I just did away with it. I didn't want anything to do with it again until 2024 and what kicked off. And it just gave me a newfound love for being in this type of space, because it's like, who goes to school and get a journalism degree and doesn't use it? That's what I was doing. So this helped me get back to that. And I enjoyed everything that was 2024, the music that we got, the competition. Like, I'm a girl who grew up on battle rap. So I loved battle rap. I used to go to battles. And that just gave me that feeling again that I lost. And I'm like, okay, this is something people are actually. Kendrick revived something in me that was missing. And I love the competition. I love this YouTube space that came from it. We all have been able to grow platforms that we probably wouldn't even think to do before this. I've met a lot of great people. Like, I've met y'all. I know this is my first time on a panel with BK, but I know who she is. Culture United, all types of stuff. Like, 2024, excuse me, was a good year in hip hop for me. I don't care what anyone says about hip hop is dying. Y'all know they're pushing that narrative right now because we don't have shit on the charts. Who gives a fuck about the charts? Nobody cares about the charts. And then y'all pushing this narrative, but you're pushing it with a lie about who was the last person to do this or do that with the charts. Like, I don't care. But yeah, 2024 was a good year for me in this space, for sure.
Gotcha. What you got, Chica?
Not much. Well,
Okay,
first of all, we haven't heard from BK in a second, so I just wanted to throw that out there. But lastly, I mean, I don't really have much else to add. 2016 was, that was the 1 year I went to college. Hated everything that was going on. And I will say that my soundtrack of life at that time was SoundCloud still. Like, if I go back to it's like all of my life on SoundCloud at this moment is like a time machine, a time capsule of what I was listening to at that specific time. And all of that is on SoundCloud. So although like it was I guess a cool year, I think that's kind of where we got, and I say we because I too was like just starting to release music at that time. We kind of got snuffed out after 2016. It was like if you didn't slide in under the garage door as it was closing, you barely made it into a space where you could be a breakout artist. Because from there it was just like everyone running around with their like chickens with their heads cut off. So yeah, we give 2016 a lot of nostalgia points for it being 2016. And I can't lie, like the songs that came out between 2015 and 2018, an era of its own. But it's certainly, it's not as black and white as to say like that's the last great year. And yeah, I think that's where I stand on that.
Would you have a year that you like to recommend as a possible replacement?
Any year that I've dropped something, really, like I think those are worth revisiting. Yeah, I feel
2025
like
was a good
2020
year.
Was a great year. 2025, 2023, all of those, because I feel like that's when we were really getting some good shit. But all the other ones, they kind of are a blur to me. I just I don't know her. I can't read suddenly. I don't really have a recommended year. I think that music is a thing that clearly, currently, and always has been ever evolving. But to Moni's point, I do think that I don't think hip hop is dying in the way that we're saying it and how people are writing it in terms of like headlines for shock value and clickbait. But I do think that there is a certain mining of Black culture and watering it down enough for it to be palatable for other cultures and injecting it into, no shade to anybody, but groups like Cat's Eye, while also stepping on Black necks and doing certain shit. Like hip hop is, if we're gonna talk about like the quote unquote death of hip hop, we also have to kind of at the same time in tandem talk about how we are directly leeching off of the culture and putting it elsewhere and being like, these other people deserve to shine too. And it's like, well, you know, out of 50 years or 53, I think at this point, years of hip hop being a thing, we've gotten so much, we've had so much cultural dominance in terms of music and art and culture as it moves the youth. And now when we see that what is moving the youth is our shit watered down, that is something that is a larger conversation to be having rather than being like hip hop is dying. It's like, no, what have we done to Black art? How are we doing the whole colonizer shit and commodifying of Black art once again in this era? But that's just me, just girly things.
We might go there. Go ahead. What you got, BK?
Well, I loved 2016. So I'll just list a couple of my favorite things. I was 18 years old, and I will start out with the spring semester of my senior year of high school. Untitled Unmastered dropped, and that just changed my life. I had that on CD. It was 2016, March of 2016, and I wore that CD out. Literally scratches and shit on it still. And it has a song on there June 30th, which is my birthday. So I always just was like, yeah. But so Untitled Unmastered came out that year. Birds in the Trap Sing Bright Midnight came out that year. I was a really big Travis fan, and I started listening to Travis on SoundCloud and whatever other software that was giving me viruses. Al Faro, I think, dropped. That wasn't even like on DSPs, but Days Before Rodeo was like my shit. So I loved Birds in the Trap. Also probably killed for this, but like I was a Yachty fan back in the day. So Lil Bo dropped that year. So like Minnesota dropped, and you know, and on the Lil Yachty tip, Broccoli.
I was gonna say Broccoli came out.
Broccoli came out that year. So like Big Baby Drum, the album came out, and I was a really big Drum fan too. Kid Cudi dropped in 2016, Passion, Pain, and Demon Slaying, which was phenomenal. If y'all haven't like heard that album, it was his 6th studio album, but he was still coming out with fresh ideas. Willow Smith is on there on the song Rose Golden. Phenomenal hook. We also got Slime Season 3, I think. Young Thug, Digits was on there. Or maybe that was Jeffrey. I don't know. One of those was around that time.
It was. I know Jeffrey came out in 16.
Okay. I fucked with that. I also fucked with Savage Mode, 2016, 21 Savage. That like the whole 2016 cypher, all them guys, I was listening to them. Kodak, Denzel, Savage, Yachty. Was X a part of that one? I don't think. That was just a crazy year. Isla, Kevin Gates from the boot dropped that year, so I was definitely on that shit. Telephone by No Name dropped in 2016. That's one of my favorite albums ever. Also Sugar Trap, Rico Nasty dropped in 2016, so that was my shit too. So I loved 20. I had a great time, but I also think that it was like it's nostalgic. It's been 10 years, and so you can look 10 years back and be like, oh my god. But also 2016 was like, you know, we get Trump 1.0 and like there's so much going on, and like Chica mentioned with like the streaming era, and like I just think it's been like overall a net negative, you know, for the artist and for the consumer. So I mean, I understand where there's kind of like it's kind of the fork in the road in like the music industry, but like also Black Beatles came out in 2016. Niggas was like pausing and shit and recording shit. So I don't know. I had some great. 18-year-old me had some great memories in 2016. But I also was on Blonde, A Seat at the Table. Like, I mean, those two albums like carried me through my freshman year, like that fall semester. So, yeah, a lot of coming of age shit, a lot of good shit. So, yeah.
Okay, that was a good build right there. You made me feel like BK, like I wasn't present for 2016, and like a crazy. I was like, damn. Oh, okay, so I guess I wasn't tapped in. Like, I don't know what the fuck I was doing. Oh, I was in my final year of grad school. But yeah, like
old ass man.
I know, right?
Crazy.
But when she was saying, but for her being at that age, like that's a part of like some of the final parts of the culmination of her music taste.
Yeah, I was 19. The fuck, I know. I was outside.
Yeah,
I was 18 too. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. 18.
So really, y'all just like some babies and shit. Like, you know, like we ain't y'all just babies.
You're geriatric. You're geriatric, sir.
But like I remember like 2008, and it's not to, you know, introduce that back, but I understand the feeling. Like I was telling the chat, the last stream I was on, like how important the album Recession is to me. But it was around that very same time. It's like I am like my taste is crystallizing at this point. So these are the albums that like at this point are like sticking with me for the rest of my life. Like whether or not I go back and listen to them frequently or not, those just hold a part of me that no other album really will be able to touch for you know, several different reasons, which is why I said earlier, you know, in pre-production, I think Recession is better than Get Rich or Die Trying, but we ain't got to debate that. Okay. And
can I also say, I think that was like the time when Tumblr was like on like life support and shit. Yes. I used to love Tumblr. So I know we've been talking about SoundCloud, but I need to shout out Tumblr. I used to love Tumblr.
I was an angsty girl on Tumblr.
Me too.
It's still up.
Oh, hell no.
The scroll if you want. Background, like, yeah.
I was there.
And look, one more thing too. Correct me if I'm wrong. But correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't Untitled Unmastered only available on like Apple or something at one point?
It wasn't Untitled. I don't think it was Untitled.
It was on Apple.
I can't remember
or
if it was
Spotify.
exclusive. It was definitely on Apple.
But it wasn't anywhere else though for a little while, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not sure.
Hold on, no, I'm looking.
It definitely wasn't on Tidal because Kendrick was one of the only artists that wasn't up there in that lineup.
No, I said Apple. I said Apple.
Hold on real quick.
Yeah, no, she mentioned Tidal.
Oh, okay.
It said it wasn't Apple Music exclusive. While it was heavily promoted there and on iTunes, it was released simultaneously across all major streaming services, including Spotify, Tidal, and others, upon its release on March 4th. So I think what you was getting is probably just where it was pushed from predominantly, which was Apple and on iTunes.
It's on the streaming shit. Okay.
Yeah.
I remember not being able to play it for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
So let me ask y'all this question, since we off 2016 and we're kind of moving forward. Like, what are some of y'all's modern day classic albums? Probably since 16, well, excluding 16, going forward to like kind of build on the conversation we've been having so far. And I'm asking for maybe 3 to keep it brief. And we're gonna go backwards this time. So we're gonna go Chica. I mean, not Chica. We're gonna go BK, Chica, Moni, up to them, and then I'll go last.
Okay, like a classic album, regardless of not in 2016, and we talking hip hop specifically.
Yeah, 2017 for hip hop / hip hop adjacent. So like if a Seat at the Table or something like that was to release, that would kind of qualify.
I mean, I would. Okay, I'll give it to Control. I'll give it to SZA 2017. That was a big coming of age album for me.
Yeah.
That, I mean, I think that also was one that stayed on the charts for like chart talk, but it's a classic album, I think. But I also would say, okay, I don't. Never mind. I'll just stay.
No, say it.
Nah, too late.
Say it.
Say it.
I think okay. For me personally, I will put Astro World in a classic.
Oh hell no!
I would say that. I was gonna say it. It's gonna be my one.
Right there.
But I would put it. I think that's his last.
Yes, nigga. Yes, stand on that. This is a classic fucking album, bro. This is a classic album, bro. It's okay.
It's personal one, but that shit, that's some good shit. And I think it was his last, like, you know, he was at this cadence where like every 2 years he was dropping some shit. It was like Birds, it was Rodeo, it was that, and then I don't know what happened. You know, I don't know what happened after that. Well, I guess he inadvertently killed some people, but
the Kardashians.
that I would say I'm Control is my official answer, but Astro World is definitely up there too.
I think Chica's next.
I was trying to figure out what's going on in the corner. Everything all right? Did you ask for 3? Oh, he ain't got his headphones back on. Let's talk shit. Oh, he's back.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah, he said 3. Yeah.
Wait, so we need one more.
Yeah, you gotta do 3.
Oh shit. I don't know. We gotta circle back to me. I gotta think of one more. I really thought you said 1, so I thought I was giving you extra, but
okay, so are we talking about just any album post 2016 that we would consider like classics for us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do EPs count?
Oh shit, my bad. I'll go T-Pab for my 3rd. There we go.
Okay. Solid.
That's 2015.
Oh damn.
It has to be past that?
It's got to be 2017 forward. So you can say damn if you just want to keep the Kendrick train.
Damn / anti if I'm going that. It was anti 2016?
Yes. And that shit is fire.
Let's go.
Nobody told me about that album. What's wrong with y'all?
What's wrong with you? Where were you at?
Yeah,
I told you 2016. I don't know what happened to me. The only album I remember from 2016, I think, was when the fuck did Sire come out? Or was that 2017?
That was 2017, I think.
Okay. But yeah, I don't know what I was doing. So I'm blaming y'all because I don't want to take accountability because, you know, Kanye. But what you got though? 2017.
Well, you said 2017?
Yeah, because we're excluding 2016.
Oh,
so
just on. So moving on. Okay,
Mhm.
cool. So I'm gonna start by saying Industry Games by Chica. That project really did things to my little psyche. I said, whoever this girl is, she's on to something. And the world has never been the same. The next project I chose was, this is a deep cut for me personally, but Once Upon a Time by Chica. I think that one slept on heavy hitter. But it really spoke to where I was at in life. I don't know what it was, but I really connected with it and thought that she was talking her shit. And okay, to give y'all like a real answer for the last one, I'm gonna have to say Samson by Chica. That came out around 2023. Really honestly pushing the envelope for the better half of a decade. She's really at that point really unlocked something really special. And I feel like
she had that bald nigga rapping. She had that bald nigga rapping.
He got the song and rewrote his verse. So
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, just saying, if you're really tapping into those classic, you know, coming of age tales about sex symbols and the like, I'm gonna have to go with those 3.
I'm not mad at that at all.
Thank you.
Where we at, Moni?
I'm gonna go with the last 3 albums I actually listened to, which were Renaissance and I'm gonna go Renaissance, The One Behind Your Head, Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers. I Will Die on the Hill. That is a classic album. I don't give a fuck about the narratives of, oh, this album isn't good. You motherfuckers are liars.
Preach.
That is Kendrick Lamar's best work. Yes, I'm dying on that hill. That is his best album.
True.
And what else? Victory Lap. I've listened to Victory Lap all this week for some reason. I don't know why, but I've been listening to Victory Lap a lot by Nipsey Hussle.
That's crazy. I
Yeah.
played it yesterday. I was in the barbershop and my barber just brought it up out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
And we was talking about like the first 8 songs on that album.
Yeah.
And like, cause he was talking about he made Racks in the Middle a bonus because he didn't know where to put it.
Yeah.
And he had been sitting on the album for so long because he was worried about sequencing. But yeah, that album is phenomenal.
His demise unfortunately happened, but I hope that he is very happy with himself because he went away with a very phenomenal album under his belt. All of the songs on there are phenomenal. I love Young Nigga so much. I hate that Diddy is up there doing what he does, but that is a phenomenal record. But yeah, Victory Lap, I've been listening to that all week for some reason.
Yeah. Before I go to Jalopy, when you said the one behind your head, I'm like, what underground album is she talking about? Like, that's like an underground album title, like a motherfucker from somebody like Ka or
the one behind your head. That would be crazy.
Obscure ass underground albums. But what you got, Jalopy, for your 3?
Okay. I ain't gonna lie, I got a lot, but off the top of my head, give me Thugged Out, Pissed Off.
Who was that?
Give me Lil B.
Okay.
Give me The Waters. Give me The Waters by Mick Jenkins. That's 2016, right? Or that's 2015?
I can Google it. Hold on.
That's it.
Am I tripping? It's 14.
Oh, that's 14? Damn.
Yeah, you gotta let that one go.
Oh my goodness. What? All right. So give me Thugged Out, Pissed Off by Lil B. I'm gonna go ahead and grab GNX. Because that's been a definitive one for me since 2016. And give me give me Let God Sort Them Out, bro.
I ain't gonna lie.
I was just thinking that.
Give me Let God Sort Them Out.
You gotta do one more because Thugged Out, Pissed Off was 2015.
What? Nah, that was not 2015.
It was 2015, gang.
Really?
Yep, December 30th, 2015.
Oh wow.
That's not fair to him. December 30th.
We're gonna do that. Okay. I mean,
that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Give me Hoop Life then. Give me Hoop Life for Lil B. I know that's 2016.
You sticking on this Lil B. Shout out to the bass god.
give me Hoop Life.
Buddy, that's 2014 too, bro.
Oh my god.
Let Lil B go.
This nigga's in a time capsule. Hey,
right. Give me Blank Face.
Okay.
Give me Blank Face.
We gotta check with him.
Yeah.
He started off by saying, first of all, I got a lot. And then
they all 2014.
30.
That's 2016. Let me see what part of 2016 it was. It was July 8th. It's right in the middle. I would have gave you that.
All right, bet. Give me Blank Face. Give me Blank Face. That's a classic.
We're going after 2016.
Blue Lips is a classic. Somebody put that.
Yeah, just say Blue Lips.
Blue Lips.
Yeah, because I can't let you get away with Crash Talk, but if you say Blue Lips, we can rock out.
Okay, that's fine.
You ready?
That's
ready, DJ?
I really got too many. I got too many, bro.
DJ smiling like his lip.
Do you just offer 1 year?
Do you have too many, or do you not know?
I feel like 2014 was.
You just
2014
know a lot
was
of albums.
Oh wait, no! Give me Sun's Tirade.
I think that's 2015.
Stop.
No,
DJ,
that's definitely not.
It's all you, DJ.
No, that's definitely not 2015.
It's 2016.
You're like, give me straight out of
Yeah. Give me Sun's Tirade. Give me Sun's Tirade.
Since it's in September, I'll let you have it, bro. Go ahead, DJ. DJ smiling like his list going to be raw as fuck. Go ahead.
It's not. I'm just laughing at him like he really stuck in the time capsule. That's kind of crazy. Everything he was named was getting further back. So, but I mean that's kind of tough.
Say Carter 3.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Last the final answer, Carter 3. Goddamn it.
Yeah.
Let the beat be a head ass.
Oh man.
Go ahead, DJ.
It's kind of hard for me. I'm not gonna lie to you because I mean I do have some that I consider classics. I think didn't y'all say Let God Sell Them Out already? Did somebody say
But I mean we can still pick doubles. Yeah.
Well, no, I mean I just picked something else. Just off the top of my head, if I just had to have 3 that'll get me through a day, Sir with Heavy, the album called Heavy. I love that album. Big Crit, Forever Was a Mighty Long Time, and a wild card pick that most people probably wouldn't even think of, but I stand on this. I think this album's a classic. Jaden Smith with Sire. I love that album. I love that. I ran that shit. What's the day? Saturday, Thursday. Talked about him. I love that album. Fantastic production. He just puts you in a different headspace, different feeling. He rapping a little bit on there. He not super bar heavy, but he rapping enough for me. And then just like the musicality of the album, I think it's fantastic. So yeah, Sire from Jaden Smith, Big Crit, Forever Was a Mighty Long Time, and Sir with Heavy.
Okay. What you got, Starsky?
All right, I had to go look up another one because I know we had 2 people say the Clips album. I'll say gotta throw in Igor.
Igor,
I think right.
Igor.
Igor, my bad, man. Igor.
Yeah. Okay.
Igor, yeah, that's I'll say just from top to bottom. Let's see that. I'm gonna throw in this could be a wild card, but for my generation, I'll say Playboy Cardi, Dial It.
Okay.
Classic.
I second that.
Classic. Like Playboy Cardi, like Birmingham, we know Birmingham born and raised, but from the South growing up, Lil Jon was one of my guys, one of our most underrated legends. So I say Playboy Cardi, that mumble rap era. I think he kind of continued that ATL. Crunk kind of went from Rage. I want to kind of do a little documentary about that, how Crunk kind of transformed into that Rage music. But yeah, Playboy Cardi, Dial It. I'll even say X, the question mark, whatever. I guess that's how you pronounce it. You could probably say that too. XXX Tentacion.
Okay. Damn. Y'all kind of like cooking, so
that's something.
I could really like be lazy as fuck and say 3 Kendrick albums, but I ain't gonna do that.
You good?
Skip, you literally have 3 walls to choose from.
Behind.
You can literally just look behind you, bro.
Yeah.
Just look over your shoulder, honey.
Okay,
Right
let me see when this album came out. Hold on.
Distinction level event too. See.
Layla's Wisdom by Rhapsody.
Fire.
I love that album. Like she got on that album and rapped with them niggas and was like giving them all that they could handle. And I just think the song, I think is it Come to My Door? What's the name of that song? Or whatever it is. She was spitting some of the coldest game I done heard from a woman on wax ever. I was just like, I'm fucking with it. Like she got the gab. But I think that album is beautiful. I think the ending of it and how it all tied in together, I just thought that was amazing, man. Let me see what else. I think Blue Lips by Schoolboy is a masterpiece, but since Jalopy said it, I'm just dropping that one without using it. Damn, I don't want to look. I don't know, y'all. This shit is hard. I was like, man, y'all niggas is bullshitting. But
you got one
yeah.
right there. You got one right there, right? I'm looking at it right now. There's 7 songs.
They nah. I do think that's a classic. I just don't want to say that. But yeah, Layla's Wisdom. I for its complexity, and we're gonna get into this. We have a series we're starting called Decrypted. The first album we're gonna break down in series, in season format will be Damn by Kendrick Lamar. So I want to say that. So Damn, Layla's Wisdom, and
Fall off.
Fuck no. Fuck. Oh my god, nigga. Like oh my god. What's an album that I just like felt like I was blown away by? Fuck it. I'm gonna stand on Blue Lips. So Blue Lips, Damn, and Layla's Wisdom.
Fire.
Yes.
Because I played it earlier, I do have to say Swimming by Mac Miller is a great one.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I had that one. That was on my cut. I had to cut that one, but that was it.
Love it though.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Side, No Dope on Sundays ain't no classic, bro. But I'm gonna let y'all, I'm gonna let y'all love and let love. You feel me? But
it's a good project, but no, it's not a classic though.
Ain't that the song? He's like looking for love, looking for, and like, nah, my nigga, we straight. Oh,
niggas can't look for love.
Alfredo, the first Alfredo,
classic.
The first Alfredo is a classic.
I want to
Ventura by Anderson .Paak. Like that's one. If we're going like outside the box, because he knew he had wet the bed with Oxnard. He let Dr. Dre like try to make him like too large, like pushing the bubbling single, and it kind of affected how the music went. I think Ventura was an excellent return to form for the people who like got hip to him with Venice and Malibu. And that Andre 3000 verse to start the album is crazy. So I'm gonna take off Blue Lips because somebody already said it. So I'm gonna put Ventura right there. So Ventura, Layla's Wisdom, and Damn. Let me see what we got next. Let's see.
Somebody said the fall off.
Stop doing because they want me to crash out. But I've already done it probably as much as I can without being unoriginal and being derivative off some shit I already said. So you're not gonna get one from me, guys. I promise y'all. Like I'm done. I don't have anything more to give. That I don't have. You feel me? Like I'm gonna just pass it off. Like I don't have any crash out. So this is a question like stemming off of the classic conversation. Like, are we getting less classics moving forward, or do we like is every dead animal that we dig up, we're just like oh my god, the amazing fossils, we're getting a like, so are we just looking at a lot of the older albums with rose tinted glasses, or are we just not getting the same level of music that we were getting in generations past? Mm-hmm.
It's just a different ball game. Like we're oversaturated right now, so nothing's gonna feel as a Thriller once felt to us. Like there's never gonna be an album that's like even gonna break the surface of what that could look like. And that's just talking about like pop. So imagine the trickle down effects onto genres like hip hop, even though it is like the new quote unquote rock and roll or whatever. It's we're to compare it with the same lens would be silly. But there's always going to be ones that break out even from the monotony of what we're seeing now. Like there's always going to be things that just pop out to us that we're like, oh, remember that one. And when we look back in 10 years from now, we'll be like, that did stand out, but it's never going to feel probably like what it felt like before, in my opinion.
Can I ask you a question specifically? Do you
no.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Please. He was so ready to ask the question.
He just thought he could. Like, man, I swear to God. Ooh,
Damn. Okay. Okay.
He's gonna do it anyway.
Don't no name me, please. Don't no name me, please.
At least you can read.
Do you read
Hey,
books?
I'm gonna tell her. I'm gonna just cut my camera off. Niggas don't stream no more. You feel me?
It's true. It's true.
Shit.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
First things first, I want to apologize. For overstepping my boundaries and assuming that me as a man within this patriarchal system could demand an answer from me.
You think because I got a mic, I'm here to answer questions?
I just want the record to reflect that we are not here to demand anything from you ladies. That we are just here to peacefully coexist and coalesce towards a better future.
You're
But, okay.
forgiven. Just don't let it happen again.
I just okay. Fuck. What was the question? I kind of got scared off the block real quick. Hold on. Okay.
I guess we'll never know. Oh fuck.
Oh no, it came back. Jesus wanted me to ask you this. So so do you think it's because of the speed in which music is produced and the lack of a perceived need for organic music creation? Like,
yeah,
everybody's going to more like programmed like instruments and stuff like that, and it's no more of the live, and it doesn't have that warmth, that a lot of people had on their music back in the day because it was, recorded live. Do you think that's a part of the reason?
The neo soul. Yeah.
You ain't gonna forget that, huh?
I feel like it's a matter of a lot of different things, but that is one of the symptoms, maybe. It's because I don't really know if it's because music can be produced faster that capitalism rewards us just putting it out back to back to back to back. I don't know if you remember that trend that happened around like probably between 2020 and 2022. Where people were just releasing the same song but like sped up and slowed down and whatever. Like that is just a snapshot of what it takes to move the cogs in the machine in order to like make the money back that we're investing on making the music. So streaming kind of ruined music, no shade. And also because of that and because of the demand, these labels were less willing to spend time allowing an artist to live life to then come back and write about, so that they could put out music further in the future, and began to also outsource a lot of the creation of music to people who are not necessarily wanting to be front-facing artists. So a lot of ghostwriters in hip-hop coming out of nowhere when the idea is to create or continue to produce more of this content for us to sell. So when it comes to like classic albums, we didn't have the accessibility that we had or that we have now. They didn't have it back then. So constantly seeing people like one example I always give is the Michael Jacksons, because they took like in 5 years between albums, 7 years between, and there weren't like hella singles and back-to-back releases and all this. So when you got an album, you cherished it and you had the time to unpack it, and like you would immediately be excited. Then you'd be like, okay, well, it's fine. And then like after like year 3 of it being like, you're like, damn, this really was good, huh? To the point that like when stuff continued to come out, you knew what was a classic and you knew what didn't hold weight or stand the test of time. The way that we gauge time now, as we're always on our phones, and as the age of information and smartphones and technologies around us, time is just different. We can no longer even continue to grade it on the scale that we usually do. So the word classic, it directly ties to, I would say, it directly correlates to the amount of time that goes on between its release and its reception. And that means ongoing. So I think it's a matter of that less than like, the other parts of the music industry that we've seen, gotten cheapened and watered down.
Got you. And that's sadly to the people who like really support the road to 100. That is part of the reason we're not gonna do it for 2026. That very reason. It puts us, and me and DJ discussed this, it puts us in a position where we have to even if we were just doing 2 albums a week, we would have to do 50 episodes to even still get to the road to 100. Like we thought, at the beginning, it's like this is a great homage, to the genre, being able to celebrate and discuss all of these albums. But it's like you're on to the next, and we kind of became a microcosm of hyper consumption, which is why I want to do, the damn, which everything, happened the way it was supposed to, because I think we had to get to the point where it's like, this isn't conducive. Like, it's good to have content, and that's the antithesis of, appreciating something the way it should be for the sake of content. So going into the damn, series with the season 1 of Decrypted, where we're gonna discuss Damn for an entire season, like we really get to, take that album and just spread it across the table and discuss a whole bunch of micro things, and really have those discussions that hopefully get people to, experiencing more of a delayed experience with an album. Because I think that was one of the things that Jermaine did say in a roundabout way that I kind of agree with. I don't necessarily agree with how he got to the answer, but just like the rapid consumption and like discarding of music, I think it also discourages the artist from putting a lot of time into it as well. Because it's like, if I'm going to spend 3 years on it and they're going to start listening Friday and be done by Tuesday, let me just spend 6 months on it, and it's still gonna have the same cycle. And maybe I can like say some shit that'll extend the run life with it. And I think that's why he's out here making a fool of himself. But that's excuse me, that's another story for another day.
I mean, it's affected how I create too. Like even when I'm in the studio, I'm like, damn, I'm really, I get really like zeroed in on details when it comes to my music, and I'm a stickler about it. Like, but there's times that I have had to tell myself, well, like, this is just another song, but that's inherently antithetical to why I create art in the first place, because it was never about just like cranking something out that's good enough. It was supposed to be representative of something that I was feeling and channeling into the art. So when I'm then like cutting corners on it, because I'm like, well, this is only going to be consumed for X amount of time, it takes away from the effort that you are allowed to put into it, or allow yourself to put into it. So it really is kind of like a clusterfuck. We could always go into the capitalism killed art conversation, which is kind of where we are with this. Inadvertently, we got here. But it's really just a matter of how we've, again, commodified the music, the art, the minds of the artists. And that's why it feels like we're not getting classic albums as often, or as to that degree that we used to.
Okay.
And just to speak from my perspective, just to go back to what Skip was saying, I think it's a good thing that we did kind of stop Road to 100, because in a sense we have to be a little bit more responsible with our platform, in the sense that if we're trying to go through 100 plus albums, because last year for 2025 we went through 150 albums, actually, not even 100, we went over that. So in order to be more responsible with our platform and giving our views and opinions on music, a lot of these albums, like, in order to try to stay to a schedule that's already tough for us to begin with, just with regular life shit, working and families and things like that, we're having to consume 5 to 8 albums in a week or a week and a half to be ready to have somewhat of analysis on this project, and being able to convey, our feelings, what we got from the album and things like that. It just really wasn't that conducive to do that, because a lot of gems I feel as though we both kind of missed out on, trying to stick to the schedule of making sure we hit all these albums. I don't think some of the albums that we did listen to really got their just due, because of a lot of albums that I know last year and 24, I'll take both, but it was some dense albums in there in terms of like lyrical ability, content, themes, that a lot of times that with way I'm working, like I can't even dive into for real. Like, and I was getting to the point where if these albums wasn't capturing my attention in the first listen or first 1.5 listens, I'm out of there, because I got to get to the next album, and that's not right. Because granted, I know trash when I hear it. However, not every album is trash. Not every album is mid. And I don't think it's possible to give just like a true, honest opinion on something that I only heard really one time.
Yeah.
You know, so that's why I just kind of glad we just kind of slowed down, because with the hyper consumption of it all, now I'm just starting to get to the point where I don't even know what to listen to anymore.
Yeah.
I've consumed so many albums in the past 2 years. When I actually want to listen to some shit, I don't know what the fuck to start, because it's so much shit that I've listened to that I didn't even remembered or forgot, or something that needed to get me into a feeling or something. Like I don't know where to start, because I've consumed so much fucking music. So where I'm going back and listen to like shit from the 90s, early 2000s, the 80s, like just to get it's like some different from what I'm listening to currently. And like I like to post like songs I'm listening to throughout the day, like on my stories and stuff. And some people like, bro, what are you doing? Like I had a guy ask me that one time. I just went in like a goddamn like DMX binge. Like I was just going to listen to DMX like all day. Like I fuck with DMX. I'll just listen to DMX all day. And I go into a binge where I'm listening to Kendrick all day. Then I go into a binge, we'll listen to LL Cool J all day. Then the next day, I can listen to power ballads from the 80s and 70s all fucking day, just to get something different than what the normal music is right now. So I enjoyed the Road to 100, found a lot of gems in there, but ultimately it was kind of taking away my joy of listening to albums and coming to y'all and telling y'all, because of course we got pushback on like albums we say is trash, and people be like, you know, say, no, it's really good and things like that. And in hindsight, I'm like, that's kind of crazy, because I know I only heard that album one time, you know. So, but yeah, it's hyperconsumption is really killed in terms of like the quality and standing of music, in my opinion. Then you got niggas dropping 12 albums in 2 months. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, what? Like, I don't understand that kind of shit. Like, it's kind of crazy. So, but yeah,
I want him to find joy in his real life.
Oh, you know who I'm talking about.
I know exactly who you're talking about. I really like want him to like walk out of like a quick trip.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't mind saying his name, Bodie James. I don't mind.
Mark's safe from knowing who Bodie James is.
I want him to walk out of a quick trip after he's purchased like 2 liter of Coca-Cola and like 2 of them hot dogs that they sell at a quick trip. And I want him to bump into the love of his life.
Insane combination.
I want him to soda and glizzies walking up to your soulmate is kind of crazy.
Gas station hot dogs is crazy.
But real shit though, like I really do. Like I want him to find purpose outside of music, bro. Like I do.
Oh shit.
I feel like there's no reason why in 18 months you put out 11 albums. There's no reason. Like outside of you being stuck to this thing. Like I get it. Like it's a vehicle. Like it's your economic vehicle. So I fuck with that. I get it. I really do. But it's like, how are your fans even keeping up? You feel me? Like if I'm dropping 18 track albums every month for an entire year, like you have to have a sect of fans that only listen to you. It's the only way that happens. And they're actually like, you feel me? Like for example, I took me and my wife took our 2 kids and our next door neighbor's son to the movies yesterday. We went to go see the Mario movie. I fell asleep. That's a completely different thing. But they were discussing the AMC rewards members, and they were talking about they have people with a tier of membership so high that they go to the movies 4 times a week.
Damn.
My point exactly. So I said that to say, like, if Bodie James doesn't have that level of fandom, why is he releasing 200 songs a year?
Jesus.
That's so many bars.
Nah, some of them shit's gotta be like some of them shit's gotta be
I ain't
literally.
gonna lie. I say this with all due love and respect. And DJ, I know DJ will agree. We've had this conversation behind the scenes. He's part of the reason. Like he's not the reason, but like his consistent like hyper production is a part of the reason because it's of the cancellation for Road 100. For the simple fact that
damn.
No, not him due to quality. It's him due to it's him due to quantity. Because it's like I'm going to have to, let's say if you drop 10 times a year, I'm going to have to disrespect multiple projects you put out this year to make room for other people.
That should be your rule.
I'm not saying
you drop more than 5 within 5 years, get out of here.
Yeah, it's like, bro, you're doing
too much,
bro. Like, relax. Like that's
and
like,
it ain't that much shit to talk about in the world.
And he's talking about the same thing every time.
See, no.
Like how many times? Like just imagine if it was 8 episodes of Will Smith crying when his daddy left him. By episode 4, it's not hitting the same. And by episode 8, you want the show canceled. You feel what I'm saying? like I fuck with Bodie James. Like he probably got like 4 projects that I like fuck with. But he has 40 of them.
He's shooting like J. Cole, ain't it?
Nah. Oh shit! Hold on.
I ain't gonna lie. It's only one person. It's only one person I'm accepting that from, bro.
Who?
It's only Lil B. I'm only accepting that.
Oh my God!
20 projects and 10 projects in the same year. I'm only playing Lil B because I know each album gonna have a different vibe. It's gonna have different energy. It's gonna have different tracks, different sounds.
Hold on. I will say with Bodie though, even though he does have a lot of albums, I will give him credit. He works with a different producer every project, and they do the whole album.
Is that
Right?
crazy?
Yeah, why don't my dad want me raps over a different producer's beat?
I'm just saying, like he does at least try to branch out. It ain't like the same nigga over those. What I'm saying.
That's not really branching out. It's just work. That's literally the nature of the job we do. Like sticking with, unless you have a contract with one producer. You try. I'm not gonna let you. I don't let niggas have no air over here. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because we know each other. This is one of them gendered issues that because we give men credit for shit that's like that's what you're supposed to do. Like, and also that's not really a really great strategy for working. Because I can speak from experience because I've done this with each project. My first project was Lido. My second one, or that was like more of a mixed match. But with Samson, I used the same producer. With my last project, once Wish You Were There, I used the same producer. And with this one, we have like a mix and match. But the thing is, that's not a great strategy because if you're only working with one producer for an entire project, that also, depending on your features, it shrinks the amount of people who will be posting about it for themselves as well, but outside of the fans. So if I'm working with 5 different producers, that's 5 different people who are going to be like, hey, go listen to this thing that I also contributed to. Whereas if you work with one, depending on how big they are, that's you and him, you and that person, or you and that collective posting about it, and everybody else being like, all right, let's see. And if we don't want to see because you put out 8 of these, like it's really, you know what I'm saying? Like, so he is still shooting himself in the foot with that.
You
have to diversify more.
Yeah, it's the equivalent of every time Will Smith did that scene when he was crying, he was in a different room. Everything else is still the same. He's just in a different room.
Or he used like different major male actors. So like one's like fucking Will Ferrell, and then the next one is fucking you know what I'm saying? Like he just kept cycling through like Steve Carell's next. Then he got Denzel being Uncle Phil. Like it would be the same shit. Like
Charles S. Dutton. Yeah, just a bunch of niggas like being Uncle Phil. It's like you're not fooling anybody, gang. It's the same shit.
I will say some of the best stuff I've heard like had a hiatus or like a 2 to 5 year gap in between when it dropped. Like I think Casino was really potent and effective because of how long we had to wait to get that you know, even like Isaiah Rashad, he was able, I mean, his last drop was in 2021. It's 2026. It's been 5 years of life, like to Chica's point, like giving the artist time and space to live life and then come back to write about something. But also too, I mean, it's such a privilege. Like he even spoke about this, like he wasn't down bad in between them 5 years. Like he was taking his kid to school and he was taking care of his grandma and like able to live life comfortably and not have to like work from this place of like survival, which I don't even know if that's paying dividends no more for real, like that, like the music for real. But I do wish that, and I think when I think of a lot of the albums that I like, there's space and time in between when it dropped. Even those artists that did like a 2-year cadence, like every 2 years you just knew you were gonna get something. I feel like music was way, I don't know. I mean, I will say that there's still classics being dropped and there's still like really good music being dropped. And I think like the underground and the over underground is giving us a lot of that right now. But in terms of the mainstream space, I would love for some of these niggas to sit on their hands and not give us like a deluxe with 25 songs, like 2 months back dropped. Other more songs. Like that's it's just too much dropping on Friday. It's just too much.
You can thank Beyonce and Drake for that. The Friday drops Beyonce, which is actually changing now. That's a new thing that's popping up, is that people are beginning to drop on Wednesdays. You heard it here first, folks. Exclusives. Anyway, and then the oversaturation is Drake. Like the especially when it comes to hip hop, that's the Drake formula. And so everybody was just like, keep going, keep doing it, keep putting out. And it's like it comes from a place of privilege, because if you have the resources to create that much and just continue to flood the market, then you're going to do so. And if you don't have the resources to also take a break because of how the payment off of the money is whittled down to literally nothing, like we're getting paid fractions of a penny per stream. So like with this entire conversation, we've seen just the culture of how we consume ultimately affect every single other aspect of what's happening here. And I think that's kind of up to the consumer to fix it and to address, but also nobody's gonna do that.
Well, I also do like I don't know who mentioned it, but Tyler did this with Chromacopia and with Don't Tap the Glass. He dropped like on a Monday or a Tuesday.
On Monday in the morning.
I loved that, and it was like 8 a.m. Like I was on my commute, like able to consume that during broad day, and then nobody else dropped that day. So I wonder if you'll start to see like artists getting, but again, Tyler's a huge artist, like he has a lot of like resources.
He has the range to do that. Yeah.
Exactly. Everybody else has to kind of stick to the same framework until the framework eventually adjusts, and then it's the concept of the pendulum always swings in the opposite direction. So from Fridays to Mondays.
All right, real quick. Jalopy got a dip. So we're gonna let him get off the exit ramp. Appreciate you, bro. For sure. I talked to you about episode 4 because I think since you had a hand in what could possibly be episode 4, I think it's only right that you end up being on that. So we'll talk about that, and then once we get the Isaiah Rashad reactions, we'll tap in for that join live as well.
All right, bet. Hey man, I'm gonna catch y'all, man. If y'all ain't heard Hoop Life, definitely go check out Hoop Life by Lil B, especially if you love basketball. If you want to see, you know what I'm saying, Lil B with bars, red flame, pink flame, you feel what I'm saying? I'm gonna catch y'all. Y'all have a good day.
All right, bro. Peace. My nigga is pushing Lil B, like for real. Is he on the street team?
I respect it.
Salute the base guy, man.
He's on the street team. Is that what you said?
Yeah, he got to be on the street team. That is dedication, bro. Like,
it is.
Like, hey, I'm telling you, Lil B. But get to know him.
I ain't gonna hurt you, bro. I ain't never heard a Lil B song in my life, though. I ain't gonna hold you.
I've never heard one of his songs either. He followed me on Twitter though, but I've never heard him.
He followed me on Twitter too.
He follows everybody.
Yeah, everybody.
He does.
Yeah, he like John Cena.
Yes, John Cena.
That's why when he was talking, I ain't say nothing. I'm like, I don't know shit about Lil B, bro.
Yeah, I just shut up.
I know his like social media lore more than his music.
Exactly.
Okay.
Then he put a hex on Joe Budden.
He put
a hex on Kevin Durant?
Kevin Durant, yeah.
And he ain't won since.
Mm-mm.
Like
He
real.
ain't won since.
When did that
Hair
happen?
still peasy.
I think 2017, 2018.
Oh,
Like, and
that's
shortly,
so
2018,
funny.
2019, and shortly after that, I think Kevin Durant popped his Achilles or some shit like that. I
Yeah.
don't know the full
Yeah.
story. I wish we would have, you know,
That's hilarious.
still had Jalopy on to talk about that. But yeah, I think he put a hex
he
on
would
both of
know.
them niggas.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he
He
would
cursed him.
know.
He would have
We
had,
gotta
hey,
ask.
bro,
Cursed.
real talk, boom, boom, boom. I got a pamphlet. Shout out to Jalopy, man. I fuck with that nigga, bro. But yeah, okay. No, I don't want to talk about that. We're not gonna talk about the amicus brief either. I don't want to discuss that.
So much.
Yeah, let's get that out of here. We kind of talked about I don't want to talk about the paid campaign. Give me a second. I'm self-editing real quick. We know Kendrick didn't kill commercial hip-hop. We talked about all of those. Let's talk about Isaiah Rashad. That's the new thing. The rap battle killed commercial hip-hop, yada yada yada, and now we're all the worse for it. But I you know, if y'all want to discuss that, we definitely can.
It's been 2 years. I don't think nobody can really gauge what's ruining anything right now. Like, that's just some hater shit.
And that's what I think, because it's not coming from anyone in the middle. It's always coming from the Isaac Hayes the thirds, the academics, all of them niggas over there. That's where it's coming from. And I think, like you were saying earlier with the oversaturation part, I think that, and I've never sat in any of these rooms with any of these people like that are, you know, the shareholders in these record labels and stuff like that. But it's almost as if they believe or know to a certain extent that the success of Drake is synonymous with the music, with the labels as a whole. And they can't let him die, quote unquote, because it'll cause like some type of catastrophic damage to the music industry and how it operates. Like how everybody, like how, you know, Trump and them is like, we're not experiencing any blowback or any negative effects from the war with Iran. And I just got a message today that the school buses in the adjacent school district, they're having to tap into their financial reserves because they can't afford the price of gas. You know what I'm saying? And that's just one small example. So maybe that could be what they're getting at. But it's like, bro, if that's the case, just say that. Just say that, hey, we've been lying to y'all all of this time. These niggas is really broke. And Drake is doing all of this because he got an astronomical amount of money from these niggas. And he can't get off the stroll because he still owes them money. So we need him to stay outside and not get lamed so he can go make these niggas back their money. If that's the case, just say that. Just say that.
What do they gain
from what exactly?
From Drake not falling off? Like, I get what the labels would technically gain, even though they kind of threw him under the bus, or he did that to himself. But like, of those, the whack side of the hip hop commentary community, I don't see what they necessarily gain from.
He's the whitewashing of hip hop.
And I think
they need him to be defaced for them to feel like there's something that's successful. This is why I feel like they're pumping his back catalog so hard. Like, why does Drake have 7 albums on Billboard right now when he didn't have it previously? And they're all from his back catalog, which UMG profits off of. Nothing to do with the new music that he's putting out. They want him to be, they feel like he needs to be successful in order for this shit to keep the water to stay in the well or whatever the fuck it is. That's why they're trying. That's why I feel like they're pushing this narrative that hip hop is dead, hip hop is on life support, and so they can sleep in and have it appear like he saved hip hop, he revived hip hop. If Iceman just does a little well, I'm not saying they allowed Kendrick to win, but Kendrick basically crippled whatever it is that they had going on and whatever they had running, to the point where he's making people, you have to be a good artist for people to actually take you serious. And people are looking at Drake, people are looking at Young Thug, people are looking at Atlanta as a whole in a whole new different light. Like, you niggas are weird, you niggas are corny, and because we can't get that off anymore, we're going to push all of these different types of propaganda and all these different types of narratives. So when Drake does come outside, it's like, he's not corny anymore, guys. You can like him. And it's like, why? Just make good music.
Yeah, these past couple months been like a soft rollout for Drake and Iceman, low key. Like, as far as the narratives that's being pushed and people trying to spin opinions and basically making Drake out to be a victim, and how the industry targeted him and bullied him and disrespected him, and basically trying to make him to be out this big ass underdog.
But you can't be that. You're right, DJ. I feel like they're doing that, but they're also trying to tell us that he's the most successful. He's the guy. Like, you can't be both. It's either Uchiwali or it's one mic. It can't be both. It cannot be both.
We skipped over it, but that is kind of one of the topics that you prepared to get, because it kind of is a hazard of the parasocial era of how we're consuming as well. Because otherwise we would just kind of see market trends happen as they do in terms of what we're listening to. And we kind of see people investing into artists in a way that is almost like they're an avatar for like who these people, who the listeners want to be. And so seeing this thing that they've built up and collected all these fucking shit throughout the game, they collected all these motherfucking medals and gems and all this different shit, and they put it on Drake. And they're like, oh, well, if that institution dies, then everything that I've worked for up until this point dies as well. Because literally, when you think about it, monetarily and success-wise, there is nothing to gain from them pushing Drake, because they could just, if they were talented people in general, just continue to eat off the culture. But that's the culture that they fed into, and they they actually nurtured that space, and to see it die would mean they kind of go back to being on the regular playing field. It's getting buddy with a billionaire essentially, and then being like, oh shit, we don't like him no more. Well, y'all should still like him, but it's because all your social cachet is put into this person, and now we're seeing it crumble. That's what I was really asking when I'm like, what are you gaining? Because I personally couldn't do it. I'm so sorry. I'm not invested in anyone else that's not myself that much that I'd be like, oh damn, I can't see this thing crumble in order to build something fresh or to see new faces. That just doesn't make sense to me.
And real quick, before we pass it to the rest of the panel, but I think in connection to the whole parasocial thing, I think it's like those particular media personalities are also operating in a parasitic nature as well. They have, like you said earlier, they have built platforms based on the trajectory of a given thing. So if it fails, what position? And I think that's what there maybe isn't anything to gain from pushing him further, but there's definitely something to lose if they no longer are able to push him with success, because all of their stock is invested into the company of Drake. So if Drake falls, they can't short him while being fully invested, if that makes sense. I think it's a short. Yeah, so they can't do that. So if he falls, they fall because of all of the attention economy that comes with pushing Drake, because he's so front facing. Look at Kendrick. Like, you can't be show up every day to work and push Kendrick type nigga, for the simple fact that he's not giving you a lot to feed off of unless you're talking music. So then those niggas got to be like, hey, today we're going to discuss the thematic elements of feel. When we could be like, hey man, Drake got out of whores. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's so much easier. And it's Drake represents the path of least resistance in a music sense. So if I can continue to push him, he represents success. He has all the numerical things that we can throw in y'all face, so we don't have to have qualitative arguments. Because at the end of the day, I do think they understand, particularly somebody like academics, that it's subjective as fuck. So that won't yield me anything. And I think he tried that earlier. You remember he was pushing Kendrick, like Kendrick is better than Drake, yada yada yada. We're talking about the actual quality of the music, the essence of hip hop, and all of this shit. Like academics 8 years ago could have sat on this panel and been agreeable. But
so he's just he's a bad grifter.
Yeah. That's the whole
not
thing.
even just a grifter. He's just bad at it.
Yeah.
Because by now he should have picked something else. Drake's out of here.
He's invested. He's getting paid.
Skip, I think that's the reason why Drake don't really fuck with that nigga like that. It's the reason why he won't get that nigga interview. He won't come on stream on this nigga. You've never seen them together in any form of fashion, in any form of social media. Drake heard all that shit he said. He know that shit.
But I do think there's a connection there. I do think that he won't give him, like you're saying, he won't give him the interviews and shit like that because he's just a small pebble in the bigger scheme of what Drake is trying to push. Like he'll allow academics to get on the his stream and say, "Oh, I just text Drake and Drake told me this," or I'll get the exclusive stuff because he knows he can kind of control the social media narrative aspect. So he'll give him that, but he won't give him the interview. I mean, who wants to go to that fucking basement and have an interview? But he does fuck with academics to a certain extent. He definitely does, because academics would not just be acting that way just to act that way. Academics is in close proximity to Drake. There's a back and forth between them. We even seen it with the DMs that time with the what is that page? The academics
Grand Wizard
TV page with the one of the pages was getting hacked and Drake is in conversation with the Grand Wizard dude. That's all academics. Like he has him around for a reason.
He's the press secretary.
Yeah, that's the point I was trying to get to. Like yeah, they have a relationship, but it's strictly transactional in the sense that Drake is using Act as another vehicle to push whatever narrative he needs to. Mm-hmm. But truthfully, he don't fuck with that nigga like that because he already seen how this nigga could be, how his voice in this part of the culture that he needs just a little bit of cachet in can go. Because when he was pushing Kendrick and saying all these things on Everyday Struggle, people was tuned in, people listened to what he was saying. So, let me go ahead, tap in with him, pay him a little money, convert his ass. But truth be told, I don't really fuck with this nigga like that. And you would never see them together. I don't care how many DMs come out. I want to see that nigga go to the basement like he is on SQC, Aiden Ross, and all these other people that he go and hop on stream with and do these collabs and all that shit. You would never see him act.
Drake relates to them.
Well, and
he don't fuck with that though.
He's also financially tied to those individuals.
Yeah, he's financially tied to them.
Yeah,
I know. But I'm saying even with that,
but that's another story for another day.
But yeah, even with that, I just don't think truthfully, Drake is petty as fuck. We know this. I think he's like, oh, man, I got your ass. I got you. Hold on.
Like Skip is saying, Drake is financially tied to a lot of people that a lot of people aren't aware of. And if he is thriving, then they are thriving. So that's why a lot of them are going so hard to push this narrative that, he ain't lose that much. But then again, he's in a lawsuit saying like he lost so much. It's just a lot of contradictions going on with this dude.
You see, like, really since the battle, like, I mean, and we're going to keep talking about the battle. It just happened, like, right? We're going to talk about it years into the future. But the cope from rappers and also media personalities was so obvious. And then also, you feel like it died down, and then the Fall Off press tour happened, and then I heard Iceman, the name, more times than I'm like, what? Oh, okay, like, that's your nigga, that's your buddy, but y'all don't text, but you hope Iceman goes crazy. And then everybody's kind of flooding in to be like, damn, don't we feel bad? And oh my God, he doesn't know. Like, I literally saw, like, they was caping for him on the Breakfast Club. I mean, I have my issues with Charlamagne, but he wasn't. He was just like, what? Like, why are y'all trying to coddle this man who willingly got into a fight and consented to it and thought he was gonna do AI Tupac voice on Kendrick? Like, I don't know what y'all thought was gonna happen with that, but it is very. And I'm not even one to have like the conspiratorial thinking, but it's just like it was very one band, one sound from the cope from artists that associated with him to the mouthpieces. It's like niggas is pissed they can't phone shit in anymore. Like they're upset that people are kind of looking. People are even looking at like figures like Wayne or like Cold or like, you know, with the magnifying glass, like, was that shit really that fire? Or like, was that really, you know, I mean, really making us look at everybody funny in the light. So it is weird now to see them being like, I'm ready for Iceman to come out, bro. Man, I'm like, where is
so fire?
Yeah, where is this coming from? Because he's been teasing this shit since last year. So where is
August of 2024, y'all?
All these narratives I think would actually have a lot more weight and would hit a little bit more if that lawsuit never existed. The fact that lawsuit existed and what they put in the lawsuit in terms of what Drake lost, how much he was affected, how him being a victim, all that shit counteracts all the bullshit that they fucking talk about right now.
Is that his Port Antonio?
Is that his Port Antonio? That is crazy.
It's the single word rebuttal to every point that they try to make.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
yeah,
Starsky.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because I was gonna say just throughout Drake's career, he's always aligned himself with excellence. Going back to how I talked about this rappers being politicians, Drake was the number one politician. He was almost elected to be the face of hip hop, to be palatable around the world. Like you seen him with Conor McGregor at the UFC events, but Conor McGregor was doing his thing. And then I remember specifically us being from Alabama, understanding how the Crimson Tide, how important that is to our culture, and seeing Drake with a Alabama jersey on. It's like, hey, you can't be from here.
That nigga jinxed us, bro.
From here.
He jinxed us, bro.
War Eagle.
And it's like that. It's like, Drake, you're from Canada. He doesn't get it.
He's like,
that's exactly, and that's one of the reasons why so many people are also defending him, because they are also groupies. It's one, like you said, one band, one sound. That's what he's been doing his entire career. And when people can't live through that, he can't hold up that image anymore, because we've already seen through that. So now this is what it looks like.
Him rocking Kentucky gear, Alabama gear was insane.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Kentucky. I forgot about the Kentucky situation. It's like, dog, come on, man.
It's very weird too, because I feel like for a period it was like we were talking about Drake, and then there's this period, very obvious period. Maybe that's why the names started coming back up and Iceman started coming back up. But like niggas weren't even talking about Drake. Like he dropped a couple leaks, he's doing this, dropped a little episode, and it was like, okay, that's not even touching our radar. And a lot of like our chatter and our conversations and our channels really boosted during the beef, talking about Kendrick and talking about Drake. But then after a certain point, it was like, there's not even anything to talk about in terms of, unless you want to talk about the lawsuit, but nobody really wants to talk about that anymore. So it got real quiet, which I think is like his worst nightmare, and the people in his camp's worst nightmare is like nobody having anything to say or being indifferent whenever he drops something. Because I think they can even do something with the outrage or people dunking on him. But at a certain point, it was like, oh yeah, did you hear the leaks? It was like, what leaks? Like, yeah, even the normies, like even people who want to hear him, they're like, what happened?
And he's released 70 songs. Them pretending like he's just been somewhere in a corner just watching everything unfold. It's just so odd to me. You release at least 70 songs. You put out a whole album. Why are we pretending you've contributed nothing to the quote unquote downfall of hip hop? You guys are waiting so much for Iceman, but you didn't like the other 70. So
I think they're banking on the nostalgia of what Drake used to mean to the culture, at least for a certain subsect of the culture, because there was a string of years where like oh, it's gonna be we had hot girl summer, brat summer. It was Drake summer for like a smooth 5 years of him just having back to back to back. Like, and I think that we're not even thinking about it like in a literal or in a material way, that for them they're going back to like that feeling and being like, oh, when he drops again, maybe I'll feel different. I'm agreeing.
That's why those
maybe I'll feel different. But nothing that he's dropped has felt like that. Like, and it's because also the tides are changing. Like the times are different, and that is reflective in how we again consume, and also the shit that we like. Like it's not even just a matter of the way that we're kind of put into a machine as like Skip said earlier, like we're shareholders. It's like people are withdrawing that support because there's no ROI on Drake right now because Drake is. But then also on top of that, there's still a nostalgia economy where it's like the only reason we would even believe that such a massive fall off would be followed up by something that could possibly be like, ooh, this is the comeback. That's insane. That's not how it has ever worked. That's not how, unless it's manufactured, which is what the lawsuit is entirely about. There's no way that would have worked for him anyway. So I feel like people aren't really being realistic. And if I had any advice for Aubrey, I would tell his ass to sit down for real and be quiet. Like, because to be honest, even though I do not want to see any good things for that man, the best thing he could do is shut up for like a few years and then come back and be honest in the way that like people want him to, and then like do your little Drake thing, even steal from the next trend in order to get your first single from that release popping, like that rollout popping. It would be smart for him to quietly sit the hell down and then come back and also address what just happened with the battle and all that in an honest way. And he, like we were talking about earlier with Kanye, like people would be back on his side. It's that simple, but he's not used to quiet. Like we said, he's not used to it. That's a terrifying position to be in any scenario as an artist, but to also come from being like the number one artist in the world to like it being culturally lame for anyone to even fuck with you is a crazy fall off. He needs to talk to someone. Like, I'm not even trying to be funny. He needs to go see the lady, like talk to a therapist and sort your life out first. That's what it should have resulted in. We shouldn't be here from Drake this early anyway, this soon.
Yeah, even he's like you said, the summer thing, even he wanted the Drake summer because remember on Instagram, he's like, he's off that now it's summer 2024 vibe. Summer never came for him. And like you said, the smart thing would be is to go away, live life, be with your son, your family, and all of that shit. But Drake won't do that because he's fearful. He doesn't. He feels like if he goes away, he will be forgotten, and I think that's why he feels that, because even I think it was the interview with B Dot and Elliot that he had right before all of this even kicked off. He was saying how the people compare him to Cole and Kendrick, and he was like, he can't wait to see what the new year brings for all three of them, which is funny. He said that because the battle ended up happening, and then he's on stage and he's freaking out, and he's like, I got my head held high, my back straight. I don't know about these guys who can go away for 5 years. That ain't me. I'm in the studio. And it's like, bro, do you really hear how you sound? You're 40
the bullet hole vest
years old and you're talking about how you don't want to go home to your family. Like, what is happening? He needs to go away, but he won't.
Insane.
I empathize. I do empathize. I have no good things to say about that man. I really don't. However, I empathize because as an artist, I empathize to an extent because he's fine. He'll be fine. He's not losing anything, and he has his money, and he's made the choices that he's made. So I'm not gonna even like spoon feed him and any kind of like solace. No sugar with the medicine now. Like, it's just time to sit the fuck down and take the medicine. And I can see why it would be nerve-wracking. It's just something that he needs to, I don't know, address amongst himself and somebody, a trained clinician, and he needs to sit down and handle it like that. Because otherwise, like, I don't really even know if there's a poor outcome, but for us to slowly see him die. His core, actually, because he's dead to me, but his core is going to have to witness that slow trickle down. And I feel bad for them. Mm-hmm. And if he really wants to maintain them, he needs to maintain what is left of that fractured image and maybe come back with something different. But right now, he's just, I don't know, out there, no floaties.
But meet the grams, last verse, meet the grams. Kendrick said, I empathize with you. Yeah. You need some ayahuasca. He said, I don't even take it, but nigga, you need it. Yeah. And he said, I was the one person who probably could have helped you because I know what those demons look like. It might not be to that extent or whatever it is that you got going on, but a nigga know what it looks like to go away for a long time and go to therapy. I could have helped your ass. Yeah. And I think he really meant that.
Yeah. And let me say this part real quick. How Moni was saying with Mr. Morale, for him to be gone that long and come back with that speaks to like an extremely high level, like artistic bravery, because it's like, okay, we expecting you kind of shake some shit up, like as far as the industry is concerned, like, so to come back and be like, yeah, man, I was sad, man.
I was fucked up out here.
I really got my life right. And like, that's the tone of the album, really about things that aren't like really in the normie zeitgeist for real. Like he was talking, like, I know this version didn't make the album, but he was talking about Vipassana and shit. And then like, past life regression and all of these other things, like these very deep into the spirit ass concepts on a return album from 5 years as the antithesis to Mr. I gotta drop every year. So like that's immense pressure, but like to lean on the artistry, I do think Drake could learn something from that, but that comes in trusting yourself, which I don't think he does. Trusting your art, I don't think he's able to because of the lack of resources and a trust in his fan base to accept earnest attempt from him, because everything he's done probably since Nothing Was the Same has been a facsimile of what he feels like people want to hear.
He also is suffering from yes men and stans, because I feel like he also is in a situation where he's like, fuck, okay, I know my stans are just gonna like it, or like it, they like me, so they're gonna just not criticize anything I put out. And that's not good either, because he needs the hunger, and he needs to kind of face the music a little bit, and like he has to do that himself. His little bubble around him of grown men in his ear dick sucking and stands that'll just stay on spaces for 24 hours straight being like he actually won and whatever. That's not what he needs. It's that level of vulnerability that I don't know. I just feel like he's too comfortable to take it there. Like I don't know. I would like to see what that would look like, but I'm also just not as invested in his success going forward. But it's like he's also suffering from the stand-up situation, because he's
I think that makes him feel good.
Exactly. It's like because he's too big to fail. He's gonna stream, even like hate streams where it's like, how shitty is this gonna be? Let me like press play. But like after that, after you taper off and it's just stands and yes men talking about how good this is and how fire this was, like that can't feel good either. And Steak is giving you the money to gamble. You're not even losing your own fucking money at that point. Like it's just everything is almost Truman Showed around him. And
he's bought and paid for it, including the reception of the fans at this point. Like I imagine that he feels incredibly suffocated as a human being in the position that he's in. And he, on paper, and especially to his stands, has earned the right not to feel that way. And it's like, got it out the mud and nobody believed in him. And now he's big dog. And like, he should feel better about himself. But I think that he just has a lot of things, again, to address within himself that he's not willing to, but also this nigga been famous since early 20s. And that does do something to the psyche. And not to shit on 50% of the people in this panel currently, but men also mature very slow. So this man is working with the brain of a 7-year-old, as Kendrick said, and we just give him time. Just everybody.
A lot of A lot of self entitlement there too, ego, all of that there.
Mhm.
And he's been that way since Degrassi because we saw he sued the damn TV show because they wouldn't get him out the wheelchair. Nigga, that's the character. That is the
He said,
character.
I'm Drake. I can walk.
Like, come on. What is happening?
I think that's also why Meet the Grams is like probably the best song, like in my opinion, just because of how psychoanalytical it was, and that last verse where he's just like, it's a long life battle with yourself. Like, what the fuck do you do with that after like you just sat my whole family down and told them about all this stuff? But then the last verse, it being like, bro, like look at your shit. And like no one else can get you out of this. Money can't get you out of this. Connection can't get out of it. Young girls can't get you out of this. Like, you're gonna have to get yourself out of this. That's
why you're so defensive on the hard part 6. That's why he was so defensive.
Yeah.
Shaking in his boots.
What you got, DJ?
I wanted to forget that was
No, I think
terrible raps.
Just for him, I just think he truly doesn't understand like the buzz around a Drake album. Low key, because he's always been so successful, he don't understand what was really going on in terms of like, you know what I'm saying, people listening to music. The buzz around his albums have been dying off. I'll probably say after Scorpion, I'll say, and every release after that, every album is just like, oh, Drake dropped. Okay, cool, came and went. It's out of here. Then he gone to the next album. Each album has gotten progressively worse, and each album has gotten progressively worse in terms of people anticipating to hear his music. Because one, the quality is lacking. It all sounds the same. And you can tell it's a stark difference in how he does music now versus early in his career. The people that was helping him with his music early on are not there anymore. He has the same issue that Kanye West has had. It's a clear, stark difference. And he can't go into that dark room that we say and have a one-on-one with himself and really break down his real feelings, because I don't think he knows how to do that, because he's had so much fucking help throughout his whole career, bro. I don't think none of this shit that we know about Drake is real. All this shit is literal personas of this nigga. Like, people write his shit for him. He's an actor. He's in a sense, it's kind of like a method actor almost, because he goes into these roles that he raps about and he lives these shits.
He's Jared Leto.
Man, I don't know. But he's a method actor to this. I'm gonna give him credit in that, because he lives out all these roles that he puts in his music. But it's not him. It's all fake. It's all fake.
Not the Mob Boss one. Kendrick broke that down.
To him.
But imagine like
he lived it though. To him, he did.
Imagine how that fractures the psyche though. Like to act a role so well that you begin to believe it, and then have that role decimated while also speaking to the person underneath the character. Imagine what that would do to the brain. And then also, because he sees himself as a business, he's been floundering for so long that it's like he really doesn't even know what his actual market manipulation can even look like. Because I looked it up as you were talking. His last biggest album was Views, and that was 2016. So he hasn't even known, he hasn't seen the downward trajectory he's been on because of all of the hype beastie internet bullshit that he was doing. And now that there was like this one moment of like a cosmic boom and then silence, he thinks that it's all from the fallout of this battle, when it was just like the period at the end of the sentence, sir. Like, you've been on your way out.
Yes. Like, this has been a long time coming for him, and he don't understand that shit. That's why when Kendrick dropped, people were so ready to hear this shit, because they been ready to get this nigga out the fucking paint. We tired of this nigga, bro. Kendrick came in and said the right things at the right time about this nigga. It got him the fuck up out of here. It's just that simple.
And
you can tell.
The right person. Go ahead, Starsky.
And you can tell he never expected this to happen, because even then, going back to Meet the Grams, just look at his entire family history, his relationships that he has in real life, personal life. Like, forget the music. Like, he actually has to go home and close his eyes at night, and that's like, Chico, you just talking about like the psyche. Like, Drake, that's Drake, but Aubrey, that's this we talking about. It's like, man, like, he doesn't have a solid family structure. He will never have be able to go home and just say, "Hey, sweetie, kiss her on the cheek." Have and Adonis like his life is over in that sense. He's Drake forever now, and he's like it's done. And even going back to being in 2026, Michael Jackson was Michael Jackson, and what he experienced was something completely different that we've never experienced before. And Drake, he has something similar to that, but with the internet, and that amplifies. That's a different beast that we've never seen before. And low key, we're seeing and using Drake as almost like this social experiment. Is like he's been seen as he's not even human anymore, and he's volunteered for this. He's volunteered to be a business. He volunteered to be a brand to the point where he's literally sold his soul.
Yeah.
And we're all sitting as society, and we're all just sitting back watching, and it's sad.
He should have listened to Pepper Butterfly.
He couldn't.
Should have listened to it.
Honestly, I don't think he could have interpreted it properly because how he did with Mr. Morale.
Yeah, the two albums he needs to listen to the most: The Pepper Butterfly and Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers.
Yeah.
He should have listened to it before that big contract where he sold his soul for $400 million.
Yeah.
And Mr. Morale after the battle.
He would have to print them lyrics out and highlight and follow with his finger because
Yeah.
he don't have no. I mean, like if that's what you got after listening to damn Mr. Morale, nigga, I ain't got shit for you.
Yeah.
And this is the point of it all where I understand what Jermaine is saying from both sides. Actually, I feel like I genuinely hope he feels like, bro, I had to turn this shit off so I can go home and be normal, because I understand what it'll do to you, do to the people that I've experienced in real life at this hyper successful level. If you take that part of you home, or if you happen to take that person home, like when do you ever get to unzip from that uniform and be yourself? Like, because a lot of people say like, okay, I have like alter egos, this, that, and the third, and it helps me, channel a certain part of myself in small doses. But if you live that individual and you're never able to separate, reassess, and then jump back into that, alter ego with renewed perspective, you're kind of stuck in the point of where that individual was the most, or where that persona was the most validated, if that makes sense. So to the part about J. Cole, and I do kind of still think he's in a cult, but that's another story for another day. But I do see where he could earnestly be having the battle of, hey, bro, yeah, this is my job, right? Everything I kind of be doing on this side be in furtherance of the job. Like I may feel away, and I might not act how I truly feel in that moment because it's not positive for the gig. And if he said that, we'll be like, oh, I fully understand you. But it will also be like, oh, nigga, you been lying. You're a liar. You're a liar and a charlatan. But I understand, like on a human level, yeah, I understand, nigga, like work-life balance. I get it. Severance. I understand fully. However, you've been lying. And now going forward from that point of admission, you gave me license to look at you differently. He did it still because he said enough to really get that point across. But I think if he said it, he would be more at peace with his decisions. And I hope that is what he was trying to say. And I hope that after the fall off, he can start to lean into that more. And just, even if he don't say it out loud, just accept it and be like, yeah, bro, like, I'm kind of tired of this shit. Like, I look at Drake all the time. Like, Drake might be a cool ass nigga, like when he Like if he ever gets to like just be Aubrey, he might be a cool guy to J. Cole or whatever the case is. And I think he probably empathizes with him too, because he probably look at him like, yeah, that's all you got. So
that's so bleak.
That is
very. That shit's sad.
It's really bleak.
I think it's why we're seeing Drake take the pivot to streaming, to just constantly being rewarded, like that dopamine hit. Don't know, all that. Like, I don't know. He's making that streaming pivot really hard, and just, I mean, like Kick, Rumble, the Monkey app, like all types of like stream, like even non-mainstream sites. I wonder if that's like his real life is so devoid and the music shit is kind of behind him, that now it's just shilling for steak on stream and like collabing with these other streamers and like filling his life with that, since it's obviously not the music. Maybe.
The next best thing you can like commodify outside of the art you create is your own self, personality wise. And I mean, we've already kind of alluded to the fact that he sold his soul in that way of like being like, hey, you can reprint me, use my likeness. You can use me as an institution that is Drake from now till the end of time. So the only thing that he has left is the people who are personally invested in him. And the only way that people make those connections is by stuff like streaming, that parasocial relationship that we were talking about earlier. That is the final resort. It's a lot of people's immediate go-to. Like we see the TikTokers of the world, like that's kind of what they're doing too, is like selling themselves, like that little level of intimacy for all of these people who are like coming daily to consume whatever's going on in their lives, be they music artists or fucking the resilient Jenkins who are living in poverty and they got beds for their kids. Like the one way that is a surefire way to make money is have people just look at you and invest in that. And since it's no longer being a heavy hitter with the music, this is a very clear and I would say not even smart, but like predictable pivot for him is to go into streaming, because the people who love him will never stop loving him. And so if that is the way that they're going to be able to like sink their teeth into whatever he's got going on, it also is going to at least maintain this level of like success in sales for him, because they still feel personally connected to him, even if not artistically or culturally.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What you got with that, Starsky, just from the, because you talk about marketing a lot. So like looking at this pivot or this crossroads that he's coming into possibly, like how would you forecast, what it'll look like going forward for Drake as far as how he can present himself or what would be available for him, in the next 18 months to 2 years? Sorry to put you on the spot, but
yeah, I'm trying to think, because right now we've already seen Drake continuously every single year try to, as he gets older, he targets his audience gets younger. So how old is he about? When 40?
I think
now?
He's right at 40, yeah.
40 now, yeah, and now he has what his target demographic will be almost what Adonis's age, right?
Alpha.
Yeah, so now like the only thing I could see, like Chico was talking about the streaming, the only thing I could see him do what he's kind of already doing right now is kind of attaching onto other streamers, trying to do something behind the scenes, because the kids are growing up almost how I grew up seeing R. Kelly in the Boondocks. And that's my interest. Like, that's how I kind of grew up as R. Kelly, seeing him as a creep, seeing him as a weirdo. And these kids, they're not growing up seeing him as Marvin's Room the way that we grew up. And so they already have this mindset. Even with Diddy, the kids are like, they have made Diddy synonymous with a weirdo. Like, he's a noun now. So Same thing with Drake. He has to work behind the scenes. He has to do his best. Like, even though he doesn't want to, he has to learn how to make his moves behind it, because he can't be in front of the camera anymore. He can't continue as much as he used to, because it's not going to work. I think that will be I believe someone smart should tell him not to, but he's gonna do it anyway. He's gonna do what he wants. So as someone who, as a consultant, I would say don't do it. But Drake, he's gonna do what he wants to anyway. I believe he's still gonna continue the same exact narrative, same exact patterns and mentality. Because even going back to just his grooming personality, that's who he is. He can't stop doing. That's the reason why you have to put people on registries. This is who they are. This is who they are. You can't stop that. Like, before you even get to the point of doing something physical, you got to have those thoughts. You have to have these conversations. So he's already shown that he's willing to do these things and hide from. He already has no shame about it, and he's already in these circles. It's already normal to him. So what? Similar to Kanye, you have no choice but to watch him. Even if you don't like him, you have no choice but to watch what he does, because, like, that's registered for people like him. You have to watch them.
Oh, shit! I see how you. Okay, fire. Keep going.
So no matter, like I said with Kanye, it's almost going back to just understanding narcissism in general. Drake, he depends on using going back to just Peter Pan syndrome. He uses these kids as the narcissistic supply, and he's getting that energy, he's getting that frequency. And kids, they are young, they have nothing but time, so he can get all the views and all the attention, because they have nothing but time to be on TikToks and give them all that attention that he wants. But they have no substance. They're kids. So I don't know how you get stimulated from that.
So he like in this like weird feedback loop where he can only give a certain amount, because that's the only amount of substance that they're able to validate. So his level of edification is like dangerously low, if existent.
And like
especially since he's been this in his entire life. So he's a child star, so this is all he knows. So it's now just finally catching up to him. Now we've seen it out loud. We've seen it in person.
And crazy. Even going back to like what we saw like happen as he was getting dissected during the battle, like his whole life battle has always been acceptance and wanting to be liked. So it goes a lot further than just what we're seeing commercially for him. This is a deep wound, and it's one that he's not going to be able to heal unless he goes into some sort of like seclusion. And I don't wish that on him. Like, if he can, personally, as a human being, heal without having to like completely change his lifestyle, I don't think that's in his best interest. But I mean, whatever is the least painful route to actual healing, I wish that upon him. I'll give him that as a human being. But he's hit a place where it's like, regardless of how he bounces back, maybe even like musically, we keep saying the word narcissist, even though we don't know if we can necessarily diagnose him. But let's play into it. Let's play into it though. They don't like when their own mask slips, and they tend to reject people who see them for who they are. And so when you just have this mass unmasking that happened on such a global public scale, like the amount of time that it's going to take to rebuild every layer of like Drakedom that Kendrick chipped away at, and then subsequently the fans did as well, because he's clearly reading everyone else's theories, as he included most of them in the Heart Part 6. Like he's seeing what people are saying about him too. So it's not even just a matter of like, oh, you have this one major thing where this guy is like tearing you down. You see that everyone agrees, and there's a consensus about the type of man you are. bro. Like it's gonna take a minute, but like him as a human being and him as a brand and a product, I don't think he's ever reconciled the two. And that goes back to his childhood, in my opinion. I don't know him like that, so I can't really speak for sure, of course. But I think that this is a long journey that he's going to have to go on with himself, like everyone keeps saying. And I don't know if it's going to be one that's even for us to view. I don't think it is.
Yeah.
I don't think it is.
And I don't even want to view it. Nigga, just go do it.
Yeah.
Don't do this. Don't do it. Like, you need a break. You need some serious time off, like a couple years, bro.
Come back with the free forms.
Oh, please don't.
Fro wouldn't nap enough.
Yeah,
Come back with the Jack Harlow hat.
Yeah, you got one large wig. It's like
just one. You feel me? Like
Drake, he should have been making Monica. That's the album he should have been making. That Neo Soul Monica.
I ain't gonna lie. Like a repaired Drake on some Neo Soul shit would have went.
I'm telling you.
Would have went.
We like
Drake doing a lot of
melodies.
We do like Drake with the melody.
When he act tough. Like exactly. I'm doing a lot of like inner child like work and journaling and shit like that. And I think that like if we take out the avatar that we've been talking about when it comes to Drake, and we just look at a wounded biracial kid who was abandoned by his ancient daddy and fell into stardom and then was also rejected by the hip-hop community and then finally found his stride to the point that he forgot where he came from and who he is and that he's cosplaying to the point that someone else had to humble him and then he just immediately shot down back down to that kid who felt rejected. That is a huge fall for anybody psychologically. That man is not okay, regardless of what he surrounds himself with, how many streams he pops up on. And I'm not even wishing that he's not okay. I'm saying he's not good. Check on him. He needs some milk. And until he gets said dairy product, he's not going to be fine. He's not
You are funny.
Dairy.
Who are you talking about right now?
We're talking about Aubrey.
Dear Aubrey.
What they say? Who is it? Is it Mandy? What's that? Yeah, y'all know the shit. Nah, such and such. You in Molly, you in danger, girl.
Oh yeah.
Molly doing shit. Y'all know that shit.
The whole little.
What the fuck? No.
I'm not Mandy. Y'all know this shit.
Yeah, I'm not in tune as I should be. I apologize. But and I need to get in tune. But hold on. Okay. Oh, that's DJ. So okay.
Yeah.
Good to know. But let's get into the final. No. Isaiah Rashad dropped a single. Haven't heard it. Got to react to it. Do it tomorrow. I'm sure it's great. He doesn't miss to me. He's one of those artists like him and Smino. Like I don't think them niggas know how to make bad music. Him and Vince Staples. Like I probably just don't understand what Big Fish was. I just haven't caught up. But other than that, like them niggas don't know how to. I think they're actually physically incapable of making music that is anything under really, really good. Has anybody heard the new single from Isaiah Rashad? I think it's called Same Shit or Same Old Shit.
Not yet.
I heard it. I heard it once.
It's good. And the video was great. I feel like Jordan Peele, Kugler, A24 somebody to hit this man. He's his ass off. Even in the trailer, I'm like, damn, like he's got a whole
definitely a us scene. I think there was a us scene in there.
Check it out.
But the song is pretty good. He got that like 3-6 Mafia Memphis cadence going on, which makes sense because he's from Chattanooga, I think. Which is close by. But yeah, I like it. I'm looking forward to what Zay has going on. I feel like he's like someone, if you know, you know. I almost feel like he's the most underrated on TDE almost, besides Zakari, who people don't even really pay attention to. But I'm looking forward to what Zay got going on. He went away. I think BK mentioned it earlier. He said like he just went away to live life and grow and have experiences, take care of his family. So I'm looking forward to what it is that he's gonna bring.
Real quick, I just want to say this because I've been making this argument for months that Jid had finally stepped into Isaiah Rashad territory, And with the release, and I know we're back to the charting data, but the release of the first week for The House is Burning did 41,000. Jid at his peak has done 35. And I only say that to use it as a metric of
interest.
Not only that, but just like where he is stature wise and where he was then. And this is like in spite of himself. Like Isaiah Rashad has been through a lot. Like every album, he came back with a traumatic ass story. Like Sons Tirade, hey bro, I'm in LA doing everything. but the sun is out and something is cool about it. The house is burning. When the video dropped, The House is Burning let me know that it was par for the course. It's like, this nigga's a freak. Like, you can go back to his earliest music. It's like, my nigga's a freak. Like, what he does in his own, what he does outside of music.
Freak boy.
Hey, do what you do. It don't tie my shoes. You feel me? But the point is, it was present in his, like, everything that like culminated in his music has existed in his life, and we've seen glimpses of it. So to watch him persevere through these things, and still get to the point where he's being received on this level. And I think this album is going to be quite successful because of everything he's been through. And actually, once the video released, he went on tour again. Like he did a whole nother run to I think it was like Sonny and Friends or whatever that tour was called. And it was extremely successful. It was even more successful, if I'm not mistaken, than the original tour tied to The House is Burning. So I think for him to be so underrated and his peers across the pond at Lake Dreamville to have done all of this work and to still only be where he was through all of his turmoil 5 years ago is highly indicative of
you're gonna cause me to call J. Cole out because he's a terrible label head.
And that's kind of because I want to give him grace. No, I don't.
We've been giving a lot of grace on this channel tonight. I just want to say that for everybody. And I get it.
And I appreciate that because shit could have went left like really, really bad like, times. And I appreciate y'all, man. The emotional maturity on this panel has been remarkable. The chat wanted me to do it. I didn't do it. And y'all had ample opportunities to do it, and we didn't do it. I appreciate y'all for that. Because I was like
5 minutes.
Yeah. Because that's what I was finna work my way to before. Because I think we kind of towards the wind down. Because I think the last thing was Isaiah Rashad. But Chica gotta go, y'all. Thank you. Thank you for
I wasn't saying that in that moment, but I do have to leave in a second, guys. I'm so sorry. I was saying I still got 5 minutes, so I could still drag, but I won't. Okay. I won't because we did so good today. We did so good.
Yeah, oh, you talking about to drag somebody?
Yeah. We don't have to do that.
No, it's not.
We've done enough. We did good things for the culture tonight.
Yeah, we even had sympathy for Drake.
What a bitch! Oh my god.
We had sympathy for a lot of people tonight. We had sympathy.
We did. He's not one of them. Drake, but I just want to say before I do have to run, that I personally just want to go on record saying I wish him nothing but the best, Isaiah Rashad. I really want to see all good things for him. I have a very soft spot for him in general. And I mean, again, and he hasn't missed for me. His personal life is his personal life, and things that have happened are unfortunate to have leaked to the public. And everybody surrounding that situation who was a part of that coming to the public is a bitch as well, because that's none of our business. And not in a shameful way, just in a way that's like, okay, what's next? Is that what's stopping like and slowing down the progression of us getting more art? So I just wanted to say I'm hella excited. I saw him post on Threads because I'm not on all the other ones anymore, but I saw him post on Threads about the release yesterday. I didn't even know there was something out, so that's what I'm gonna be listening to on my way to things this evening. But this has been so fun. Thank you guys for having me.
Man,
I had a blast.
You already know.
Yeah, you already know. You always come through, man. Like in terms of just
I
like
always will.
Yeah, you always come through with the knowledge and the content and just overall good camaraderie, man. We love to talk to you, love to have you on. The people love you in the chat.
Hi, chat.
We put you here, man. So we thank you. And whenever you want to send me shit, you know what I'm saying? I'll be listening for it.
I sent you some snippets. I sent you some snippets tonight, actually.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I'm going to. I'm gonna send you something tonight. Don't worry.
Okay. All right, I got you.
If you get nothing for assuming, and that's exactly why you get nothing. That's exactly why you get nothing. Why are you playing with me? He thought he's gonna get a little slick one off. Look at him. Look at him. No home training. It's ridiculous. You just get all the exclusives. Don't play him nothing.
Damn. And I know they're gonna slap because it's man, DJ, look.
You did, Skip. Don't look at me, Skip. Don't look at me.
He kept it respectful. You had to play. Who told you that was a good idea? I don't know.
Oh shit.
Besides,
I don't know. My Kanye composure.
Man.
It was my Kanye composure.
Well, whatever you're doing out there tonight, be safe, have fun.
Yes, sir, I will.
And yeah, we'll talk to you again very soon.
For sure. I'm gonna be bothering both of y'all, so don't worry. It was so nice
Okay.
meeting everyone else. Bye, you guys.
All right.
Damn, I blew it. But it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. So
But yes, Skip, I didn't hear the Isaiah Rashad yet. Because I ain't gonna lie to you, when certain songs come out, and because like you'll tell me like a lot, Skip, you be forgetting a lot of times, you be telling me shit. But you'll say like, oh, I'm gonna go react to that real quick. I'm like, all right, cool. I just wait for your reaction. I literally just wait for you to do the video, and that's how I listen to the song. So I'm just like everybody else.
Did I say that with this one?
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
You absolutely did.
I am tomorrow. My son had back-to-back games today, and yesterday we went to the movie. So I just hadn't had a chance. But I'm definitely doing that shit tomorrow because I got the Kendrick feature run playlist on layaway. So I owe niggas. Like I'm at that point. I'm like Bruno Mars. I owe niggas. You feel what I'm saying? So like
Offset.
Offset even worse. Oh my god.
I might have to. And the crazy thing is, and I don't know if God just wants me to be presentable, but like every single time, like I go on a reaction spree, it's like awful fresh set of stitches. So like the last three runs has been off a fresh set of braids. So it's like the
braids?
I don't know, but like 5 hours just sporadically opens up, you know. But
hey yo.
But I think it's 40 features, and that's being like frugal. It's really like 70, maybe 75. But I'm gonna try to get it down to like 40, 45, and I'm gonna try to do over the next 6 to 8 weeks, try to get all of those done, and try to make a little run out of it. I remember when Moni did the 30 days where she was dropping something every day. I think I want to try to do that. Okay. But if not, y'all get it when y'all get it. Charged to my life, not my head or my heart. This shit is real. Niggas really got 2 jobs, 2 kids, and still trying to be a husband. You feel what I'm saying? So shit is real. If I could, I would. If I could give y'all something every day, I would. But life don't work like that. Yeah. But yeah, and this is the final question of the evening. First quarter of 2026 is done. What are we looking forward to in quarter 2, music wise or culture wise, or what are we expecting?
I'm looking forward to Doechie's debut album.
We got the same one.
That's what I'm looking forward to.
I'm ready for Doechii.
So that's confirmed to be coming out this year?
I believe so.
Yes.
She said it was kind of sort of.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Did she say like a time frame? Did she say?
She kind of hinted on it on the Girl Get Up record, but I don't know if that's what she's actually gonna do when she said the line about the album's 6 months old and need a fucking babysitter. So if you add 3 more to that, that's 9 months.
And
That would have been March or April. But we're in April, and I'm not sure if she's gonna deliver, especially after Isaiah just came out that he's gonna be coming out May 1st. So I don't know if she's still sticking with that, but either or, whenever it drops, I'm just looking forward to it.
Yeah, TD definitely structured their releases to where everybody had a proper rollout and shine. So yeah, I highly doubt if Isaiah.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying I highly doubt if Isaiah Rashad finna drop, like Doja finna drop at the same time. So
yeah. And Punch said he got the J Rock album on his hard drive, and he kind of sampled like a little snippet. I'm just saying, if that's the case,
they've been saying that since last year.
Oh, well, that's true. Another thing I'm excited about, and I'll have to dip after this, is the Keem concert. I'm going to see Baby Keem on the 28th for the Casino tour. I saw he was getting his little push-ups in and shit. So hopefully the breath control is on point.
Where you going to see him at?
In Dallas. So he's at Southside him. And we saw him for the Melodic Blue tour. I think that was like his first big tour, because was that his debut project? No, it wasn't. It was, I don't know. I mean, he had projects before that, but were those mixtapes? I don't know. But we saw him for the Melodic Blue tour, and my shoes got fucked up. I lost my jacket. That mosh pit was crazy. So I'm hoping throw some bows myself this year and not get trampled.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Being in that gym mosh pit, I ain't gonna hold you. That shit kind of fun.
It's fun. It's fun. Like, if you got
is musty though.
You ready? Niggas is musty.
Yeah, it's a workout for sure.
Yeah, it's fun.
Allergic to deodorant and shit. But it is also like a standing room only. So it's like you get the excitement of like waiting, and it matters if you get there early, and he be playing like Beethoven in between the sets to like chill it down because it's about to get back, So I'm excited to see like Circus Freestyle live. So and a bunch of other shit. So I'm excited.
And he has to do all 7 voices.
Please. Is he gonna do the whole thing? Like we can really go, so I'm excited for that.
What about you, Starsky?
Pretty much what everybody else, just building off of what everybody else was saying. QT. I'm trying to especially just with the music industry in general. I'm looking at a lot of not just necessarily big artists dropping, but I've been getting into just a lot of just my YouTube recommendations, my YouTube algorithm, whatever. I've been just allowing things just to come into my life. Just follow, get into music as they come. So, like I said, I think with 2025, we were talking about just how lyricism was starting to take over, how regional music was trying to go back to its roots. So I know we was talking about how I've been getting a little bit more involved in the local music scene that's going on in the Birmingham area. So seeing a lot of local stuff going on, a lot of more regional music, a lot of people going and being able to actually showcase their own local art and not necessarily just focus on the mainstream 24/7. That's not what hip hop was based upon. So I could just see consistently we going back to our roots and going back to the foundation so we can build upon and go back to, then we can start going back to the mainstream, getting back on the charts. But we got to go back to what we have always been first.
Gotcha.
I said that's a big thing.
What about you, DJ?
I'm just being honest. I don't really have like a album or artist per se that I'm just looking forward to. And I think that just me still being on the binge of the Road to 100 stuff, I think I'm getting a little bit burnt out in terms of like really looking for new music right now. So like my expectations right now are just kind of really low. Whatever catches my attention. I mean, I was interested in the T.I. album, wanted to see what he do with his last album because it's supposedly gonna be his last album. So, and I feel like his discography overall is underrated to me. So if he's able to go out strong on a good ass album, that'll make me happy for his music legacy as a whole. But other than that, I mean, I can't really think of anything. I'm just like I'm waiting like this for. Like I don't have anything. At least not right now. I don't. Because the first quarter, to be honest, going through because I was prepping Road to 100 this year already before we stopped it. So I was going through all the album lists, checking. Nothing hit for first quarter for me. Like it was not a lot of a good quality that I saw, in my opinion, out there. I'm just like, oh, this shit's just duds. So I'm just like, clearly the bigger names is coming later in the year because this first quarter is quiet. So yeah. I don't know. I ain't got nothing. I ain't got nothing.
The one thing I'm looking forward to, and I probably won't even be able to really participate, but it's just tour season. I think if Rocky goes on tour, that'll be a dope tour. I feel like the Don't Be Dumb album is an album that we let come and go, but that's like a really good fucking album. Like in my opinion, it might be the best album that came out in like mainstream rap this year. I think, yeah, it's better than Casino for me. Yeah, I think I can like kind of land on that being the best album this year so far. The transitions was dope. The Southern homage, all of that shit. Don't get me wrong, it's some super duper electric ass moments on Casino, but I just think putting them both together, I don't think it's like a wide gap, but like I think I prefer like the musical journey of Don't Be Dumb a little bit more than Casino. But that's a nigga in almost 40 versus a nigga that's 25 making music. So you know what I'm saying? But yeah, tour season, Dolce, just TDE dropping because them niggas like don't miss for real. I'm kind of excited like for this whole Iceman shit to be over. Like as far as like I'm ready for him to drop because that means that we kind of gotta like it's like okay, the only thing we got at that point is the music. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like at that point I'm assuming the lawsuit is already, you know, situated. Either it got, you know, booted into oblivion. Whatever the case is, but yeah, so that dropping, J. Cole to go on tour, so he stops speaking.
Yes,
we don't see him as much outside of him being on stage where he's in a more controlled environment. What else? An erratic yeah, we tell everybody we finna wrap it up. I'm just finna go through the super chats. But yeah, tour season, Dolce with TDE. See if Kendrick do something. See if Tyler, you know, what looses he drops this year. He's really good at dropping random songs. And to see if Benny the Butcher will stop rapping as well.
Okay.
Stop rapping?
Yeah, I think he just need to like just grab all of his resources and give them to Conway. Cause Conway that nigga, and Benny's been giving us diminishing returns for like 5 years, but won't nobody say nothing. Benny ain't been good since like Burden of Proof 10 to Talk 3, but won't nobody say nothing, and I don't know why. You know what I'm saying? When you get to the point where Westside Gunn is consistently putting out better albums than you, and he barely raps.
Hey yo.
And Conway dog walking you every release. It's like, bro, you know, the fuck going on? Like, get that nigga the fuck out of here, bro. Like, respectfully, him and his pork chops and his 2.5 inches of braids, like, and the scam that he's running with the game and shit, and the feature scam that he's running. Get Benny the Butcher the fuck out of here. Like, we being honest. Yeah, let's get him gone. Him, Boldy,
Ransom.
Ransom can stay. He's well intentioned. He's just boring.
Okay.
But yeah, Benny, Boldy, all the niggas that start with B and end with Y. Get all them niggas the fuck out of here. Him, the baby, Lil Baby.
Yeah. I'm good on that nigga,
Get
bro.
all of them niggas the Lil Baby. Just make all of them niggas just leave and never return. Get all of them niggas the fuck out of here.
Bro, please tell DJ Khaled to go back whatever hole he crawled out of. Please.
Jay-Z was being held hostage in that studio.
Exactly, bro. I don't want to hear that.
Pretending you like that. You know you don't like that shit.
That. Yeah, like come on, bro. Drake pulled and stopped your whole rollout, bro. And we heard from your ass in 2 years. Drake said, nah, nigga. Ain't no Drake releases, nigga. Ain't no Drake features the fuck. Nah, give me that shit.
Drake.
That's gonna be another meme. Like when Hov was like, it looked like he was in some European city or something. He was doing the little, like somebody was making him do it. That was the same look that he was doing in the studio. Like,
nigga, stop it. Like, bro, that's how I know your whole rollout is dependent on a Drake feature is crazy. That means your album is trash. If all people got to listen forward to is 2 Drake features. Man, get out of here,
DJ
Khaled.
That shit no more. It's just old. It's redundant.
Like, please stop DJ Khaled. Stop that man. Stop him.
All right, y'all. I gotta get out of here. Thank you so much for having me. Like,
for sure.
So much fun. I'm always like laughing. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to Skip, DJ. I'm so glad me and Moni finally got to share a panel too. Many more to come.
This your first time?
Huh? I think this is our first time on a panel together for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
But Starsky, I've been watching your stuff too. Great content out there. So
appreciate it.
I love y'all. See y'all soon.
Just remember where y'all saw it first. We welcome them to the cipher. But yeah. Peace, BK. But real quick, this is the wind down as BK it's BK Dips. This is the part where I'm only going to read the super chats and respond if necessary. So if it is the witching hour for you guys and y'all need to depart, it's perfectly fine. We have completed all of the talking points, and like BK was saying and DJ was saying, I appreciate y'all. You know, these be marathons, niggas yap. But I tried to keep it, so it didn't go 6 hours. Like I think the last one was like 6.5. So I'm gonna go through these and get out of here. But if y'all want to dip, y'all can.
I'm gonna head out. I'm probably be in the chat or something, but I'm gonna go lay my ass down. It's been a long day, but appreciate y'all so much for having me.
Take care of yourself.
Getting me outside, I've been behind the camera. I ain't been on a camera in a long ass time, so appreciate y'all, and I'll just be in the chat. Good to see you too, Starsky.
Hey, you too. Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and dip out too. I might give me something to eat.
It's a bit. I'm gonna run through these. My food in the microwave.
Oh yeah. Appreciate y'all
right,
once again.
Bro.
Absolutely. I got you.
All right, bro.
Okay.
Now you can, too.
You can if you gotta go.
No, I'm good. Okay. I'll talk to you about what happened. But yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
We can run through these.
All right. So let me see. All right, everybody.
I ain't gonna hold you. This kind of cool. Like we finna end before 12. Shit.
Nigga, that's beautiful. That's the goal, to get through all of these super chats before 12 o'clock. Yeah. So I can be in the bed by 12:30. Okay. Real quick, y'all. If y'all have yet to hit the like button, please do that. Share the stream. All of that stuff I forgot to say at the beginning because we was doing intros. But hit the like, go on the comment side, leave a comment. Leave a comment on the comment side and share the stream. Okay, let's get through these super chats. And it's a bunch of them. Shout out to y'all for showing so much support. Thank y'all greatly. Okay, D2B2 started off. 20 gifted We Are Decipher memberships. Go check out Decipher Road to 100 season 2, especially now because it's discontinued. We're gonna finish season 2, but after that, we're going into more focused content, which would be the Decrypted series. Season 1 is covering Kendrick Lamar's album Damn. And I had a thought. I don't know if I brought this to your attention or not. And we'll ask them once we finish with season 1 what they want us to do. But I was thinking making season 2, each episode is an album review of the top 10 albums from 2025.
I'm not mad at that.
Okay. But we'll have to make a consensus based on what our top 10 is. But we'll cross the road when we get to it. Shout out to Maddie Warhol with the $10 super chat. Go ahead and hit the like button, y'all, for sure. If you haven't, still go ahead and do that. Shout out to my listening library with the super chat. Contracts are shit, stupid decision, great chat, great cast. The content, great, showing on Culture United, BK, and keeping it real, or keep keeping it real. Love the music range, Chica. Yeah, for sure. If you have not, go check out her albums. Industry Games. Samson is dope as well. And go check out her latest project, Wish You Were There. It's I don't know what she considers that, but it's 8 songs. Really good, really good. Go check that out. It tells a huge story in those 8 songs. That's a beautiful project. Shout out to D2B2 with the super chat. Oh, my fault, Nisa. My bad. I almost skipped you. Peace and blessings, everyone. I'm excited for this cipher. I hope you enjoyed it. Shout out to D2B2 with the super chat. I don't blame him for crashing out. I just think that if he was gonna do it, he should have been smarter about it. Yeah, that nigga was listening to Jay Prince and got out of hand. He thought he was on Straight Outta Compton or some shit. Shout out to Just Be Yapping with the super chat. Whack 100 said he told Gucci to make Crash Dummy. That nigga's a fed, and I don't know that for sure, but that's what everybody's saying. Shout out to Back to the Basics with the super chat. Stopping by. To support the goal, peace and blessings, y'all. With the heart hand emoji. Shout out to T-Mac with the $10 super sticker. Much appreciated. Shout out to D2B2, member for 13 months. There were at least 2 folks wearing ankle monitors, and they also stole something with AirTags tracking it, and the rent-a-car, and the PO phone call, and they bus routes. They even tracked them niggas bus routes. It was crazy work. Shout out to Raphael 1819 with the super chat. Great panel tonight. Enjoying the conversation. Keep it going. Yeah, man. I'm super proud of this one. That we was able to get that many people and to bounce back from episode 2. Because episode 2 was good, but it wasn't the full cast that I hoped for. So Chica was a great addition. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was the one that was like, okay, if we get her, that's gonna be beautiful. We got an actual, decorated, active artist to talk about some of this music industry shit. And she has a great personality, and she's very like magnetic from what I can see from how people are receiving her. So yeah, I was super excited about that. So I was like, shit, it just got to be 7 people. I'll make it work. Shout out to That's Catherine with the $2 super chat. Beautiful panel. Thank you. Shout out to D2B2 doubling back with the super chat. He'll always be Kanye as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, I don't think it's any fixing it with Kanye. I think for funsies, that would be a dope thought experiment, but in real life, I'm not fucking with him. Shout out to Just Be Yapping with the super chat. People only respect boundaries when they are enforced consistently. We're often divided in opinion and too forgiving, and so others follow the lead we set. Shit. Shout out to Screaming Set with the 50. We are Decipher memberships.
Shit.
Go check out Decipher Road to 100 season 1 and 2. They're both available for 2024 and 2025. We have one more episode to do in the crash course for 2025, and then we'll do a live stream for our top 25 and get that out the way. But we will. I thought somebody was walking around the house. I got scared. But yeah, go check that out. Shout out to my listening library. YT with the super chat. Kanye is making Donda's legacy Kanye's downfall.
Yes. Yes. I agree with that. I do.
Shout out to Issues Turn with the super chat. The owners of the companies and people in boardrooms ain't black. Same for Wire Festival and EU government. We need power to hold people accountable. Whites. I'm assuming he's saying probably the way whites can. I'm assuming. Yeah. I get that. I think like at that level, yes. But there are ways that we can hold them accountable. Like look at, and I know this wasn't all black people, but like look at how people got chili and granted, and I understand that this is also two-pronged issue.
Mhm.
Going back deleting all her shit concerning MAGA just once it got out. So I do think that there is a way to affect it. We can't erase them, but we can make them correct. And I think we just have to like be realistic in what our aim is. And even if it's just something as small as me as a singular person, I'm just not gonna fuck with them no more.
Yeah.
And if that happens and everybody is on code in the okay, this is a hard line for me, it feels like we're moving in unison because we all like have agreed upon we're acting on, you know, just basic morals. You feel what I'm saying? But let's see. For the panel, if you could ask Kanye one question face to face, what would it be? Damn, I wish I would have saw this earlier. Who are you really? I think that question would spring up answers to a lot of the other questions I have. It'll just be, who are you really? Because whoever he is would help answer why he faked being a backpacker, why he took credit for all of those artists' work early on in his career, why he parades both of his, you know, marital partners like that, why, you know, just a whole bunch of shit. So I think who are you would be a good central question. What about you, DJ?
I mean, also, I would say, what's your end game? Like, okay, you do all these antics to get what exactly? What's the goal here? Like, do you have a singular goal, like something to obtain, stature-wise? Like, what is your end game? Because in order for you to be such a genius and all this, you gotta have a plan to get to a certain place, a certain goal. What is it that you want? Because you've already obtained billionaire status at one point in your career. Whether you're there or not, that's neither here nor there. You've already attained that. So what is your ultimate goal that's keep pushing you to do the things that you do?
Yeah, that'd be a good question.
Yeah.
Shout out to Love and Lilac. Oh, the super chat. The Yay hoodie modeled after Cassie's abuse uses the Roman numeral 3 white supremacist symbol. There's layers to his disrespect for real. And with me being disconnected to what he doing, I ain't know nothing about that. But that just, there's enough shit that he's done just in-house to not fuck with him. Because at that point, he's been apathetic to the plight of a woman who was domestically abused, while also kind of sort of championing the shit and doing more anti-black sentiment. Just get him the fuck out of here, bro. Like, shout out to Zone Fanfic with the super chat. I hope we begin to highlight contrarianism versus critical thinking. Contrarianism is often intellectualized maliciously by contrarian emo black kids and minorities desiring proximity to whiteness.
Damn, that's some shit. I wish we could have seen that one earlier. I know Chica and Moni would have told that shit up. They would have told that shit up.
Yeah, but yeah, that's a fact though.
Yeah.
Like I was saying, because like the whole contrarianism shit took off, like as the anti-intellectualism shit started to take hold, you know, because at that point it was just like, hey, well, maybe not. And I think also J. Cole is an example that I'm making, but like the whole introduction of a point and never expound on it, like that's a part of anti-intellectualism, in my opinion, because you're not engaging in deep thought. Like you're introducing something and presenting it as a theory when it's really just, really you're just making a statement, and you're presenting it as a theory. There's no thought behind it. There's no end goal or nothing. And I think he's done that a lot. And that's why when we look for depth with him, there's nothing there, because he just addresses shit. He doesn't discuss it. Shout out to T-Mac with the super sticker. Much appreciated. Shout out to Tamia Peach. with the super chat. I heard someone say our capital is our energetic approval because white people want to engage with what they think is cool, well, what we think is cool. We should have uncooled Ye sooner. Yeah.
Yep.
And I think, like I was saying earlier, that's the thing. Like we have to catch them before they get to a point where they can say, fuck y'all.
Mm-hmm.
And even if we don't, and we decide to do it now, there's a level of value. There's a huge level of value in what we value. You know, just look at how like certain times when people outside of the culture get a hold of certain words and we just stop saying them hoes and the word dies immediately.
Mm-hmm.
So they have to like convert it to something else to make it make sense to them. And we no longer give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like woke and all that other shit. But let me see. Shout out to Just Be Yapping with the super chat. Trey Songz packed up, but CB going on tour with Usher. That's one of the people we gotta uncool too, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like
really low key, both of them niggas low key. Cause Usher was out here defending Diddy. So
that level of pack up is completely different. I think that's like, what the fuck you mean, Usher? That's not necessarily a pack up, you know, unless he had like a series of infractions. But like Chris Brown, like is a chronic, he's a chronic abuser, and not just with women.
Mm-hmm.
He's a chronic abuser. You know what I'm saying? So like he makes good music, but we got to just stop allowing that, because like there's a lot of things that go into making great music, and it's not always just the artist. Like at that point, we're looking at engineers, producers, A&Rs, songwriters. You know what I'm saying? The marketing thing. So it's not all just that person. So like it is him or her to a certain extent, but like there is a lot more that goes into that. So it ain't worth this nigga like being financially enriched by you to be able to go beat folks up. But yeah,
and I'm all for people growing and learning from their mistakes. So like even if the situation with Rihanna happened when he was so young, right? If this nigga got his shit together and it never, you know what I'm saying, came up again. Not saying that I would ultimately just forgive him because he did do some fucked up shit. But I'd be more inclined to hear what you have to say. But the fact that you made it a pattern of just consistently having issues with women, even though women is your biggest target audience, is insane. Whether it be stalking or, you know what I'm saying, talking to them crazy or just abuse. Like, I don't know if of any other situation outright of him hitting another woman. But like I said, as far as all the other actions he's had with just people in general, like he's a very aggressive person. Like he's fought with other niggas and other people in the industry. He got into it with Tiana Taylor. I mean, it's just like you have a string of violent tendencies that's never been addressed. It's only gotten worse the older you got. Like, I don't know if it's because he tried to lean into the bad boy image after people, you know, took away the shining card he had before the Rihanna shit. I don't know. But all I know is he went deep into that shit and he never turned back in terms of the bad boy persona. So I don't know. He's very violent.
Yeah. So let's go. Groovier Tony, 1991 with the super chat. Appreciate it. Shout out to Expectations or Expectation 5. Great stream so far. The Jack Harlow shit hit. The Jack Harlow shit had me so heated. No way he tried to remove name credit from actual black art. That's the like when we really think about it. when we really think about it, like him choosing to go neo soul, which is some people are considering that a blacker form of expression than hip hop and R&B, and for you to look to take, you know, from a black artist in that moment as well makes it even more egregious.
Mm-hmm.
That shit is crazy. And then the whole I got blacker shit is crazy. Is what, like when you put it all like on a line, like that's an insidious, like string of events. So let's run through these. It's 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
Oh, God. My bad. Trying to shake this shit off so we can get finished. Okay. Dooma 253. $5 super chat. On the strength, glad Skip met his long lost bro Starsky. He said it a couple times. We've done content with Starsky before. It's just on the member side. And I still got a couple pieces of that episode to put out. And I'll do those when I get a chance to. But yeah, we've been aware of Starsky for about a year. About a year now. And we did something with him on Apsa Stream before.
Yeah, we did.
So yeah, for sure. Shout out to Starsky. Let me see. Shout out to Stace Jam X. Nonviolent protests and civil resistance campaigns that actively involve 3.5% of the population have never failed to achieve transformative political change. Copy, paste, real steady. There you go. Nigga, less is more. It's plenty of us to correlate a Jay-Z line in civil unrest is insane, but I had to do it. Shout out to Just Be Yapping, doubling back. Black folks owe Jack Harlow several fades for real. Yes, and we was just talking about that. Shout out to Zone Fanfic. When we begin to operate like we know we've been continuously studied and mass surveilled for decades, we'll begin to create glitches in the system. Yeah. That's a really good point. Shout out to Leonardo Thomas with the super chat. Reasonable Doubt was okay at best. Felt like a hardened thank me later. Now I got to go back and listen to it.
Damn.
Shout out to Zamaris or Zimares. I'm gonna say Zamaris. He's not black. He's Jay-Z. Crazy.
I'm feeling like a black Republican.
Crazy work.
More like a black Democrat.
Shout out to Simply J with the big dog. I love this cipher. I appreciate you all. We appreciate you. Thank you for the support. Shout out to D2B2. I'm still going with that. I'm still going with what Jalopy was saying. That nigga was selling crack to his mom. My nigga said I'm doubling down on it. Shout out to Fonpen Zero. Me and the pops love Hov, but that man is the epitome of I paid my student loans. Why should we forgive y'all's? Yes, sir. That's it.
Damn. Yeah.
And my dad is too. Remember, off that. Yeah. He was trying to rewrite a lot of shit on Blueprint 3. Shout out to Just Be Yapping, doubling back. Malcolm warned long ago, entertainers are not true community leaders. Most are self-serving gestures put in place and propped up by white establishments to gatekeep on their behalf and delay true communal growth. Sad truth.
We can see that with Nicki Minaj right now. It's a prime example.
Shout out to D2B2. This for DJ. This super chat is to hopefully sponsor a slot of time for the panel to discuss how J. Cole contributed to hip hop just as much as he contributed to the Monkey Kings the other day. We will start the next stream with that information. We got you. And real quick, shout out to Robin with the big dog super via Cash App, and shout out to Stilo with the big dog via PayPal. Thank you very much. Make sure I didn't forget that. It hurts me. Well, pisses me off more than anything when I get off stream and I be like, damn, we got some that didn't hit the screen. So shout out to Stilo and shout out to Robin for their continued support of the platform. Shout out to Stace Jam X. Problem with always being a conformist is that when you try to change the system from within, it's not you who changes the system. It's the system that will eventually change you. Poverty of philosophy. That's a great point as well. And that's what I was saying about the stopgap with Hov. Like, it's almost like I need to read the book, but just the whole philosophy behind the spook that sat by the door. I know I got to read the book, so I'm probably speaking in ignorance, but that shit just don't make sense to me. You feel what I'm saying? Like, yeah, man, let me get in, and I'm like, nah, bro, let's build our own shit. Shout out to Screaming Self. 20, We Are the Cypher memberships gifted. Shout out to D2B2. 50, We Are the Cypher memberships gifted. Shout out to Scream and Selt, member for 5 months. That comment from D2B2 deserved 20 gifted. Shout out to X's sketch comedy show. Jay-Z became the leader of the hip-hop world the same way America became the global superpower. The real title holders knocked each other off. Sheesh.
Damn. Coming with it in the super chats. Damn.
I swear. Shout out to Jeremy Cole, J. Cole, 4309 with the super chat. 2025 had great albums too. Salute to y'all for sure. We're gonna do our top 25 of 2025 within the next 3 weeks or so. I'm working my way through the albums to give them ratings now. I low key, once I get to 25 of them, I might look at the other ones and just be like, I don't know. Like I
do feel 24 had the bigger names that dropped, but 25 as a whole, the whole year, quality wise, I feel was better in my opinion.
Cause Open Mike Eagle, McKinley Dixon, Jim Legacy, what's my other guy? It was like a 4 album run of like semi underground type. Open Mike Eagle, McKinley Dixon, Jim Legacy, and there was somebody else in that space. It was 4 of them, and they had like really dope albums back to back in the list, and they were all like kind of sort of underground adjacent. I thought that shit was dope. But yeah, I think it was a lot of experimental music this year. And I do appreciate that. Shout out to Just Be Yapping. Thoroughly enjoy and appreciate this great panel. Yeah, this was I was low key nervous like a couple minutes before we started because I was like,
I wasn't nervous. I knew this shit was gonna be good.
Not that, but like I have 2 responsibilities on the stream. Like, shout out to Retha with the super chat. Hey, y'all, just wanted to show love. I have to catch the replay, but wanted to show some love. I know this is gonna be fire to rewatch. I think this one was really good. This probably might be the best one so far. Shout out to Tamia Peach with the super chat. This is for Chica. I wasn't familiar before, but I'm definitely gonna check you out. Go check out her projects, man. Chica is dope. Like before we even knew her, we I think 2019, we when we did our when we were reviewing albums and stuff, one of the episodes of the pod we talked about industry games.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, so yeah, she's dope, man, and has been for a long time. Shout out to Star Trek Ambassador 3632 with the super chat. I'll speak for me, but Tribe got album of the year in 2016. Hey, float your boat. I can't say like that so long ago, but I think the more we venture forth through this decipher shit, especially with our content, like on the private side, we'll start doing stuff like reviewing years and shit like that. Shout out to D2B2. Shout out to Brownsville Ka, rest in peace. Yeah, for sure, man. Like when I heard what Mona was saying, like the one behind your head or some shit, like that shit sound like a Ka album title. Shout out to Cam. We ain't get no crazy question from you this time. Facts. Mr. Morale and the Big Step was his numero uno in K-Dot's discography. That's tough. That is tough. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm a To Pimp a Butterfly guy. I think that shit is perfection in music form. Like really, like real deal. Like I wouldn't change a second of that entire album. Shout out to D2B2 with a super chat. In fairness to Skip, he really did crash out on Cole a few lives ago. It was 2 lives back to back in the same day. I gave y'all 6 hours dedicated to J. Cole. Shout out to D2B2 again to the goal. About 10 minutes left, y'all. Shout out to Tamia Peach, contribution to the goal. Shout out to Stage Jam, light work. Shout out to him again or her again. Take it all. Shout out to Duma 253. Get it in, hit that goal. Stage Jam, worth it. Scream Itself towards the goal. P. Crowley, super sticker. Stage Jam, Claro. Let's see, Mariposa for the goal. Janelli 1810 to the goal. Keep having fun, guys. Tiffany Shantae, what's good? Fire Stream with the super chat. Samars, attention economy is crazy. Yeah, we talked about that. Shout out to Easy McConan with the super sticker. D2B2. Shout out to Bodie James. He has at least 3 to 4 cult classic albums. If we're being perfectly honest, he just releases too damn much. That's the biggest thing. I think he would probably be able to get back to those marks if he stopped dropping so much.
Yeah.
Shout out to Janelli again with the super chat. There is a book that touches on this subject called Mood Machine by Liz Pelly. By Liz Pelly. Pelly, not Kelly. Okay. I have not read it, but I'm gonna put that on my list. Shout out to D2B2 with the $5 super chat. Shout out to Starsky. Cole has more misses though, and he's been stealing from that. It's been stealing from that Chinese basketball team. They are better quality bench warmers. Yeah, that Asian dude that he was like practicing against, he was cooking J. Cole ass.
That's what I was telling you, bro. He's cooking that nigga, dog.
I said, in all fairness, he is 41, so I don't expect him to have like great lateral quickness. Shout out to D2B2. Damn, that Lil B Hex is serious. He really made Kevin Durant winless and ashy and mangy.
Yeah.
Crazy work. D2B2 really don't give a fuck what he say, and I fuck with it. Shout out, it's just different. 947. Jalopy on the Mount Rushmore of reaching. You got to reach to grab some shit.
Yeah.
And Jalopy has been like on top of a lot of shit in the last year.
Yeah, I don't think he reached on this episode. I think he was pretty straightforward on this one.
I just think it's a negative connotation on reaching. Like it's just
true. Yeah, you're right.
Everything's not gonna be like low-hanging fruit. So in order to get the shit that's kind of farther, you gotta reach. And the thing about it is when you pull that down and you're able to present it as like in the physical to people, it hit harder because it's like
I did my due diligence to show y'all this shit.
Yeah, like for example, like hold on. I just got something from PayPal. Hold on. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we appreciate y'all showing up. Man, we had like 550, I think he had one.
Yeah, that was the cat. That was the max. Yeah, I fuck with y'all. Let me see. Easy McConan, nobody missing Drake can rap a bar off Doghouse. Yeah. I think a lot of this
for all the dogs. That's what
a lot of the people just don't be tapped in like that. It just be all right, this is what's cool to do. But some niggas like really live by Drake. Like really live by that nigga, which is crazy. Shout out to D2B2. Should Aubrey's next grift be international basketball? I think he might put up better numbers than Cole, and that might be the only compliment you see me get at bit.
Nah, man, I seen that nigga Drake shoot. That nigga form trash. I hate that nigga shoot, bro.
I think Drake the type of nigga that'll be like fire at bowling.
I can see that.
I think he'll be raw as fuck at bowling. Shout out to D2B2. His soul don't like his body. We'll help him free it. Crazy. Shout out to Zamaris just became a member. Salute. Shout out to Tamia Peach. Drake is Kanye 2.0 in regards to harm on the black community. I don't like the idea of showing him grace while permanently exiling Kanye. Even a good album shouldn't win us back. Oh, don't get it twisted. That was never on the table. It's over for Drake. As far as we're concerned, it's over for him. The lawsuit did away with anything. Like he attempted to drop a nuclear bomb on freedom of speech, particularly as it relates to hip hop. Like he tried to destroy the genre, the most important part of the genre, which is speech. Like there is no coming back for Drake as it pertains to us. after the J. Cole reaction, that kind of calcified for me that we're not gonna do a Drake reaction because it doesn't serve a point. And you feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
Because
and then it really didn't do well because for one, people hate bombed the fuck out of it.
Yeah.
And then two, people didn't want to watch the shit because even in comparison with the Drake videos versus the Kendrick videos during the beef, the Drake videos did a lot less. You know what I'm saying? Had a lot less visibility, traction, views, and things like that in comparison to all the Kendrick stuff. So it's just like, even if you just want to look at it from an analytical perspective, it's not even really worth it to get out there and do the video because it ain't gonna do well.
Yeah, because I think because the thing is, it's not gonna be good as people want it to be.
Yeah.
So we're going to respond honestly, and they're going to automatically assume that we're hating. So they're going to return with hate, which will stifle it in the algorithm. Because like the J. Cole shit, if they would have stayed around long enough, we was like, yeah, it's a 7.5 out of 10. It's not a bad album. It's just nowhere near what it should have been for him taking 10 years on it. But yeah,
we said the things that we liked during the reaction.
But they didn't stay around that long because when they clicked it, they started just like a lot of people do. They start reading the comments.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. And it was like, oh, okay, that's what they doing. Once they heard me say that 2-6 was corny, they made their comment and they did.
Yeah.
Which is cool. Because that's the last piece of J. Cole content that we'll probably have on the channel. So it's all good. I ain't tripping. Let me see. D2B2. I knew shit was real when Kendrick said, can't Tusa slide up out of this one. It's just gonna resurface. Every dog gotta have his day. Now living your purpose. Yeah. That let me know this, like, I got you. It's too late.
Yeah.
It's too late. You're already in the ring. The only way you leaving, you either walking out or you getting carried out. It's no other way. And you're only walking out if you survive. And I don't intend on that happening. Shout out to D2B2 again. Skip O's folks like Offset. Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. Nobody's gonna shoot me though. I'll work on y'all niggas. Shout out to D2B2 again. My guy Push, keep dirty white moving like mosh pits. Yeah. D2B2 again. Conway has always been better than the black George Washington. That is insane. Tell Benny to cut his mutton chops and his hairline that's gone all the way back. Yeah, that's from scamming people. Shout out to D2B2 again. The nigga washed Wrong Streets for us.
Niggas washed.
But Wrong Streets is fire. Train spotting was hard as fuck last year.
It was.
And lastly, shout out to Screaming Silk. Fire stream tonight. The best so far. Well played, gentlemen. Yeah. Thank you. That's what we do this shit for, man. And that's why I was like, so episode 2 was dope. I appreciate Jalopy and BK, but like the cast wasn't the full cast. So I knew with episode 3, I wanted it to be, I wanted to come back. One of the main things I wanted to get Moni because she was supposed to be on the original 6 for episode 1. Jay Nolan isn't able to do them as much, and he had to move a lot of shit around to do episode 1. So I appreciate him for taking the time to do that and sharing his platform with us. That was extremely dope. BK is BK. She gonna show up and do her shit every time. So yeah, I was just like, how can we take it to the next level? Bring in Starsky, Birmingham brother, great content creator. And then Chico was the cherry on top. So I think everything worked out the way it was supposed to. I was kind of worried about 7, but it actually ended up working, beautifully, in my opinion. Let me check and make sure we got in. Okay, so that's all of the super chats. Yeah, man, that's it, bro. I'm gonna get up tomorrow. I'm gonna try to do at least 5. Isaiah Rashad, fuck that Gucci. I'm not gonna do that. And then I'm gonna get to some of the Kendrick reactions. And I'm gonna work my way through that for y'all. But on a panel together, Jay Nolan and Moni, I'll reach out to Jay Nolan and see if he's able to do another one. I also reached out to HHSB crew. Weekends are tough for him, from what he told me. But if we can get him, that'll be dope as well. I reached out to a couple other people. Some were, willing, some not so much. And that's, and that's coming with the, coming with the game, So yeah, it's the good with the bad. But I respect everybody and I respect their time. So you got anything you want to say before we get out of here?
Nah, man. I mean, this went pretty much exactly the way I thought it was gonna go. When you initially told me the full ensemble of people, like, oh no, this shit gonna be a goodie. Like, I mean, not saying that we just gonna sit back and let it happen, but like, we don't really have to make the spark with these group of people. Like, they just gonna do what they do. So I'm like, shit, all we gotta do is manage. Nigga, we good. You know what I'm saying? So I already knew this shit was gonna be good. So yeah, man. Shout out to everybody who came through, man, for real.
Yeah, DJ, you survived to let out, bro.
Yeah, man. Oh, I ain't gonna do it.
Big Zo would be a nice addition. Let Big Zo know we looking for him. Let Big Zo know we looking for him. Hit him up on in the comments and be like, hey man, the Cypher would like to have a word. Because I'm not necessarily sure he's aware of us. I don't never want to make that assumption. But yeah, let him know we're looking for him. So maybe the email will go over a little bit better. The shooters, we working on something with them. I won't tell y'all what, because it has to happen.
Yeah, we already got them in contact.
It has to happen. Y'all make sure y'all show love to the shooters when they go live and go check out James' lyrical math videos. They be dope as fuck. But yeah, man, if that's it, thank y'all for pulling up to episode 3 of the Cypher. I am Skip.
And I'm DJ.
Hip hop lives here, and until next time, man, we out of here, y'all. Peace.